Good evening and welcome to the Leon Valley City Council meeting. Happy New Year. This is our first meeting of the year, so we're so glad so many of you could join us. Today is Tuesday, January 15th, 2019, and we do have a quorum. All councilor members are present with the exception of Councilor Mayor Pro Tem Alcacer, who is out of the state at the moment and is not able to join us. With that said, please silence your cell phones. And I've asked Councilor Benny Martinez to lead us in the pledge, so if you could please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Just one other city council procedure that we have here in our chambers. You are able to, we have a lot of public hearings this evening. I'm sure you've seen it on the agenda. So that enables you to speak at each one of those agenda items. But if there's not a public hearing after the presentation by staff and council discussion, if you'd like to add something to that agenda, your comments, we certainly would welcome those. So just wanted to point that out before we begin. All right, so we have quite a number of presentations this evening, so let's begin with presentation number 2.1. We have the Beautification Committee Annual Report for 2018. Donna Charles is our chairman. And Ms. Charles, if you'll please come forth to give your presentation, your annual report, and welcome.
Thank you.
And hope you had a nice holiday.
Thank you. You all too.
Yes.
Mayor, Council, this is our report for 2019. And before we do the report, I'd like to tell you who our members are. Mayor, who is the driving force behind the committee, and she's a member, Lupe Carpio, Carolyn Diaz, Belinda Ely, Jean Johnson, and I don't know if any of these folks are here, but if you are, raise your hand. Lynn Joseph, Carrie Macias, Vicki Wallace is our staff liaison, and I'm the chairperson. Our accomplishments in 2018 is we are making an effort to beautify Veterans Park, the new one over by the conference center. So we purchased 8 Esperanza plants, and they were planted by Public Works. We purchased beautification award signs because we have decided that we wanted to increase the number of awards that would be given, not just one per neighborhood. So we had to purchase some new signs. We selected judges for the beautification awards and from the Master Gardeners of Bexar County and from the Forest Oaks Garden Club. We prejudged and judged all neighborhoods, businesses for beautification awards. The committee members do the prejudging, and we make a list for the judges to look at, and then they may add to that if they see other houses that need to be considered. And we used a 5-point criteria sheet with a 50 being the total possible points. To receive an award, a property had to receive a 37.5 or higher. So there were 40 properties in 15 neighborhoods in the business sector that were selected for the Beautification Award in 2018. And that was an increase of 15 from the year before. The property owners were recognized at the City Council meeting in June. And purchased thank you gift chocolates for the Beautification Award judges. That's what our Beautification Award signs look like. In case you haven't gotten one, we would like to see one in your yard. We helped to decorate a float and participated in the 4th of July parade. We worked alongside the Public Works Department to improve the look of the Forest Oaks entryways, and we sought locations to display seasonal banners. Our goals for 2019 are to order seasonal banners and beautification award signs, place seasonal banners on the end poles of the new Evers Bridge. That area receives much traffic, and it's near the conference and community centers, the public library, and the Leon Valley Cafe. in both swimming pools and Rimpicus Park. So there's a lot of traffic there that would be able to see those banners. And add additional plants to beautify the Veterans Park area. Continue to work with Public Works on improving the Forest Oaks entryways, and select judges again for the Beautification Awards judging this year, and do the prejudging and judging, and recognize the recipients at the council meeting again in June. That's it.
Okay, thank you
We
very
have
much.
a lot of other ideas, but we're limited by our budget.
That's right. We don't have very much money, do we? But as per the request of the committee, I did put a little blurb in the Lion's Roar that will be going out in February and March, trying to encourage people, to know that this award is out there and kind of clean up and spruce up their house.
Yeah.
Because again, it all benefits the city and certainly maintains our property values.
Well, I know that just the increase in the number who received awards last year, that was very energizing for those who
It was.
got an award. So
And
thank you very much.
Yes, and thank you for your service and all of the members of the Beautification Committee. We appreciate it.
You're very
All
welcome.
righty, thank you. If there is any other questions, yes, Councilor Edwards, excuse me. There was a question.
No, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to let you walk away. Maybe a few months ago, a citizen or a resident of the Forest Oaks area was asking questions about the I don't know what you call it exactly, the concrete.
The monuments as you enter the
monument.
neighborhoods, yes.
Yeah, and they were saying, well, one of them was in pretty good shape, and the other one, I guess, had been hit by a car, and so they were wondering, is there anything that could be done? And I don't know if this is in the purview of your committee, but
Well, we're working with Public Works, and Belinda would know more about if any of them were damaged, but we're working with them to do some beautification in that area. It's very difficult because there's no water source, and then the weeds get in the whatever's planted. No matter what you plant, the weeds get in it, and there's no one to take care of it. So it's very difficult to come up
Okay.
with a plan.
And I
Okay.
think the other problem that we're having, Dr. Edwards, is it gets hit several times a year by cars.
Okay.
And so you do something and it gets hit. So that's Public Works has to go out there and fix
Yeah,
that.
that's a difficulty. Okay,
Yes.
thanks.
But I believe Public Works has kept up with it. I mean, you've rebuilt those monuments more than once, so thank you for that.
They planted more than once.
And they've planted more than once. Okay. All right, any other questions? All right, thank you again. Do appreciate it. All right, moving then to agenda item number 2.2, presentation on the Congestion Mitigation and Air Quality Program, CMAQ, reimbursable federal funding program for a hike and bike trail extension. And we have our Public Works Director, Melinda Moritz, here this evening to present.
Good
Welcome.
evening, Mayor and Council.
Yes,
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So the purpose of this presentation is to inform the council of a funding opportunity to apply for the CMAQ grant, as you said, the Congestion Mitigation and Air Quality Program. It's a reimbursable federal funding program. They don't like to call it a grant, so we'll stick with their language. And it's through the Alamo Area Metropolitan Planning Organization to construct a hike and bike trail extension from Bandera Road to Everett Road. The MPO put out a call for its projects. This grant will focus on reducing congestion and improving air quality to help meet the requirements of the Clean Air Act. I think, as you all know, we recently got dinged for having bad air in the San Antonio metropolitan air. A hike and bike trail project is allowed under the program guidelines, as it encourages people to either walk or use a bicycle instead of using their vehicles. And although it won't be built for at least another year, we've already been approved for funding for part of the trail that goes from Shadow Mist to Bandera Road, and that's going to connect to San Antonio's Greenway Trail System. That trail is planned to go underneath the Bandera Road Bridge and stop up by the Hebner Onion Homestead. The Hike and Bike Trail Advisory Committee was informed of this opportunity in mid-December, and they met on January the 5th to walk the area to consider some options. 4 options were presented to them, and a blank map was also handed out to encourage them to propose a different route, if they could find one. They met again last night to consider a final recommendation on the trail alignment. So this is option 1. Go back. In the middle. So this one would take you from the Bandera Road Bridge right here up across the existing sidewalk. You'd have to enlarge the sidewalk to 10 foot wide, take it down, and then come through Walgreens back here, through the Little League property, and then up this stretch of Little League, and then this property is all ours. And then cross the creek again, and this is where the small pavilion is. Cross across to the large parking lot. Option 2 is similar, however, this one takes you across the creek right by the Hebner Onion Homestead, goes a short distance through the natural area park, then crosses the creek again back over through the Little League's part, our property, and then up to the large parking lot. Again at the large parking lot. Option 3 takes you underneath the Bandera Road Bridge, but then uses that fire break. It's a 50-foot fire break that goes along the back side of the natural area. This is also a CPS easement under here, so there's no trees, no vegetation except for grass. And then across this little piece of a creek here, and then continue to Raymond Rimkus Park. And the final option is one that takes you, again, under Bandera Road Bridge, through this Triangle Park area, across the creek, a short distance through the natural area here. But then we've purchased properties here and here. And so this would be outside of the natural area park boundary on the new property that we own. And then continue up to connect to the Raymond Rimkus Park Trail. Projects that are submitted must have a minimum construction cost of $1 million. And we know from the last trail that we planned, that was over $1 million. So this project does qualify. We have to have a minimum match of 20% of the construction costs. A higher match gives you more of a score with the MPO. The city has to submit an application along with a resolution and a signatory form of understanding. The selected projects will be placed in fiscal years 2020 through 2022 in the program, so it just depends where they put you. And we must commit to developing and letting the project in the year in which the project is programmed. So if we get placed in 2021, we have to do the project in that year. So the timeline, they announced it in December. They said to develop the project from October to March, although we didn't find out about it until December the 12th, which is why we're just now bringing it to council. This is the first meeting we've had the opportunity to tell you about it. Then January and February, the staff has to attend 2 mandatory meetings at the MPO. April 1, the projects are due. So we have a short period of time here. It'll take about a month to develop the opinion of probable cost plus cross-sections that are required with the application. In May, the projects will be scored. In June, they'll give an opportunity for public input, both at a meeting and online. In July, they'll review a funding recommendation and then finally approve the projects in August. As I'd said, the reimbursement programs are 80% federal dollars, 20% city dollars, with the feds paying the 80%. More points are given for a higher commitment. We're proposing to do a 30% commitment instead of 20% to get more of a score. Opinion of probable cost would be developed based on the option that's chosen, and then we would be responsible for paying for the 30% plus all the costs for engineering, which are typically 10 to 12% of the total construction costs. So if it cost $1 million, we would be out $300,000 for the construction plus the engineering costs. The MPO will provide a time period for public input, but that would be for the entire metro area, not just Leon Valley. So you're going to get everybody's opinions that don't live here. So would the council would y'all like to put this on the town hall agenda for the 26th? It would give an opportunity for citizen input and see the trail route the options that we've presented and the one that the Hike and Bike Trail Committee is going to recommend.
Yes, go ahead.
I was just going to ask that since we already have an agenda for the town hall, could that be included in your infrastructure presentation?
We talked about that. Infrastructure, would that be we could add it?
Infrastructure or the El Verde by 2020, because that one also has a recommendation for hike and bike trail connectivity.
So connect it to either one of those.
Okay.
Rather than its own piece,
Sure,
since we've already
definitely.
advertised.
It's up to the council if they'd like to go forth with that, but I think this is a good opportunity to get that input because there's some concerns because, we don't want to go through the natural area, but this is kind of like just skirting it, so I don't know how the feelings of the community are now, but it was a big issue last time, so we want to make sure that we get input. Then also, one of the trails is behind neighborhoods. The Red Jacket neighborhood and the Sun Valley neighborhood, so we have to make sure that the citizens there are aware and they give their input as well. So that's just two thoughts that I have. Secondly, how much we have some institutional knowledge on how much is this going to cost based on what we're doing right now on the upper end from the city of San Antonio to the Bandera Road bridge, right? We've already got that.
Are you talking about the trail that goes down El Verde or adjacent to El Verde?
Right, right.
That one's different because it has different crossings and things, and so that part right there is about $883,000.
Okay.
The one that's over, if you're going to go from Bandera to Evers Road, has more concrete and more engineering to it, so that one I think is going to be about 1.2.
Okay, 1.2. And of course, going across the creek is going to be more expensive rather than going through the easements. That'll be cheaper, right?
Correct.
Okay. Okay, so we're looking at how much out-of-pocket money from the city, and where would we get that money from?
If, like I said, if it was $1 million, then you're looking at about $300,000 for the construction,
Okay.
and then you can count on probably $250,000 to $300,000 for the engineering. So you'd be out $600,000, and it would come from the general fund. That's
The general fund, but then again, the match of 80% would be paid
by the federal
by the
highway
federal government. Now,
administration, yes.
my understanding is we have 20 million per year, so you had up there 20, 21.
Oh, the years, the
Yes,
fiscal years. they're
we have
gonna put 'em
60
in?
million total.
Yes.
And then they're going to allocate 20 million per for each year. And then on the mandatory meeting, I did text the executive director today. I haven't heard back from him, but I believe it's one day, and you can either come in the morning or in the afternoon. You don't have to come to both, but because this is different than our other grants, because it's air quality and we have to do different testing
Yes.
to
you have
show.
to- you
Yeah,
have
and I
to
was
prove
like,
emissions. We
exactly.
may not get the grant.
Yeah, and I
but
said,
it's-
yeah, and that was all new to me, and so that's why they're offering this workshop, and they say, oh, no, it's not that hard. So, anyway, we'll
I keep
see.
checking their website, and they haven't posted the meeting yet.
Right,
So as soon as they do, I'll go. I'll be happy to go.
Okay. All right, very good. So anyway, those are some of my thoughts. And, I want to thank you for always coming up with such great C statements. So
Oh, no
just a
problem.
compliment on that. I always love what you put. So thank you so much. Okay, so let me open it up then for some questions from our council as to also, do you want to put this on the agenda? I would say yes on the agenda for the town hall meeting. That's my consideration. Yes, Councilor Martinez?
I would like to see this put on the agenda. Anytime we get free money, we need to take advantage of it.
It's a lot of free money, too.
Yeah. And it will complete
And please, that
the project that we originally were presented with the trail from Shadow Mist all the way to Evers. So, yes, I would highly recommend we put it. Now, does our engineering cost also get included in our match, or is that?
No, unfortunately, they don't do in-kind. They want cash. But so do we.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Jordan?
Do we have an estimation on what the engineering costs might be, since the
It's, like I
Trails
said,
mo-
10 to 12% of the construction costs. So, if it's $1 million and you're looking at $300,000 for the construction cost, then take 10% off of that, It just depends on what's there. And
Okay.
each one of those options is going to be a different cost too. And so the Hike and Bike Trail Committee is also looking at that. What's the most cost efficient, but still give you that same ambiance of a hike and bike trail?
Right, I think was my question, I just didn't ask it right. But seemed like on the El Verde 2020 with the connectivity would be a good spot for that.
Okay, thank you. Yes, Councilor Rodriguez.
I'll agree that I think it does need to be included in the town hall, but maybe incorporated into that infrastructure.
Councilor Edwards.
Yes, I think we ought to present it to the citizens at the town hall. I agree with that.
And does it matter which category for you?
Infrastructure, I think, makes some sense, yeah.
All right, thank you. All right. And did the Hike and Bike Committee come up with a recommendation? for one of the options?
They did. They're going for option 4, which was a real surprise to me. I
Option
thought they'd
4,
pick
could you
option
show that
3.
to us again, please? Thank you.
It's option 4 with some modifications. And so, let me get the green one again. Cross the creek here, stay in between the Saws easement and the natural area trail so that the natural area trail stays intact as it is. Come over here and immediately get on the new property that we bought and come up here. But then they're looking at an option of coming through the quiet area here and joining that trail there and stopping the trail here as this being a trailhead. They were discussing what's the point of going to Evers Road. If you take it all the way to Evers Road, number one, you'll have to widen the path that's already in Raymond Rimkus Park, and that pathway is used mostly by walkers and joggers. Plus, once you get to Evers Road, you can't go anywhere. They won't cross over.
That's right, we don't have anything up.
Right, so they're saying just end it here for now and make that the trailhead and connect it to this pathway here. But they're also looking at continuing to go this way and bringing it down along the sidewalk this way to that. So this will end up being the trailhead if you take their recommendation.
Okay, all right, very good. All right, thank you. Any other thoughts or comments from any of our residents or guests this evening on this particular agenda item? Yes, sir. You will need to go to the, we are recording, so we need to go to the podium. Thank you, sir. And what is your name?
Larry Hall.
Thank you,
from
Larry.
Grass Valley area.
Yes, sir.
Are we factoring in the modifications that are also going to be being made to the Potts Creek for the widening and everything else with this bike trail factored into the cost of building it instead of making plans and then having to change them at a later time?
That's a great question, yes. And Ms. Moritz, if you'll please address that.
Sure. We have right now a feasibility study underway with the United States Corps of Engineers to study the erosion along Hebner Creek. Once the feasibility study is almost complete, which should be about midsummer this year, they're going to determine whether or not they're going to authorize the spending of funds to address the erosion of Hebner Creek, but also the flooding. But they're looking at it from not just in Leon Valley, but from the Bandera Road Bridge all the way upstream, even into the city of San Antonio. So they're going to look at options like detention pond areas in San Antonio as well as options in our city. Since we would be crossing it here, this erosion portion of this is the only part of that trail that would be affected. And so if the Corps decided to do a project, they also put in 65% money, and then we put in 35%. So whatever would go on in that area would take that hike and bike trail into consideration.
Okay. All right. Thank you for that. Do appreciate it. All right. If there's no further questions, then I believe we'll hear more at the town hall meeting. And thank you very much. And thanks to the Hike and Bike Committee for their work as well. And again, y'all could see that short time frame, December to April. So thank you very much. All right. Moving then to agenda item number 3.2, presentation of proclamation pledging support of It's Time Texas Community Challenge. And I have Maribel Mendoza, our communications director, here to present.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. So we are presenting and actually participating for the first time this year at a challenge called It's Time Texas Community Challenge, and it is presented by HEB. So the purpose of this challenge, community challenge, is a statewide competition where you earn points for your city or town by simply making healthier choices. It's free, fun, and it holds accountable for your New Year's resolution. And another, here. The Texas community that racks up the most points will receive funds to put toward future community health efforts. So this is something we definitely want to continue doing so we can earn the points as much as we can. Now this challenge already began January 7th, and it runs all the way through March the 3rd. And so how it works, you register. You would obviously, if you register within the city of Leon Valley, if you live here, you earn 500 points, which goes towards the community. Another way to earn points, you upload selfies. So you would upload a selfie of you eating a healthy salad or drinking water. And you can also do the same by submitting your activities. So if you are walking, jogging, whatever the case is, take a quick picture of you in the park, and that also earns points for your community. And another way we can earn major points is hosting a community event, which we are currently planning, hopefully sometime at the end of February, and then also incorporate the library activities. They do have yoga. I think they're going to begin beginner yoga sometime in the beginning of February. So that would also be a huge, huge community event that we can incorporate into this. And if you need help registering, here are some of the links, and they are also posted on our website where you can find my information. I will also be here with my lovely iPad, and I can definitely guide you on how to participate. So if you would like to participate and help our community, definitely see me, and we can definitely help you with that. And now another way to earn major points is to have our mayor read a pledge and also have our city council read a pledge. And how this works, the mayor read a pledge, take a picture of her, that earns us, just to be exact,
1,000 points.
10,000 points. And if city council, if we take a picture with city council reading this pledge as well as or holding the pledge, it's 2,500 points. So this definitely helps our community win and earn points. And I just found this out before a council meeting. Out of 100 small cities with comparative size populations, we are in the top 10. Specifically, we are number 9. I think last week we were 13 or 11, so we are definitely moving up. So please, everyone, help us earn those points, register. Again, my contact information is there. So if you need help, let me know. I have my iPad. I can definitely help you tonight if you'd like as well. So, Mayor, if you would like to step down, we can read the pledge, take a picture, and then we will call City Council to do the same.
That sounds good.
Yeah.
So I read this one too? Just that one. Okay. Okay, great.
A picture
Well, I
of
need
her
to-
first, and then we'll do it with council after she reads the proclamation. Yes. Picture, and then we can read the proclamation. Hold it right. The other one. Yep.
I believe a constituent had referred us to this, and so Maribel has embraced it, and so I really appreciate it. She's going to do a video. We get more points for that. We put it on e-news as well. On e-news as well, and then also bring that iPad to the town hall meeting. We have 100 people there, so we'll get them to sign up too. This is kind of jazzed. Okay, so let me read the proclamation. Whereas, in support of It's Time Texas Community Challenge, I, Mayor Chris Riley of the City of Leon Valley, Texas, pledge to kick off It's Time Texas Community Challenge by declaring my support and encouraging our constituents to participate to earn challenge points for our community. I will email a photo of myself holding the pledge to be featured on the challenge website. Ask City Council members to sign and upload a photo of the group holding the pledge on the challenge site. Create and upload a short video that promotes It's Time Texas Community Challenge and calls on other Texas mayors to compete. Establish or strengthen a community health collaborative in our community. Host and speak at It's Time Texas sanctioned event in our community that promotes healthy living and the community challenge. Now, therefore, I, Chris Riley, Mayor of the City of Leon Valley, Texas, recognize that a healthy community is more united, more productive, and more prosperous. As a result, I am committed to the health of our community and pledge to make our community a model for others to follow. My city is up to the challenge. This is in big, bold, signed by my hand this 15th day of January, 2019, Mayor Chris Riley. So let's congratulate Maribel and our community and our council for this support. Appreciate it. So with this, we'll ask the council to come on down. Thank you. To live healthy now.
to hold this. Ready? Ready? 1, 2, 3. Yeah.
Here goes 5,000 points.
And just to add, businesses and schools can also participate in this. So if you do need more information on businesses or schools, please give me a call or let me know, and I can definitely help you out.
Okay. Very good. Any questions while we're all, I'm missing somebody. Oh, Denise. Okay, very good. I knew somebody wasn't here. Okay, so Maribel, you are next up on presentation 2.4. Presentation, discussion, and possible action on options for the City of Leon Valley's 4th of July 2019 event. And Ms. Mendoza, I believe you're coordinating this whole
Yes,
event
ma'am.
this
So
year.
this year's my year to coordinate
Okay,
the
well,
4th of July festival.
congratulations.
Thank you.
It's a lot of work. Yeah. Sandra passed the baton from last year to this year. But hers got rained out, though.
But she
So,
did leave me an awesome binder that is very well organized for me
Good.
just to look through and
fantastic.
Very
Well, good.
simple,
So the
so
work was
thank
done.
you,
It
Sandra,
just,
for sure.
unfortunately, we didn't have the rain
Yes.
date. Yeah. All righty.
So the purpose of this presentation is to present, discuss, and possibly take action on options for the City of Leon Valley's July 4th, 2019 event. And just a little bit of a background, at a September 2017 City Council meeting, City Council requested to see options to shorten the duration of the event and to save money, which is still a goal and we're going to try to accomplish this year. And so for last year, what did we learn from last year's event? The Pioneer Run, from my understanding, and also speaking with Ms. Kathy Hill, went well. I actually have an email from her. She said the Pioneer Firecracker 5K was the most successful ever last year. They had about 247 people prepay to participate, and they had 195 actually turn out. The year before, they had 170 participants. So they definitely want to increase it this year, and I think we can definitely do that. So that was a Pioneer Run. Again, no concerns or issues there. The parade also, great event, went well. The only suggestions that we heard were having more restrooms available during the parade, having porta potties, and possibly having the church open to use the facilities.
Okay.
So that's something we're going to try to make a change this year. The soapbox derby, minor logistic issues on our end, but nothing great successful event. I know the only concern was the temperature, the weather. It was extremely hot. I know some of the cars, the soapbox derby cars, got really heated because of the sun, being that it was in the middle of the day. So with staff at our post-event meeting that we had with staff after our 4th of July, it was recommended and suggested that we have this event as a separate solo event in the fall. Again, with City's Council discretion and approval to have this during the fall instead of a combination with the 4th of July. Now, our water activities went well. Speaking with Sela and also Mr. Dimmeline, he said that it was great. The only suggestion was to extend the water activities. They did enjoy it. They just, I think last year we had it from noon to about 2 p.m. And this year, once you see the next couple of slides, we do have options to extend it. So that's something we're going to try to accomplish this year, to extend those water activities since they were really enjoyed by the community. Now, the festival, I don't have any feedback there because, as everyone is aware, that we did get rained out, so don't have anything to present on that. So the theme that was selected under City Council's discretion, America's Heroes. So celebrating all heroes that help keep America safe. So all branches of the military, all first responders, police, fire, and EMS. So, but if there's something else that you would like to explore, we can do that as well. And here we go with the options. So option 1 would be Thursday, July 4th. We start with the Pioneer Run as usual. We go then with our parade. Pool activities, you see there, we extended the hours from noon to 5 p.m. and then the festival from 5 p.m. to 10. Option 2 would be Saturday, July 6th. The agenda stays the same. The only difference you'll see there in the festival, we begin it an hour early, and then we end it an hour later, only because it is a Saturday, so we figured more people would like to enjoy a later event. It is a weekend. Option 3, a combination of any or another option that council decides. And the fiscal impact, so we budgeted the same amount as last year, $65,757. This does include the staff overtime. So next step, we receive direction from City Council which option is more desirable, and then I will give a monthly update on the coordination of the event.
Okay. Very good, thank you. So, but the Pinewood Derby, I keep calling it Pinewood, that's the Boy Scout term.
Soapbox Derby.
Soapbox Derby. You've already taken it off of the options to consider.
To consider to move into a fall event. Now,
Okay,
obviously,
so
if
I'm
not,
just-
we can definitely
I just want to
move
be
it
sure
back.
my colleagues are in
Right.
agreement with that. And do you know when in the fall?
What's discussing the end of September, beginning of October, again, up to City Council, whatever they would like to see this event.
And this would be on a Saturday?
Those details we don't have just yet.
Okay, so, all right, so.
We'll have to
that's-
reconsider that, because you don't want to do it right at the very tail end of the fiscal year, or right at the very beginning.
Okay.
So you'll either want to do it probably later in October or whatever weekend the council picks. You want to have time for the budget to turn over.
Right.
Okay, very good. All right, so really the only distinction between the two options is the day.
Correct, yes,
And
ma'am.
then just the extension if it's on a Saturday.
Right.
Start 1 hour early and go 1 hour later.
Yes,
So,
ma'am.
And are you suggesting that we keep the same theme that we had last year?
Last year's theme
America's-
was, I believe, military,
Wasn't the heroes? Oh,
land, sea, and
Okay.
air.
oh, okay.
Leon Valley's everywhere, and there was
Okay,
military
I see.
focus.
So this is a new theme. Okay, I just
All
knew it was
first
military.
responders,
I knew it
correct.
was military, so,
Yes,
okay,
ma'am.
very good. Thank you for that clarification. All right. Questions from the council? Comments? Yes, Councilor Edwards.
And the soapbox derby is moved because of heat, or?
Correct. There was some suggestions that it was too hot to be outside and for the kiddos right in the middle of the day. And it did take, I think it was about a 3 to 4 hour event that can definitely be at its own. But it was just a suggestion from what we've heard about the residents and community and staff. Definitely up to council discretion if they would like something different. But those are just the feedback we heard from last year.
Okay.
That feedback came primarily from the EMS first responders who had to deal with a couple of situations because of the heat.
Okay,
Just so you know
that's
that.
good to know. All right, yes, Councilor Martinez.
Well, my first thought would be have it option 1, because if you have it on Saturday, we're going to have to bring in more people on overtime. So if we're going to try to cut costs, you want to have it during the holiday instead of paying people holiday pay on Thursday and then having them pay time and a half for working on Saturday. So as a cost-cutting measure, option 1 to me makes more sense. And I kind of favor the soapbox derby being on the same day. It was a big, very big, successful event. You know, we can't control the weather. You know, even if we had it in October,
Right.
With our crazy weather here, we could pick a weekend that it's going to rain or, heaven forbid, snow. But you know, having it on the 4th of July was a fantastic idea, and it was very well attended and very well, a very good event. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, appreciate that. Ms. Kinsler, how many EMS calls do we have for heat exhaustion that day?
I don't
I
know.
mean, I think
I
that's
don't-
important to
That was Chief
follow that.
Valdez's concern, and so I'd have to get that number for you. My apologies, I don't have it. But when we did have the briefing afterwards that we always have, that was a concern from the fire department, was the heat calls that they got.
Awfully hot, it really was. So, okay.
And then
I just
also
wanted to know.
budget-wise, we can make it work either way budget-wise for it to be the same, because we can just flex out one day for another. So don't worry about that when you're making a decision. Do whatever you want to do, but that doesn't need to be a consideration because we can make that work
Oh,
by flexing people out, not having them work one day and then having them, you know what I'm saying? So
Okay.
it's not going to cost you more one way or the other as far as overtime. Exactly.
okay, gotcha. All right. Anyone else? Question, comment? Okay. Anyone from our chambers that would like to add to your preference of the day, July 4th or July 6th? Pinewood Derby, Soapbox Derby on 4th of July or in the fall? Like to hear your comments on that. Thank you.
Mayor Council.
Yes, you bet.
Yes, my name is Terry Allen Hall. We're actually on the corner of Gumtree and Barneywood, so we
Right.
are directly affected. We love the Soapbox Derby event and everything like that. But we had a problem with traffic, the amount of people, blocking the intersections and stuff like that when you're trying to get out the house. In that sense. So that was one of the things. And then also, since the event was rained out last year, I was wondering if there was any monies recovered to go ahead and apply to this year's event instead of
Right.
increasing and using the same budget. That
That's
was
a good question. I think we did have some positive results on that. Ms. Kinsler, do you want to address that question?
Sure, Mayor, Council, ma'am. A few years ago, we actually redid our contracts so that we could have rainy day clauses in our contracts in the event that this did happen. And so what we basically ended up losing was the deposits. So you don't lose the whole amount. So we've done that for a couple of years now. So we definitely recovered some of the funds. And what happens at the end of the year is those funds revert back to the general fund.
And just to add, Ms. Kinsler, the fireworks are also going to be rolled over to this year. So we do have the fireworks already paid for this year. We have a possible discount with the rides. Again, as soon as we find out the date, I can definitely contact the ride company and see about getting that started. And then we have our volunteer shirts and wristbands already purchased from last year that we can definitely roll over again this year. So those are costs that we don't have to make again. We did save.
That's a good point. Thank you. All right. Yes, Councilor Edwards.
Oh, the parking passes.
Are there any other cities that are, that you know are thinking of moving the 4th of July to the 6th?
Last year, we actually did a comparison for you all because we asked you if you wanted it on the actual day and on the weekends. And if I remember correctly, boy, this is just my memory, but it was about half and half. Some decided to do it on the weekends and others decided to do it on the actual day. This council voted to do it on the actual day, of course. But that's your discretion, whatever you like.
Okay. Any other questions, comments on this particular agenda item? I, for one, like it on 4th of July, just because it's 4th of July, so I vote for that. One other thing that I remembered yes, Mr. Blackmore, go ahead. I'm going to let you, and then I'll finish my thought when you.
Richard Blackmore.
Yes, sir. How are you?
Forest Haven. I agree with Mr. Martinez. We ought to have it on the same day as the 4th. I agree with you, leaving the fiesta, the stuff on the 4th. We can have the parade early in the morning, have the derby right afterwards, leave it where it's at, and I hope Chief Valdez will come back and help get this thing started again. He did a good job last year.
He did. Very good. One thing that just popped into my mind, we did have some concerns last year about the 5K run.
Okay.
Because it went into the Forest Oaks neighborhood. When you said, Terry, that you couldn't get out of your neighborhood, that popped in my mind. And I don't know if they're going to, they had to do that because of the construction.
Correct, yes, ma'am.
On Evers Road Bridge. So I don't think we're going to have that same issue, but I did hear from quite a number of neighbors who could not get out of there on the fun run because the streets were closed, and some. You actually saw people running down the street, and here comes a car. So,
Yes, ma'am.
but I don't think we're going to have that problem this year. So
I don't believe
I just
so. I will
wanted to
coordinate.
share that with
Right,
the
ma'am.
Historical Society. Usually they go through the park and the natural area and
Okay.
whatnot. So, okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, anyone else? So, any preference from the rest of my colleagues on the 4th or the 6th? And should we have the Soapbox Derby on the 4th, or should we have it in the fall? I think those are two
Correct. Yes,
directions
ma'am.
y'all need in order to plan.
Yes, ma'am.
I think we should have the 4th on the 4th.
Okay, and what about the soapbox derby? What do you prefer?
Well, I thought it went well, the way it happened this last 4th, so I'd be in favor of including it.
Okay, very good. Councilor Rodriguez, do you have a
I
opinion on
really
that?
don't have a preference. I'm open
Okay,
to
very
whatever
good.
we decide.
All right, and I believe you said the
Fourth
4th and have
soapbox
the
derby.
derby, and then Councilor Jordan?
Yes, the 4th and the Derby.
Yes, okay. And
We might modify the times, starting the parade earlier maybe, or modify the times a little bit. But,
Sure, make it a little bit cooler. Not that it would matter, but,
Yes,
okay, do you have a suggestion on times? Because the...
30? What time did it start
the,
last, at 9 o'clock?
Okay, the,
You go back to the agenda that you
I
have.
was going to say the fun run started at 7:30. They were done by 8:30. And so instead of 9:30, we could probably do it at 9, maybe. I don't know. What do y'all think?
What about flipping the derby and the parade?
Oh, do the derby first?
Yeah,
Oh,
and the parade
I'm
afterwards.
just wondering about logistics. I don't know, as far as setting up the, but, you know, it would be cooler. That's
We're just
true.
exploring ideas.
That's right.
Excuse me. The reason that was not done last year was because the cars had to be weighed and set up, and they couldn't be in the parade, and they had to be in the parade before they were weighed or something like that. I remember Chief had specific reasons why it had to be done in that order.
Well, we can figure
I
that
left that
out.
up to him, but there was a reason that it had to be in that order.
But if the parade is after the soapbox derby, there's no issue about weighing the cars.
What about doing the fun run like at 7:30 and starting soapbox at 8, even if it's a little bit of an overlap, just so those kids aren't so hot and we don't have those issues again? Maybe we could do that, and then do the parade like at 10 or something?
Well, I think that's, your suggestion was do it first.
Is
so,
that
yeah.
right?
Mhm.
Okay, but you wouldn't care if it overlapped with the fun run at all? That'd be okay? Okay. Okay.
All right. Yes, sir.
Yeah,
You have
I
a
don't remember.
comment
what
on
the-
that?
Planning committee with him, just the small number that we had last year, and intent was to make it larger this year. Even with the small number, it was, I think, 3 hours from start to finish.
It was 4 and it went on to the afternoon.
Yeah.
And that's why it got really hot. So when they started it at 9, we anticipated it being over by 10 or 11.
Your mic, Crystal.
Yeah.
That's what,
And then it went on to
Okay.
early afternoon, so so it wasn't the beginning part of the race that was really hot, it was the very end part of the race that was
Right.
very hot.
Okay.
And so the kids that had been in the cars that kept winning were the kids that had issues.
Okay.
yeah,
Yep.
my bigger
One of the
concern
kids was taken away, I remember.
Right.
Yeah.
My bigger concern was the thought that we're going to be finished by 11. There's no way we're going to be finished by 11. If you start them at 8, the earliest I would say that you can plan is noon, probably 1, be more accurate as to when we're clear of that. And that's if we don't expand. The intent was this year to expand it to a larger number, whatever that y'all decide in the long run.
Well, and that was the other issue last year. You're right. I just remembered this. We stopped taking entries because we were at capacity. And so if you want to expand it, it's not going to be a 3 or 4 hour.
Even when we left there last year and we had our debrief after the fact, the thought was at that time that based on the outpouring of people that wanted to be involved, businesses that wanted to be involved, that we needed to move it to a standalone full day. And that was the recommendation after the fact, the debriefing, because we can expand it, we can do more things with the kids and the businesses, and promote it for the businesses as well, better if it was a 7 or 8 hour day. Quite honestly, I think as quickly as it grew, I think it probably could have been a whole weekend in the future. And so trying to stick it in, that's my only concern, and that's just giving feedback from the last meeting that we had after the fact. It was at least 4 hours, so 9 to 11 is not going to work. Your parade goers now are going to be out there in the heat, so you're swapping the kids for the parade goers, and they're walking that street. I mean, that's fine. 1 o'clock in the afternoon, it's hot. And so keep that in mind, too, as you're making your final decisions, please.
And then Lewis just texted me, he said his recommendation was going to be Veterans Day for the soapbox derby.
Correct. In the fall.
So, just throwing that out there, that was the thought concept.
November 11th?
Oh, good. Yes. I'd love to hear from other people. Yes, sir. If you'll please come and state your name and where you live, no address, just if you live in Leon Valley or San Antonio, that would be great, and give us your comments.
My name is Hank Daughtry. I'm here
Oh,
on
hi.
behalf of Leon Valley
How are
Storage.
you? Yes, sir.
We were a participant in that
Sure.
soapbox event last year,
Uh-huh.
and I'm happy to say that we were the very last contestant to be eliminated. We were beat out by
You were
Banished
the-
Toy.
There you go. That's right, I remember.
But to speak to that, I think the chief makes a good point, is that we were there, of course, until the very end, because our racer and the Banis racer, and we hadn't been beat at all. They had once, so they had to beat us twice.
Mm-hmm.
So that meant we were there to the very last. Many of the observers were gone because it was horribly hot. It really was. We found shade in the trees right there in front of the library.
Mm-hmm.
And so my granddaughter, who's in the business, and her very small child were there. It was pretty tough.
Mm-hmm.
I must say, had we not been participating at that point, we would have probably left just out of self-defense. And then it's still a long hike for everybody that's there to get back over to the parking area. So I would encourage you to give consideration to what the chief mentioned and what Chief Valdez had envisioned, is that could be an event that stands worthy of standing alone. And I would tell you right now, we were so privileged to be part of that. If we had been eliminated from the very beginning, by simply the fact that young man who was driving that racer was touched. His family was so grateful to be a part of it. He had done all kinds of events, and I think this is an opportunity for Leon Valley to stand out in the community and be totally different. And just give some consideration that it could be a standalone event, because I think that's something that nobody else in the whole community is doing.
Right. Thank you so much, Mr. Daughtery, for those comments. Do appreciate it.
And a special
Yes,
thanks
sir.
to Leon Valley Storage. They've allowed us to store all those racers at their property for free. So
Right.
thank you.
Thank you. Really appreciate it. The only thing about Veterans Day this year, or last year, excuse me, the students did not have that day off in Northside, that Monday. They went to school. So if it's going to be on Veterans Day, the official day, I just wanted to put that. I don't know if they've changed it, but last year they had to go to school.
Lou,
So-
I'm just reading his test so
Hello?
that way, I'm sorry, it's me. He
Unless we
said
had it on the
maybe-
weekend. On
Yeah,
the weekend for
he
sure.
said
but-
maybe you do a single day event, and maybe just the championship race at the 4th, like the soapbox derby, but the champion, so that way it's a short race.
Oh, you mean like
the
do it-
finalist?
Oh, you mean like do the race like in May?
Yeah, do the race like for Veterans Day.
Are you
or-
saying Veteran Day or Memorial Day?
It says Veterans Day, is what he
Well,
texted me.
But
and then-
Memorial Day is before 4th of July, so you can't
Okay,
have
yeah,
it after
okay.
because,
Well, then whatever event 4, he said maybe then just a championship race at the 4th, so it's not so long of an event.
that's a good idea. We could combine it. Yes.
Just,
Counselor Edwards.
Just a technical point, I watched almost all the races, and there seemed to be a component of one lane seemed to be
Faster than the other.
than the
Mhm.
others, and there might need to be some resurfacing or handicapping.
Yeah, it was lane 1 that always won, I think, versus lane 2,
So
if you were there.
they'll tell you the profession. There's actually a soapbox derby association. Those y'all didn't know that, and they're very strict. And every road is like that. That's why you have to alternate between the 2 lanes, because of the pitch of a road, a normal road. Every one of them
That's
has a
right,
faster
y'all
lane.
did alternate,
So they
yeah.
alternate them each time. So and we did have people that were in the fast lane that lost, and we had some in the fast lane, in the slow lane that won. So it does even out. I would recommend not doing this on a weekday. On, let's say, for instance, Veterans Day falls on a weekday, because, like you said, not everybody is off, and closing down Evers on a work day would be very painful for us and the community. So if we do this on a standalone day, it needs to be a Saturday so that we know the kids are off and that we can control the chaos when we shut roads down. My 2 cents.
Okay, very good. Yeah, I kind of like the Memorial Day. If we did it before with the championship, and we did it early, before the parade, and it wouldn't be 4 hours, it'd only be, an hour? I don't know, but it's a racing tradition on Memorial Day, that's right. So,
So on the weekend of Memorial Day,
That's Saturday, that's
This-
Saturday?
this Saturday?
that Saturday?
The Saturday before or the Saturday after?
I would say the Saturday before.
The Saturday
Because-
before Memorial Day?
What do
Just
y'all
because so many
think?
people leave, I was trying to.
Oh,
The
well.
Saturday before Memorial Day, and then the finalists on July 4th? Is that what you're thinking?
What do y'all think? Is
That's a
that-
good
I
compromise.
think that's a good
Okay.
compromise, yeah. And we do the fun run, and then we do the finalists for the soapbox derby, and then we do the parade, water activities, and then 5 to 10.
Okay, so we incorporate the soapbox derby. Are we picking the 4th? Consensus with the 4th of July on a
Fine.
Thursday, or?
Yeah,
Okay.
no, the 4th of July, definitely.
We didn't budget anything either for a separate soapbox derby because his vision was the fall, so we were going to ask for it in the budget, so it'll require a budget adjustment, just as a heads up.
How much did it cost us last year?
Um,
I mean, I'm,
Part of it was donated.
well, I thought we did a lot of
Part-
donating.
a lot of it was-
Each participant, each business bought their own?
That wasn't the cost. The cost was the hay bales and the barricades.
Okay.
And then, of course, you'll have overtime because it won't be part of the 4th of July. That's why we were going to ask for
Okay.
it next budget year, but we can figure that out for you
Thanks.
easily.
I'm sorry, Mayor and Council.
No, that's okay.
The other thing you need to consider if doing it twice, like you're talking about, the hay bales were borrowed, as was we paid for part of the hay bales and got to return them. And then the chips, the bark chips or whatever that was donated. Well, we had to pick them up the night before the event and return them immediately afterwards. So you're talking about having this, I don't know what July 4th is from Saturday.
It's a Thursday.
You're talking 5 days, 6 days. The cost of that's going to be.
Not the weekend before. They're talking about the weekend before Memorial Day.
So-
And then just the championship cars on the 4th. I realize that's going to be costly.
You're going to have the double the cost.
I
though.
know,
Those hay bills
exactly.
weren't cheap.
No, they
And
weren't.
so just keep that in mind, the cost, the shutting down the roads twice,
Mm-hmm.
and the cost of those hay bales and the chips, hopefully they donate them again.
Mm-hmm.
But you are going to, it was a lot of work of us putting them out the night before
Mm-hmm.
the event and picking them back up. So you're talking twice, and we got community members to do that,
Mm-hmm.
and hopefully they'll be gracious enough to do it twice. But it is a lot of work to set that thing up, and cost-wise, it wasn't cheap for that hay.
So the hay actually was donated, but what happens is you assume liability, and it got rained on, so it got ruined, and so we had to pay for it.
Okay.
And we knew that going in.
You know, I really appreciate that we're talking about this in January, and so maybe what we need is to come back and get us this cost analysis
Okay.
from what it would be for 2 days, Memorial Day and 4th of July versus a standalone day, so we can make a more educated financial decision for the community.
Okay, I can definitely do that. I'll come
So what
bring
do
it
y'all
back.
think about that? I mean, it just seems to me we don't have enough information.
Okay, yes, ma'am.
Okay, very good.
Next
All
meeting,
right.
Mayor?
If possible, if you can get it by the
We can
next
do
meeting,
that.
let's just
Yeah.
keep it rolling. And then also, if you have a comment, any of y'all in the chambers, please let us know. Okay, very good. All right, thank you so much. But at least you know it's July 4th.
Yes, definitely.
So that's good.
Okay.
Yes. Oh, Miss Maloof, she's got her hand back there. Hi, come on up. Can you? Okay, there you go. And Crystal, could you lower the, yes, thank you. Oh, you got it, all
My
right.
name is Louise Maloof, and I live in Pomona Place.
Yes, ma'am.
I want to put my 2 cents worth
Uh-huh.
in. I think, as the gentleman said before, that, and you were talking about expanding it, so just keep it 1 day. Because if you expect it to expand it and everything, and you expect to be the only one in the area to be doing this, I think 1 day would be the best.
Okay,
Myself.
very good, thank you. Appreciate your comments. All right. Okay, thank you so much. So then we'll move, if there's no other comments or questions, we'll move then to agenda item number 2.5. We have our monthly financial report for December 2018. We have Ashley Wayman, our Assistant Finance Director, here to present. Good evening and welcome, Ashley.
Good evening.
Yes.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. All right, so we will start with our December financial report. Figure out how to use this. Starting with our general fund, you'll notice here that ad valorem looks a little bit low. what happened was over the break we received ad valorem payments, and they were not receipted in until after this report was generated.
Okay.
So I did go back and check that out. Currently, right now, it shows for the month of December us at $2,099,594.
Oh, that's a big
which is
significance.
48%
Yeah.
as opposed to 20. So
48, wow, okay.
yes, deceptively
Yeah.
low, but that was just an
Mhm.
accounting timing
Gotcha.
thing. Our sales tax, again, they're 2 months behind. So this is for the month of October. It shows that we're up quite a bit this month, and there was an accounting error. I believe HEB had reported some things in December that should have been January, so it showed us being up 16% for the month of December. By January, we're up only 2%, so I think they settled out somewhere in there between the 2 months. So we're still up on sales tax. I think next month we'll have a better idea of where we're at. So the sales tax was just a little bit higher than it should have been for the month, if that makes sense.
Okay.
Our license permits, fees, and fines are doing great, above last year where we were budgeted. Of our over 1 million in this item, we had 643,000 of red light cameras, so that was about 62% of it. So that makes up a big part of it.
And what was the impound lot is also in this?
Impound lot was 7% of it, coming in at 73,475. And we'll break those down again a little bit later.
Right.
Moving on to our water and sewer fund. Water sales are looking good this month. They are up a little bit from where they were last year, but again, it's the winter months, so not looking too closely at those right now. The summertime is when we start to see those changing. And other than that, everything in our water and sewer fund seems to be on track. Going to our community center fund. Still no hotel motel taxes. Those actually just all finished coming in. I think today we got our last one. So you'll see that on our next financial report that we do in February. Our community and conference center fund or rental fees are looking great actually. Community center's very up. So hopefully that good work can keep going over there. And our expenditures are also on track in the community center.
Okay, thank you.
For economic and community development, sales tax in the same boat, up 2 months behind, tracking, a little bit ahead. And other than that, everything in this fund seems to be coming in just fine. Our expenditures came in at about $32,737.
Okay. And what are the expenditures for the contractual?
I believe, those are still the EAP, the Employee Assistance Program. Okay. Those we pay sometimes 2 months at a time, so I think it hasn't changed since the last time you saw it, and those will catch up.
Okay. So you pay it out of this fund?
Correct, and that's for the employees that are paid partially out of this. We have a few different people who are paid partially out of there.
All right, thank you.
For our red light cameras, our fines came in at $601,968, and our late fees at $41,101. Our Tier 1, which is what we account for and what we send to the state, our total Tier 1 came in at $218,759. That does include 2 payments to ATS, so now you're starting to see those reflected, paying the vendor. And Tier 2, looks to be on track as well, starting to work a little bit on those capital expenses in that fund.
I just had a question on the late fees. Does the $41,101 have to be spent on safety
that comes
issues? I know we don't have to split any of that with the state, right?
Right. Doesn't that go straight to
but
traffic?
All of the money that
it goes to the traffic
safety.
It goes
to the traffic safety.
It goes straight into that fund.
All right.
Apologize.
All right. Okay.
Finally, our impound lot. Everything on the impound lot is tracking well. We came in at $43,420 in fees, and we did have an auction, which came in at $30,055. Our expenditures are also on track at this point.
So we got $30,055 for how many
I believe it's just one
just
that
one,
we just had.
But we budgeted 78. for
I
the
think
year.
and we haven't even had a full year's worth of data. This didn't start till March of 2018, so I believe there are a few more scheduled. So it's looking like we're going to surpass that.
I would think so. And 50,000 in capital, is that a car or something, or?
That's a forklift.
A forklift?
Yes.
Okay. There you go. I knew it had to be some kind of a
Some big
capital.
machinery.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
All right,
very good.
and then just a reminder that this and other reports can be found on our city website. If you go to finance, then financial transparency.
Okay. Any questions for Ms. Wayman this evening? Yes, Councilor Martinez.
In our packet, we have the check register.
Oh.
It looks like this was just an Excel spreadsheet that you just pasted on here.
It's not. It actually just generated from our financial system, from our.
But there's a lot of columns that could be eliminated, and so there's about 5 columns that could be eliminated, and then it could be blown up where, we don't need a magnifying glass to see it.
Right. That's just the way Encode prints our reports. I believe the fancy new version of Encode has it where you can make it, however you want. But that's kind of how it comes out, and it's not very friendly to moving to Excel. We've tried that in the past, so I'll work on trying to get those a little bit bigger or more legible, hopefully. But that's just what Encode.
Yeah, but there's several columns that can be completely eliminated that we don't need to see.
There's not columns. We don't get to pick. We just say the checks we wrote is all it allows for us.
Okay. Thank you. Any other questions, comments? All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Really appreciate it. All right. Moving then to agenda item number 3, our city manager's report. Ms. Kinsler, good evening and welcome.
Good evening. Thank you, Mayor Council. My first one was, I just read the sales tax report, and Ashley just reported out we were up 2.20% in the month of January. The town hall cards went out. They look like this. We did have to have them drafted and sent to the printer in December. During the last council meeting in December, Council Martinez asked that we hold off on the animal ordinance and do it as a standalone at a future coffee because of the legislative session. And the legislative session will conclude in June, so I don't know that that would actually necessarily make it conducive to the April coffee, which is when the next coffee is. But the information is already on the cards about the animal ordinance. So I just wanted to get some feedback from you all. Would you like Chief Salvaggio, since the information is already on here, to do a short presentation with a few questions on it for further discussion at a coffee? Or do you want to remove it altogether from the town hall agenda? What is your preference?
Okay. Councilor Martinez, I think that was your recommendation, was to move it, so.
I would say remove it.
Okay, just get it off the agenda altogether?
Anybody else? I don't know what questions he'd be asking, so.
All we were thinking was because we already advertised it on here, and before Christmas, we had to get these to the printer.
Right.
And we were able to add your word there at the very end. And so, anyway, just to keep in line with what we said we were going to talk about, I just wanted to get your feedback and have you give me direction on what you wanted us to do.
Does everyone concur that we just make an announcement at the beginning of the town hall, or we could put it on the e-news and say
Sure.
that we've moved it to a future coffee based on the state legislature?
Okay.
Yeah. What do y'all think? Is that all right?
Fine with
Okay.
me.
Great.
Okay, we'll get it off there for you. Thank you. Also wanted to give you an update on Tobacco 21. The Leon Valley Police Department did a great job. They have an enforcement aspect piece of this ordinance, which is required after you all pass the ordinance. And it's been ready to roll out for a few weeks, maybe even a month now. But as you probably read in the news, there has been a lawsuit filed against the city of San Antonio by some local vendors alleging that this law is unconstitutional because it's discriminatory in nature or towards those that have been deemed adults. So because of this, we were the first municipality to pass this after the city of San Antonio did. And so we're kind of holding off and waiting to roll out that enforcement aspect of it until that lawsuit gets resolved. Just kind of keeping an eye on that. So wanted to give you an update and let you know what was going on with that since you did pass the ordinance.
Okay, thank you.
The Leon Valley Cafe will be closing on January 21st so that a flooring company can remove the old flooring in that building and install new flooring. The process is supposed to take about a week. Mr. Ramos has been informed, and he's preparing for this action. We actually tried to do this during the holiday, during the Christmas holiday, but we couldn't get any flooring companies to come out at that time. So that's why we are doing it now. Signage is going to be placed on the front door of the cafe so that customers know what's going on, so they understand it's a 1-week closure. You know, there's not a permanent closure or anything like that.
Very good.
The city manager's report that actually sits outside right there on the table says that the movies in the park is January 15th. If that was the case, somebody would be over there watching it right now, and Marty Bell would be there running it. That was an error by the director. It is actually scheduled for February the 15th. Same time, same place. It's been corrected, but just wanted you to know, and it'll also be corrected in the next city manager's report. So do you have one of those black boxes, Marty Bell? Okay, so there's these little black boxes that are about this big. Monty Bell's going to bring one in for me. They're sitting right here outside of where the city manager's report is. As you enter City Hall, there's going to be one of these black boxes, and there's going to be one right over here by the city manager's report. And we're going to have these slips of paper right by them asking people to subscribe to e-news, and then just stick their information in there. We're hoping to get that distribution list expanded exponentially. You can see the little thing on the front she has there, as a continued means of communication to the residents. So that's just, and then she's also going to bring that box to the town hall meeting and have the little slips of paper and have people sign up for e-news as well. So we're just trying to do it. We tried to do it in a utility bill one time. We've tried to do it in the front. So we're just trying more ways to get that.
Will you also put it at the library? Okay.
That's a great idea.
Good.
Yep. Okay, good. Thank you. Let's see, Councilor Jordan, Councilor Rodriguez, Chief Salvaggio, Corporal Mandry, and I attended the Grass Valley Neighborhood meeting on Sunday, very productive meeting. There's between 25 and 30 residents that showed up at Raymond Rimkus Park for that meeting. It was a good meeting. Also, you asked me to let you know what questions we had complete for the town hall meeting, and so I told you that I would do that during this presentation. Melinda left. Marty Bell tried to stop her so I could get her questions from her. But during my presentation, I'm going to ask residents for preferences on days and times of future town hall meetings. During the red light camera presentation, Chief Salvaggio is going to be asking about citizen satisfaction with the red light camera and the neighborhood patrol program. During the Bandera Road presentation, Mayor Riley and City Councilor Anna Sandoval with the City of San Antonio are going to be asking questions like what day and time of the week do the residents want to schedule their meetings with TxDOT, because we will be having public meetings with them, and then what median or means is the best way to communicate with these residents. And we were thinking, like, social media, email, postcard, all the above, whatever. And so those were the two primary questions they were going to ask. There is going to be table discussions after the red light camera presentation and after the Bandera Road presentation. And I'm sorry, I don't have Melinda's questions with me for you, but one that we know for sure that she will ask will be the preferred trail routes during her infrastructure presentation, as you've directed her to do earlier. The next regular city council meeting.
Excuse me,
Yes.
Ms. Kinsler, are there any questions for the comprehensive master plan? That's a big topic. I was just wondering if you had any questions.
Mayor, Council, there will be questions. I do not have those questions yet because that's not complete by Brandon, and he also has to get with David Smith, who's going to do it with him, and so that presentation just hasn't been completed yet.
That's good.
Okay.
Thank you.
The next regular city council meeting is scheduled for Tuesday, February 5th at 6 p.m. Our annual town hall meeting is about a week and a half away, Saturday, January 26th from 8:30 to 12:30 at the conference center. The 8-week yoga session starts at the library Sunday, February 3rd at 3 o'clock. May 4th, 2019 is the general election. The filing period is from January 16th through February the 15th. Can't talk tonight. Committee meetings. The Hike and Bike Trail Advisory Committee met last night at 6:30 p.m. right here. The Sign Code Advisory Committee had their first meeting last night, and according to Mr. Cox, it was extremely productive. And I have to give him kudos because it was well organized walking in, and it seems like people, told them exactly what they wanted to do and when they wanted it, and so we have an idea now as to what this group wants and when we need to have the police there and when we need to have community development or the attorney there. So overall, it sounded like that meeting was a success. Citizens Police Advisory Committee will meet tomorrow at 6 right here. Zoning Commission is scheduled for next Tuesday, January 22nd at 6:30 right here. Earthwise Living is scheduled for January 28th at 5:30 over at the Public Works Building. And the Tree Advisory Board will be having their meeting January 28th, 6 o'clock p.m. also at Public Works. With that, I will stand for questions.
Okay. I just had a follow-up. Believe it was over the holidays. We got word from our contractor for the last 2 years on the pool. Sela Aquatics is not going to continue.
That's correct.
And what is the plan?
So what we need to do is probably, we're actually going to bring that to the council at the next meeting.
Okay.
And what we are going to ask you is if you wanted us to take that back to the pool committee, or if you wanted us just to keep the same plan that the residents wanted from the town hall meeting and just go find a new vendor.
Okay.
So that's going to be at the next city council meeting.
All right. So that's a change, and I think it's probably going to cost us more money too.
There's a good possibility.
Mm-hmm. Right. Okay. Very good. Any other questions for Ms. Kinsler on her report from either the council or members of our chamber this evening? Yes, Councilor Martinez.
In reference to the pool, shouldn't staff start immediately contacting other companies and letting them at least put the feeler out and let them know that we'll have an RFP or in the future?
We can certainly do that. We just found out, what is it, the beginning of this week or end of last week? I can't remember. No, end of last week. It was last week we found out about Sela Aquatics. And so I just thought we needed direction from the council before we started to try to get bids.
We not really getting bids at this point, but at least get the word out that we're exploring different avenues and see who steps up to the plate.
Right, so the way we get the word out is through the newspaper in a city. So we would need to officially advertise that, and I would like direction from you all on how you want to do that. And whether or not you want to involve the pool committee, I'm wondering if it's not a little bit too late to, meet the pool committee and then come back here with the recommendation. But that'll be up to you all.
Well, the next meeting's not until February 5th.
Correct.
So then you get your direction, and then if we do RFPs, then that's going to be another 30 days. We're looking at April.
Exactly.
And
you just had the citizens discuss it, what was it, last year at the town hall meeting?
Year.
And so if you want to just go with what the citizens want, that's a year old, then the city could just find another vendor. But that's a policy decision.
Okay. So, yes, Councilor Edwards.
Do we know why they declined?
We do. They want to stay closer to Louisiana. It wasn't profitable to be here, and I think they were expecting to pick up a few more Texas pools, and they did not.
Okay.
And so didn't end up profitable for them.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Okay, but as far as just waiting, are we going to wait till February 5th then to take this issue up, or can we?
I could get a consensus right now
we
if you want.
Can we get a consensus and just
do what Councilor Martinez said and go advertise it?
We have to, if we wait, we're talking about March.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And, that's not going to give very much time for a company to look at the pools and develop an RFP and then decide they want to come here. And we're cutting it very, very short.
Mm-hmm. I agree. I think that we probably ought to move on it as soon as we can.
Okay, I'll skip the...
If that's the consensus of my colleagues. Yeah.
Agree. Okay, I'll skip the report for the February unless we have something to come back and report to you. Mm-hmm. As soon as we do have something to report to you, we will be here. Okay, but we'll go ahead and get that process started between Melinda and David and Rhonda.
Very good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate that. All right. Moving then to agenda item number 4, citizens to be heard. Is there any citizens in the chambers that would like to address the council? Please come forward. And usually I would say if it's not on the agenda, because we will hear from you if it's something separate, just because of the time.
Sure. These items are on the agenda.
Okay.
And I just wanted to be real brief. And I'm Paul Fletcher, 745 East Mulberry.
Okay.
I'm here on behalf of St. John's Baptist Church. We have 3 items on the agenda that we're asking the council to support. We're here because we can't build a church on the property we own. The first item, I believe it's 7.2 on your agenda. Your council is going to consider whether institutional uses, such as churches, will be allowed in B2 zoning district. We'd request that you approve that. And I would just ask if there's any other churches other than St. John's Baptist Church that's here in support of that, if they could just stand and state their name.
CJC Life Church.
CJC Life.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, excuse me, because I've got too many people. You know what, if you would, during the public meeting, public hearing that we're going to have, if you'll come and you'll either support it or not support it. Let's do it that way, because it's a little bit more
Sure.
organized. Okay, if that would be all right.
After the
yes.
council considers that item, and I think you'll have about 6 churches all are affected
Okay,
with the
that's
B2
fine.
here,
Yeah.
you're going to consider the St. John's Baptist Church specific plan amendment. And we're asked that you, when you're looking at that, if you pass the B2 zoning that allows churches and institutional uses in B2 areas, when you're looking at the land use amendment, we're going to ask that instead of B3, you do a B2 land use.
So it depends upon the
action that
the
you take
action.
on item
Gotcha.
7.2.
Okay,
Likewise
thank you.
with item number 8.3. And I'll
Okay.
go into the substantive arguments.
Thank you.
in
I
support of
certainly
that later.
appreciate that, Mr.
Thank you.
Fletcher. Yes, thank you. Okay, any other citizens to be heard? Yes, Mr. Brandenburg and then Mr. Ritter. Good evening and welcome. Again, if it's on an agenda item, I'm going to let you speak then there. If it's on one of the
Yeah, it's about the church and
Okay.
is that for now or?
well, no, I would prefer to take it
Okay,
on
sure.
the particular agenda item because we have public hearings, and so you are able to speak
Okay.
then. Okay, thank you for that consideration. Really appreciate that. Okay, Mr. Ritter, good evening and welcome.
Yes, my name's Philip Riddle. I live on Resoapy. Just wanted to let you know about an experience I had with calling the non-emergency number. My sister-in-law came down to visit, and she got somebody hit her car. It was a hit and run. Anyway, I called the non-emergency 684 number. On the second ring, it was picked up by somebody in Bexar County Sheriff's Department. And she said she would refer it to Leon Valley, of course. And within 10 minutes, I had a police officer there to take the report and give my sister-in-law a case number for it. So I thought that was a really outstanding service on both the Bexar County Sheriff's Department and Leon Valley, that they got there so quick.
Definitely, I'm really glad to
So
hear that.
that was it. Thank you.
Thank you, really appreciate that. Yes, Mr. Garrity, good evening and welcome. How are you today?
Thank you.
Good.
This is the first opportunity I've had to speak after the dedication of the bridge.
Mm-hmm.
I'd like to compliment the city of
That's
Leon
beautiful.
Valley. There was over 200 people there with the press. It was a wonderful, wonderful ceremony. If anybody was not there, they really missed a tremendous event. And that bridge is really first class. I'm glad that it doesn't flood, but the streets going into it still flood a little bit, but we'll deal with that maybe only 4 times a year compared to 30 or 35. But I do want to compliment the city of Leon Valley for a really outstanding job. I did have one other thing to say about the red light cameras. I have found some of them, when you're going through, you remember how you used to play musical chairs? The music would play and you got to sit down before the music stops. I kind of feel like sometimes when I'm going through the green light, it turns red, and then you got to, I don't know how long, I don't know if there's a special time. I don't know if it's 3 seconds or 1 second or 2 seconds or whatever, but sometimes when you go through, it seems like it goes red like really quick. I don't know if they have to be adjusted. And another very important thing is at the corner of Bandera and Warsbeck Road, for example. Many cars I saw an accident a week ago right there in front of me. I was sitting there in the lane. One car was turning in, and the accident happened right there. But what happens is, if you're coming down Wurzbach Road, and it's say a green light, and then red, many times Northside School District buses stop at that second one, and I've seen that. Via Transports stops, big trucks stop, and if anybody's been on that corner, Bandera and Seneca, if you haven't seen it, go out there and you'll say, yep, the guy's right. Anyway, when that first one is green, it has to be timed to where if that turns red, the first light you go through is green, then that second one, and they stop right in the middle lane. I don't know if a lot of thought, of course, everything's on camera, you can verify everything I'm saying, but if two cars are boxed up inside the square, that's not supposed to be the purpose of a red light camera, is to get the people, because you go through the green, then it turns red, and then you stop in the middle of the block, and then you have accidents. And I saw one accident last week, and it's on the videotape. You can, and I don't know if that's ever been addressed.
Bandera and Wurzbach, not
That's
Bandera
right in
and
front of
Seneca.
Taco- right in
Bandera
front
and
of-
Wurzbach.
Right in front of Taco Cabana.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Okay, just want to clarify that. I'm not sure who we need to refer that to, Ms. Kinsler, but. Okay.
I just wrote a note, Chief Salvaggio.
Okay, very good. We'll look into it. Thank you. Did you have a question or a comment on that particular? Yes, sir. Thank you.
The intersection, it's got nothing to do with red light cameras. The intersection, the way it's designed and the width of that intersection it's a huge intersection. And with the stuff overhead, it's very confusing. And so we've asked TxDOT to come out already to do something with the line so that people know where to stop, where not to stop. Because you got people turning from inside, outside lanes. You got all kind of crazy stuff going on. It's very confusing, but we don't control that. TxDOT does. So we already asked TxDOT to come out and take a look. It's going to be an engineering thing, what they're going to do. If you go down to Bandera and right before 1604, you're going to see where they've actually put some lines in the middle of the road to guide you, little dots as well. And it looks really weird. It doesn't look professionally, but it was the same issue because you had a lane switch there, and so they're going to have to do something like that. It's terrible. I'm not going to sugarcoat it. It is, but it's not something that we can control. It's a TxDOT intersection, and TxDOT needs to come out with their engineers and re-engineer that intersection.
Okay, very good. Thank you. There's your answer. Okay. Anyone else? All right. Then we'll move on to announcements by the mayor and council members. Councilor Edwards, I'll start with you this evening. Do you have any?
Well, thanks to everyone for coming out. We have a really big group. Happy New Year. And I just wanted to share kind of a little issue that came up for me as a cautionary tale. I apparently had some mail stolen out of my mailbox, and it wound up at least costing me several $1,000s, and hopefully the bank will look into it and make a decision to help me with it. But so I think it's good to keep that in mind. If you put mail out to be picked up, sometimes people are predators and they take advantage of you. So I would just caution everybody to be careful about that. Other than that, Happy New Year.
I'm sorry about that. I'd just like to jump in. You know, this has been a persistent problem in our city. And one of the ways that we tried to rectify that was to add a mailbox at the library. And it's been there for about a year. So don't put your outgoing mail in your mailbox. Take it down to the library, because there's a box right there, and it's a lot safer. And it's closer than Huebner. So that's just FYI.
Yeah, thank you.
So, but thank you, and I'm sorry about that, because you're not the only one that has had that happen to him. Okay, thank you. Councilor Rodriguez.
I'm just glad to see everybody here. Hope we have a very prosperous year, all of us, a healthy and safe one. And I just wanted to tell the Historical Society, thanks for the invite to the event, the metal detecting event. Never been to it. I was like a kid in a candy store. It was so cool. I highly encourage the next time, if you get a chance to do it, So much fun. And also, just let everybody know, Councilor Jordan and I made a pit stop to our police department and our fire department for New Year's Eve, just to let them know we were thinking about them and that we appreciate all the work that they do, including the chiefs. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Councilor Martinez.
Well, thank you, everybody, for coming tonight, and I hope you have a fantastic new year. I do have a couple items. It used to be the Leon Valley Chamber of Commerce. Now it's called the Northwest San Antonio Chamber of Commerce.
Already told me.
Is having a luncheon tomorrow
Sandra.
at
This one.
Okie Dokie.
No, something else?
It's
one you
where
wanted to
Chacha's used to be. Chacha's used to be across from HEB. It's $15 if you're not a member of the chamber for lunch. Their food is really fantastic. You'll have the choice of one Ukrainian dish or a Mexican dish or I believe a hamburger, some American, but you'll have the choice of one of the three ethnic type foods. The food is really good. We've eaten there a couple times, and that starts at 11:30 tomorrow. If anybody is welcome, you do not have to be a chamber member to attend. The second thing is I picked up this medal. It's the first Fiesta medal that I've seen for this year, and that was from what is the group's name?
It's the Alamo Chapter, TMCA, Inc.
Okay.
Texas Municipal Clerks Association.
Okay. One of the members, I guess she just retired from Helotes. Her husband is a ham radio operator, and they had a booth set up last Saturday at the Shirts Radio Fiesta, and I saw this beautiful Fiesta medal there, and it's $10, and you know it's got a spinner of the world here. It's got an astronaut and a little rocket and the flag on it. It's really a beautiful medal, Fiesta medal, and if you want one, I'm sure get a hold of Sandra and she'll be able to help you.
Councilor Martinez, it's actually the moon. It's in celebration of the 50th anniversary of the landing on the moon.
Okay. It's a beautiful Fiesta medal.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Jordan.
Yeah, good afternoon. Just welcome everyone out and Happy New Year. I'd like to thank the city staff for all the hard work that they do each and every day, all throughout the year, to give us the information that we need to try to make a informative decision. So thank you for the city staff, and it's January, so get ready to wind up and go for another one. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Okay, just a few announcements on my part. We were supposed to have the LC-17 update from Bexar County Engineer Renee Green this evening on the agenda, but we have moved it to February 5th, 2019, because we still have some outstanding questions that need to be answered before she comes on February 5th. So I just want to make that announcement. Also, I'm going to show you up, Mr. Martinez. This is our city Fiesta medal. This is the city of Leon Valley. We have a little thingamajig in the middle too, but it's not as big as y'all's. But anyway, it was just given to me last week, so I wanted to pass it around so y'all could see it. And as you know, we give those out free to the citizens, and so we'll get those probably in March or beginning of April before the Fiesta event. Second of all, I got a call Sunday, and I thought about this. I got a call from a resident who was concerned about her neighbor because her neighbor did not have any electricity due to falling on hard times, and she was cold, and so she called me and she said, "Mayor, what can you do?" So I called CPS, and I just wanted to let everyone know they do have a program called REAP, R-E-A-P, and so they are able to work with people who are having difficulty meeting their bills. And I was thinking about, I don't know how many people we have in Leon Valley that may be furloughed because of the government shutdown. So that's why I wanted to go ahead and make that announcement You know, if you're having trouble with your utility bill, there is help from our utility company, CPS Energy. And they came through, and I called our representative on Monday morning, and by Monday afternoon, they turned on the electricity, and they're working with her. So it can happen. So I wanted to let you know that. Yes.
Mayor, I'd like to add to that, because not only is CPS doing that, the City of Leon Valley is doing that. We've had one or two, I think two now, water users who are under these same circumstances who we put on a long-term plan. So that we're working with them because of the furlough. So we're doing it as well with the water bills.
That's great. Okay, and then I guess that's it. So thank you very much. Do appreciate it. All right. Moving then to the consent agenda. Now I need, there's a few corrections on the consent agenda this evening that I wanted to notify the council about. On consent agenda item number 6.3, the appointment to the Leon Valley Park Commission needs to be moved to the February 5th agenda because it needs to go back through the Park Commission chairman. It's just a procedural thing. So if we can make an appointment of the pool advisory, that would be great. But again, put the Leon Valley Park Commission appointee for the next meeting. And then on agenda item 6.4, the manager's just notified me that we'll need to pull that one as well because of circumstances beyond our control, I guess is the best way to say that. So for the consent agenda, I would like to see if anyone would like to remove agenda item 6.1, 6.2, or 6.3 pool advisory, and then again postpone the Park Commission and the number 4 to a later date. And if not, then may I have a motion to approve?
I'd like to make a motion that we approve the consent agenda as modified by the mayor.
We have a motion by Councilor Martinez and a second by Councilor Edwards to approve consent agenda item 6, 1, 2, and 3 on the pool advisory, and with the modifications as discussed. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion does carry. Then moving on to agenda item number 7, it's called ordinance, and so we have 7.1, 7.2, and 7.3. These are all, according to our home rule charter, we have to have 2 readings. So these are the second reads from the December 15th meeting, and we will be able to vote on these ordinances. So with that said, Ms. Postley, if you'll please read ordinance 7.1, please.
An ordinance amending the City of Leon Valley Code of Ordinances, Chapter 8 of Offenses and Nuisances, creating Article 8.13, Hotel and Motel Guest Registration Requirements, adding Section 8.13.001, Definitions, adding Section 8.13.002, Requirement for Motel-Hotel Guest Registration, adding Section 8.13.003, Penalty, providing for repealing, severability, and savings clauses, and providing for an effective date.
Thank you. Chief Savaggio? Okay. Is he in the building, or did he go back to the police department, or do you want us to move on, or I guess I'll give him another minute or so.
We had an incident, but I thought it was handled. I don't know where he went. Can we move on and then just come back, Mayor?
Okay,
Is that
let's
okay?
do that. We'll move on then to, unless, Chief, oh. Okay, he's on his way? I mean, like, right around the corner? Okay, thank you. Okay. I thought maybe you were going to substitute in. Chief? Okay. Okay, thank you.
Yes.
No. Okay, we've been waiting for you for about a minute now, but that's okay, Chief. We're glad you're here. We have just read ordinance 7.1 on the hotel and motel guest registration requirements, And are there any updates from the December 15th first read?
A lot of updates, ma'am.
Okay, very good. So,
The main thing that y'all asked me to go in and look at and take out some things.
okay,
I'll go through here just real quick and
certainly.
try to hit those things only, since we got a lot of people waiting here. We changed the definition of hotel and motel, as requested, just only be hotel and motel, and to further specify that assisted living homes or nursing homes are not part of that. So that was fixed. That was one of the concerns, and so we've done that as requested. Occupant, we took out the other person staying in the room. So it's the person actually paying for the room that is the person that we're dealing with here. Let's see here. We identified further with the government identification that would be required, which is a valid driver's license or identification card from within U.S., Canada, or U.S. territories, U.S. military ID, or a valid passport. So that further clarified what kind of identification would be required. We took out also the fact that they had to register the residents as well in here as well. So that was taken off. On this one, we took out, I think the first part. So the name of the registrant, it's just the main registrant. Documentation, it's verified through their customary credit card verification process, but it doesn't require them to make a copy of their credit card. But they have to document that the credit card was used and such. We added to this part so that any officer may request to inspect the guest register as part of the police department's public safety responsibility by asking for them. We can ask them for it. If they refuse to show it, then by law, and this is where the Supreme Court actually reads, they can be ordered to seal it, not destroy it, and then we go get a search warrant or a order from a court that orders them to turn it over. They can have a hearing in front of a judge if they disagree with that, but all that process was put in here now so that they don't just have to show it to us if they don't want to. That's their call. And that's pretty much it, the changes that were made based on our conversations.
Okay. So Airbnb and vacation rental by owner is going to be a separate ordinance.
I took any reference to any of that out.
Okay, I just wanted I
at
didn't
y'all's
see it, so I
request.
just want to be sure.
Yeah, it's
And
taken out.
then, have you informed any of our local motel, hotel
No, ma'am, but I'll tell you.
facilities that this is coming?
Well, no, I haven't, but Leon Valley is kind of a standalone that we don't do it. So all the ones here have places in San Antonio, and they are required to do
Okay,
this in
so
San
we're
Antonio.
kind of like lagging behind is what I'm hearing you say.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. Very good. Those are my only questions. Any other questions from our counselors? Yes, Counselor Martinez.
One thing, I thank you for taking out those items that we discussed. But one thing I would like to see is the original that we discussed at the first meeting, and then in red and strike through or whatever, the changes. So that way, when we're going through this, but it's the second reading, but, I've got to go back and pull last month's agenda and then compare it with this month, and it would be a lot easier if the original was on here, and then the changes in red and strike-throughs and stuff
No problem, sir.
make it easier for us to comprehend what's going on.
Mr. Martinez, can we do that kind of like a standing thing from
I've
here on
always
out?
done that. I don't know why I didn't do it this time.
Right. That's usually is.
Yeah, I normally do that. So I think it was just so much was changed on this one that I just basically went into the rewriting mode of the whole thing.
Okay. So do you prefer us to wait and table, or we can go ahead and
We can go
forward
ahead
it?
with this.
Okay.
I
But
did
just in the
take
future.
the extra time.
And I think really just on any of the first and second reads, whatever the changes, we should be able to just distinguish it. I think that's a really good point.
Understand, no
So,
problem.
Thank you. All right. Any other questions? Any questions from anyone in our chambers on this particular agenda item as well? We will be voting on it. So, Ms. Joseph, She always has good questions. Good evening and welcome. How are you? Good. Okay.
Did I see cars on there that we have to have license plates? Okay. I was just, because most of the hotels you go to, you have to, that I've been to anyway.
Well, that's a good point. That is true. They always have,
So
want
they
to
can
put your,
monitor the car.
right. I hadn't thought about that. It's not on this one. Okay, very good. All right. With that said, then what's the pleasure of the council on this agenda item?
I'd like to make a motion, we approve this item as presented.
A second.
We have a motion by Councilor Martinez and a second by Councilor Rodriguez to approve ordinance number 7.1 as presented. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion does carry. Then moving then to agenda item number 7.2. Ms. Postle, would you please read this ordinance?
An ordinance of the City of Leon Valley, Texas, City Council amending Section 15.02.314 Residential Use Table and Section 15.02.381 Permitted Use Table of the City of Leon Valley Code of Ordinances regarding institutional uses in the B1 and B2 zoning districts, providing for repealer, severability, and savings clauses, and providing for an effective date.
Thank you. Mr. Milan, good evening and welcome.
Mayor, Council?
Are there any changes from our December 15th?
No, ma'am. Nothing further to add.
Okay. I had a few questions. What I'd like to... Okay, so you and I talked a little bit this afternoon. So churches are allowed in B3.
Yes, ma'am.
But this particular agenda item was a request from the council for the zoning commission to look at the B2
Yes, ma'am.
institutional uses. And can you tell me what non-conforming means? Because we use it in this section.
Non-conforming means that the use is currently being conducted on the property. However, it's not permitted by the zoning code, and it's not permitted within the zoning district for which that property is currently classified. So that means that the use can continue to operate as it's currently operating. However, it cannot expand.
Okay, so it's all of the businesses, all of the churches and the museum and the post office. They're in B2, but they're not allowed in B2 right now, according to our code. But they're allowed to continue, but they can't expand.
Yes,
So my question is, what happens if the federal government comes in and says, we're expecting 1 million people by the year 2040 here, and we need to expand our post office? The other thing was the Historical Society across the street. That's B2. That's a museum, or it's anticipated to be a museum, and they actually have plans to expand. So what happens in those situations?
I think there are a few different ways to handle that, depending on where the non-conforming use is. If a B3 district is a feasible district and that conforms with the future land use plan, that property could potentially request a B3 zoning district classification and receive that approval from the council. So that's one way to handle it. In the case of the Hebner, or in the Onion House, where that property is adjacent to a natural area, one of the city's parks. I think another solution to that problem is we can, the city council could look at exploring creating an actual civic district, and look at creating regulations there that maybe allow for all types of civic uses. And so that district is specifically tailored to allow for institutional types of uses, such as parks, museums, churches, post office and other things. So I think the city had a district like that at one point in time. That's currently not within our permitted use matrix. So we could look at creating a civic district as well. And certainly we'd make sure that district is compatible, as in the case with the Hebner Onion House. Make sure that district is compatible and supportive of retail uses, and also compatible with single family areas. So that's another way we could look at doing that.
So basically, they're going to have to come and ask for a zoning change if they want to expand. That would be the post office if they get direction from the federal government that they need to expand, or the Historical Society, or even a church.
Correct.
Right?
So yes, ma'am.
So right now they can't expand, but they can come back to the city and the zoning commission and request a zoning change.
Yes, ma'am.
Is that right?
They could request a
and
zoning.
And it be able to expand.
they could
Okay.
request a zone
All
change,
right.
and we would probably do the same thing with something like that. Depending on where we are with our comprehensive plan updates and our new zoning code, I think that's definitely, this situation, among other situations, has, definitely brought to light opportunities to work on our zoning code. And I think the point that you bring up is a great one, and that's something that we'll look at next year as we continue with our zoning code, is how do we, in what other ways can we provide tools for institutions that exist or future institutions to expand and locate in our city near our neighborhoods and near our retail uses?
Okay.
Be supportive of retail uses.
As I shared with you today, I don't know if that was, of course, I just realized I've got a paper copy. I don't have the computer copy because that's my choice. But so some of my tables were crossed out, and that might have been why. So I'll just need to be more cognizant of it. So I don't have the headings, so I don't know which uses are permitted and restricted. So, but I realize that was probably my fault on that. And then also you use a phrase, and that is, you want to save the retail, the B2 for the retail, for bringing in ad valorem and sales tax. And I wanted to know, A, what is your evidence of that? And B, there's been a point made that post office, museum, churches bring people to that facility, and then they stay and they spend money. So what would you say to that?
Well,
So I just wanted to know what your thought was on that.
Ma'am, thank you for the question.
Sure.
So I think that kind of builds on what I was just talking about in terms of, definitely I think, institutional uses, that can bring people into the community. And so I think that's why it's important to look at those situations on a case-by-case basis, and definitely, like I was saying, about potentially creating an institutional district, that creates a potential zoning district for people to request on a case-by-case basis. So the city and the city council can look at potential rezonings of property individually as those issues arise, just as a St. John's Baptist Church, zoning request has arisen. But also at the same time, that would be a solution that also reinforces the purpose and preserves and supports the purpose of the B2 district, which is for retail. So to answer the first part of your question, in terms of evidence, I think as an urban planner, one thing that I've seen in my career, and I think maybe there are a lot of other people that can have seen this as well, is that during the 70s and 80s, our cities built out quickly with lower density single family development, and our cities built out quickly with lower density commercial development. And I think that's definitely, we saw that here in Leon Valley, and we saw it in different, the northeast side of San Antonio. And frankly, we're not alone in the fact that in many cases that retail was overbuilt. So I think Leon Valley is definitely at a point right now where we're seeing economic development. We're putting together, our master plan has strategic goals for economic development. So we're looking to make sure that we're building and preserving our existing strip centers. We're mostly a strip center type of city. We're built out, and most of our retail areas are strip centers, and so we're looking to make sure that the uses that are going to the strip centers are retail oriented, and are supporting and pursuing a robust tax base for the city. And so you can look across San Antonio. A lot of these strip centers and big boxes that were built out are vacant. And in many cases, those strip centers and big boxes are being reused by nonprofit uses. A perfect example of that is look at the former Kroger or former Albertsons at the corner of 410 and Bandera. That's a former big box retail, low density development. And in the terms of the market, what is there right now? A nonprofit school. And so I think that's a perfect example. You look, throughout San Antonio, old Kmart's, they're being reused for civic purposes. I think in New Braunfels, I was up there, last year, coordinating with them interlocally, and they turned their old Kmart into their planning and development services office. And so, I think those are trends that you're seeing. And so I think in terms of, right now the code does not permit institutional uses in the B2. And so I think, if we amend the code to allow for institutional uses in the B2, I think that we would be opening the door to allowing for a similar trend and similar institutional uses to begin to come in and occupy our existing low-density commercial strip center developments and big boxes.
So you're just saying retail's going to have more ad valorem in sales versus, I mean, you don't disagree that those other institutions do bring in people and they do spend money, but it's not as significant. Is that what you're saying?
I think
I know there's not.
Very difficult to quantify.
Very difficult to quantify.
It's not, you definitely bring people into the city, but it's difficult to quantify whether they will absolutely stay here and have lunch or whether they won't. So that's.
Yeah, I just have had people comment to me that they didn't know we had DPS, and so they came to DPS and they said, oh, that's a nice facility, but they said, oh, I didn't know you had a Hobby Lobby, and didn't know you had a Raising Cane's, and so that kind of thing. So, I mean, I do know just through those kinds of comments, people do usually, if they come to Leon Valley, they may spend some money. So
that's right.
Okay.
And so in terms of staff making recommendations, definitely we always make recommendations based on things we can quantify. So it's impossible to quantify how much business institutional uses bring into the city, but it's very easy to quantify development trends throughout this city and other low density areas in terms of institutional uses and nonprofits going into existing retail spaces.
Thank you. Any other questions, follow-up questions on this agenda item for Mr. Milan before we move to, yes, Councilor Edwards, did you have a comment?
Yes.
Sure.
So just so I understand where the Albertsons was, it's a school now. What is that zoning area? Is that B2 or?
That is I believe that area is B3.
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 So they're zoned appropriately.
Okay. All right.
But in terms of, a nonprofit, having that type of development, being a very viable space for a nonprofit or institutional use, that's definitely the key takeaway from that.
And then the North Side Museum, for instance, could they expand or would they be precluded from?
I'm sorry, where is that located again?
The
Right
corner
over
of
here.
Grissom and Bandera.
Okay.
Right there.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'll have to look and see what the zoning is. I don't have the map in front of me. If it's zoned B2, no, they may not expand. If it's zoned B3, they're fine.
It's a school.
It's a school. I think that's B2. So no, they would not be able to expand.
But with the caveat that they have to come back, if they want to expand, they have to come back for a zoning change.
Yes, ma'am.
Is that what you're saying? Okay.
So again, going back to what I mentioned, I think definitely, moving forward from, whatever the outcome is of this action, and then there are two subsequent actions. I think it's important that we start looking at a civic district, because as we've learned, we have to treat all institutional uses the same, but at the same time making a global zone change that'll affect our 70 to 80% of our primary retail corridors is definitely not a feasible way to address fixing a minor issue.
Okay, very good.
So just another clarification. So we would be able to tell the North Side School District they could not expand their museum?
I'd like to double check the zoning, not having it in front of me. Definitely.
But if it's B2, they cannot expand.
That's
because
correct.
it's non-conforming.
That's correct.
Any other? Yes, Councilor Jordan.
Yeah, so the non-conforming use, does that mean that the facility was there before the code changed? Is that right?
Yes.
So now you're in B2, and it cannot expand, so what can they do? Can they remodel inside?
There are, I'll have to look in the zoning code and see the extent to which they can remodel.
Okay, does expand mean the actual footprint, the base, can it go up, or it can do no modifications?
I think there's minor things that can be done, there's maintenance that can be done, there's interior work that can be done, to my understanding, but in terms of expanding the degree of nonconformity on the property, that is what's prohibited.
So they're grandfathered in, and if they leave that location, what is able to be done with that particular building.
Well, the way the code reads is, I believe, is if that nonconforming use ceases on the property for more than 6 months, then that use cannot be conducted anymore. But if, and I will double check that for the council.
There's a church in that facility, and then the church leaves, another church has to come in there within 6 months, or it goes back to its
I
original.
believe so. I think there's a little bit of a grace period on that particular use. I think it's 6 months. So if somebody comes in right after them, and they're able to continue doing that. But if it goes 9 months to a year vacant, no, that the timetable on that nonconformity runs out.
Okay. That's all I have right now, ma'am.
Thank you. Councilor Martinez.
Sir.
This is one item that I've done a little bit of research on, and one thing looking at the Elijah suit. The Elijah suit basically says that you cannot discriminate against a church in institutional uses. It looks like to me, and talking to other people, it's a one-way street. So we could approve B2 churches only in a B2 with an SUP, and it would basically solve this problem. And it's my understanding that originally staff recommended churches be allowed in a B2 with an SUP, and then staff changed their mind afterwards. Would you please comment on that?
Mayor and council, may I just make a comment just to correct? That's not what the case law says. The case law says that you can't discriminate against one institutional use against another. You can't have a church be able to be in a zone and you don't allow other institutional uses in that zone. That's what the case law says. It doesn't mean that you can put a church in one zoning district and not put any other institutional uses in that particular zoning district as well. A church is included as an institutional use, and all of them have to be able to be in the same zoning district together. It can't be this. You can't leave out one and have the others in the same zoning district. Does that make sense? Yes. Thank you.
Give us another example so I could understand that a little more clearly for my own edification.
Well, I believe with Elijah I believe with Elijah there were institutional uses were in a particular zoning district that churches were not allowed in, and the court determined that churches were also institutional uses, and you couldn't discriminate against Elijah in order to, and we couldn't leave them out of whatever zoning district it was. I don't know the case by heart. B3, you couldn't leave out the church. So what happened was that when the case was over and the city of Leon Valley lost that case, the city of Leon Valley just took all those institutional uses and put them in B3 together and left it at that, I believe. So is that enough for you, Counselor, or did you need another example?
No, thank you. Thank you.
Okay. Did you have any other follow-up on that?
I think you had the question about why staff originally recommended
Oh, yeah.
a zone change to a B2 with an SUP, and then staff didn't recommend that. So frankly, that was because it was staff's legal understanding that making that change would have been consistent with the Elijah case. And after receiving additional outside legal understanding, that was determined to not be the case. So that's That's frankly why. It was based on legal understanding, and all along in the process, staff's recommendation is based on, has been based on making sure that we're being consistent with the RLUIP and previous lawsuits.
But to me, it seems like if we were to allow churches in B2, it would solve this problem, and it would also solve the problem of the other two items further down the agenda.
As stated, that would potentially compromise your tax base.
So we're going to deny a church because of tax base, of money.
Well, I guess that's his. My major concern was that we have the non-conforming, as Councilor Jordan, summarized as well. I just want to be sure that these existing B2s who can expand. That, because I think I know of a few that are going to want to.
And again,
so that's my concern.
Again, if the goal is to create a mechanism and create an avenue for institutional uses in churches to expand, if that's the goal, I would recommend that the council direct staff to develop a new zoning district, just like we did with the RE1. We can go and develop a civic district sooner rather than later. We don't need to wait on the new zoning code to do that. We can start working on that right now and have that before the zoning commission and the council within the next 2 months. And that would solve the problem for these existing institutional uses to expand. And that would also be a zoning district that would be available for the St. John Baptist Church to request. So that would be an additional tool that they would have in addition to the R3, R4, R5 zoning district code amendment. So now they would have 2 additional options for them to be able to expand. And that would also directly address all the concerns tonight regarding churches in a B2, schools in a B2, museums, historic homes in a B2. And also, I just want to make sure to reiterate potentially allowing institutional uses. It's important to focus on institutional uses, not just churches, but all institutional uses. Definitely, that would potentially compromise your tax base. And again, I want to make sure to point out that it wouldn't be consistent with the goals of your comprehensive master plan for promoting retail along all of Bandera Road. And as pointed out, it wouldn't be consistent with the purpose of the B2 district. So you have three big reasons there to not approve this zone change and to look at a more tailored approach in terms of creating a civic district to address these institutional uses that up until recently staff hadn't even heard from until 2 or 3 days ago. We hadn't received any calls from any existing institutional uses expressing concern about expansion or any kind of plans to expand. So
Okay, so kind of on the flip side of this, if we were to allow B2, all the institutional uses, it's the bottom line is that the buck stops here at the council. The council still has to approve anything that goes in, correct?
No, ma'am. If the council approves a code amendment to allow institutional uses in the B2, the next step for institutional uses in the B2 is a certificate of occupancy application.
Okay, so it doesn't come back if
No,
we
ma'am.
change it. Okay, well, good. I'm
It would
glad
be an
that
allowed
you
use.
clarified that for me. Okay, all right.
Unless it's abutting a single-family zoning district or residential zoning district, it would need additional SUP approval, similar to the St. John's Church.
Okay, but only if it's abutting the
Right.
neighborhood.
But most of, and only if they're planning to build. As far as existing facilities, such as, just think of Bandera Heights. I don't want to say it, but if a major tenant left and you suddenly had 25,000 square feet of just vacant big box space, the next step is a certificate of occupancy application.
All right. I'm thinking of DPS because that was B2 and they could go in there. That we didn't. I think they had the SUP because it was abutting the neighborhood. So that was the SUP. Okay. Glad you pointed that out. Okay. Anyone else? All right.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. You come on up. You've raised your hand, and we're certainly. But let's try to keep it. We're getting late here, so if you could just try to keep your comments just as.
Yes, ma'am. A question for gentlemen.
Yes, sir. And your name?
My name is Bob Escamilla. I'm also the pastor of Trinity Grace
Okay.
Fellowship next door to the post office.
Oh, okay, yeah, over
And
there.
we did come last year to ask if we could build or some more facility.
Yes.
And we had plans, and we were told we couldn't. We met with the engineer, I believe, the lady who was here earlier today. And, but she even gave us some worse news than that. She said if our building is destroyed by any storm, we couldn't even build. I don't know if that's true or not. That's true. So
You don't have a building.
we wouldn't even, you could build all you want.
You have an existing building now, and that's a non-conforming use.
Yes.
But if that building gets destroyed,
Right.
you're no longer a non-conforming. There's nothing to grandfather in there
No,
anymore.
and so her advice was to tell me us in our congregation to get a higher insurance on the building, so if it gets destroyed, we get money to go someplace else. And that was kind of sad, you know. And most of our congregation lives here in Leon Valley, and we pray for Leon Valley, and we love being here. But we want to be able to build.
Okay,
And
so
administer our families
I
here.
think that's a good example now.
I wanted to ask that question.
Yes, Mr. Milan. So he said he came last year, and they said he couldn't expand, but you just told me that they can. They'd have to come for another zoning change to B3,
I was going to look up the
and then you could
exact wording
expand.
right now.
Yeah. So I just want.
Y'all want to give me a little bit of time?
Sure.
I can research that, and I can do that this evening, find the answer, and get the specific wording in the code. That'd be in the building regulations, the specific wording in the code for the council. And that's, these are different things that we can look at. These are potential code amendments that we can make. That's chapter 3. You can make an amendment.
So should we postpone this until we get more information, or what's the council's pleasure here? I mean, that's my concern, is I want them to be able, and you're saying, oh yeah, they just come in for a B3 change, and I thought that was going to solve it. So that's, and that's what I'd like to confirm personally.
I can absolutely postpone this item. This is not a staff driven item. There's no rush on this item, so that's why we do this, to where y'all ask the specific questions, and we can go back and do a full report on your concerns, and we can come back at the next meeting if you wish.
Okay. Yeah, I see that. Yeah. Okay. While you're looking, Mr. Fletcher, go ahead and come on up, and I'll give you, 3 minutes. Because, yeah, I know. So then we'll have somebody else. If you'll state your name and.
Hello, Miss Mayor Riley.
Yes.
My name is Diana Sundar. I'm one of the pastors at a church, CJC Life Church. We occupy the building that Elijah Group fought for in the 2012 litigation.
Right.
So I just wanted to share that we as a church have plans through our board of directors, and we're obtaining funding. But we didn't know that we were not allowed to add to the building, but we have plans to build an indoor basketball court with concession stands. We want to partner with the Spurs Foundation to highlight things going on at the church, bring in youth programs, and highlight really the city of Leon Valley, that we do offer such beautiful things within the city of San Antonio. So we just wanted to point out that we too had plans. We were notified by Mr. Fletcher to let us know that there was blocks that we were not aware of. So we also brought our legal counsel so we could take notes. But we just want to mention to the city council that we do have plans, and we would like to be also counted as a church that wants to expand and really be a benefit to the community.
Okay, so the question is, how can they expand
Right.
in
How
a
do we do this?
non-conforming area?
Yes,
Okay,
ma'am.
gotcha.
But
Thank
there-
you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank
Excuse
you.
me,
Appreciate it.
Miss Diana, could you spell your last name for me, please?
Yeah,
Oh,
yes.
she's over
Is
there.
it over here?
Uh-huh.
I hear a
I know.
voice.
Yeah.
It's Sundar, S-U-N, like the sun outside, D as in Diana, A as in Apple, R as in Robert. Diana Sundar. Thank you. Thank you.
Yes, sir. If you'll
Thank
state
you.
your name, please.
Yeah, my name is James Brandenburg. I live at Gumtree, and I represent our little neighborhood, and Brandon has all the signatures. That's Gumtree, Fruitwood, and Barneywood. And I spoke to everybody in the neighborhood, and everybody is opposed to the building of really anything on the 9 acres.
Okay, that's number 2, 8-2.
Yes.
Okay, so we're not there yet, but I'll also note it for
Okay.
sure. Okay,
All right.
yes.
Do you want me to come back, or you want?
Yes, if you don't mind, we have a public hearing
Okay.
on that one too.
I'll come back.
Yeah, that'd
All
be
right,
great.
thank
Yeah,
you.
I'd like to just try to keep it to that 7.2 if we could. Yes.
There's a hand up.
Okay, yes, sir. Come on up. I'm sorry. There's several hands. Yes. Good evening and welcome. If you'll state your name, please, and where you live.
My name is Bill Craig.
Hi, Mr. Craig.
I'm president of the congregation at Lutheran Church of the Resurrection
Yes.
here on Grissom Road.
Mhm.
Our church was built over 30 years ago, back when Grissom Road was 2 lanes with no curbs.
Mhm.
It was the only thing on that side of Grissom Road. And I was surprised when Mr. Fletcher came by last week and informed us that we were in a B2 retail zoned property.
Mhm.
And in fact, if you look at the zoning map and you look at all of the properties facing Grissom Road, ours is the only retail property. All of the other properties are zone B3 commercial. It seems odd to me that an existing church, when the zoning map was produced, was designated retail when all of the other properties on Grissom Road are commercial. So that caused me some concern because he mentioned the nonconformance issue, that if we did want to make additions or expansions to our facility, that would not be allowed under the current zoning ordinance because we were, in fact, in nonconformance. Whereas we used to be in conformance when the church was first built. And you ask about specifically details about nonconformance, and if I look at the city code under the section on nonconformance, it says it is the intent of this section of the ordinance to permit such nonconformance to continue, but not to encourage their survival.
Excuse me. That's in our code?
In your code.
Okay. And can you tell me?
Section
Okay.
15.02.181, purpose.
Okay.
So it is suggesting that if you are in a nonconformance status, the city would like for you to go away.
Okay.
Courts may interpret that differently, but as a country boy, that's what it
Okay.
says to me.
Okay.
So, because of that, our congregation would support the motion to allow churches in B2 zoning, or alternatively, make us B3 just like all the other properties on Grissom Road.
Right. Okay.
So
Thank you for
I would
that.
be curious as to how the decision was made for our property to be B2 retail when all the other properties on Grissom Road are B3 commercial.
And Reverend, y'all have been there a long time, so
Over
it's
30
probably,
years.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's before, yeah.
Before a lot of these folks
Exactly.
even lived
So
in
I
Leon
couldn't tell
Valley.
you. Okay. Thank you so much for those comments. Do appreciate it. All right.
Almost all of them are.
Yes. Oh. Did you find it? Okay, we'll hear from you, please, sir. And your name, please?
I said earlier, Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
And I'd like to address the council mayor and all the council members. I'm a pastor that has been in this area for some time. In fact, I could go about 13 plus years. And I'm Pastor Wade O'Neill.
Wade O'Neill. And
from
what
the
church?
Love Family Worship Center. Actually,
Okay.
it's a House of Refuge Ministries doing business as Love Family Worship Center. So I have an umbrella that I have. The purpose of the ministry to have envelopes, resources to help the church in other areas. But to justify why I'm here, I'm on behalf of the St. John's Church. I'm in a strip center that I'm attendant of Rejos, and to bring the point out, I'm in the situation where I'm paying tax and I'm also exempted. And so I just wanted you to know, even though we are exempted from tax, we are here to observe what is taking place in regarding expansion, because we have a desire. If not, we have to make a decision, because what I hear from sources that we are discouraged from expanding. And I believe that this city is expanding, the subdivision is expanding, so why can't the church be expanded? I want you to hear my point.
Yes, sir.
And basically, we would appreciate that you would consider a institution to have the ability, because the congregation does grow, and there are assignments that God has put us in to do what we have to do as well.
Okay.
I just wanted
Very
you to
good.
be
Thank you very much for those comments. Do appreciate it. All right, Geraldine. I was just, how are you, Geraldine? Rodriguez Smith, we're glad you're here. Thank you.
Mayor and Council, thank you so much.
Yeah,
Dr.
you
Geraldine
bet.
Rodriguez-Smith, citizen of Leon Valley. The one thing I just, in the conversations and the comments, the one thing I really want to call out that I don't think it's clear, one of the comments that was made was, we're going to refuse because of money. When it says that allowing B2 allows institutional and it impacts the tax base, what that means is that the funding that's used to provide services, and please correct me if I'm wrong, Ms. Kinsler. You're not. Sorry, I don't like public speaking, so I'm a little nervous. But what that then means is if it's not like we can just say B2 for this specific building. We're changing B2 and then putting at risk that source of funding that's then used for the city to provide services. That then can lead to a snowball effect of then, what does that mean? If we can't provide services, people don't want to come in, looking at the businesses that are around. Do people want to move to Leon Valley? That starts impacting the value of our homes, of our properties. So I think it is council's and staff's responsibility to make sure that there's an avenue so that our fellow citizens can, expand. They live here, their services, churches. So I think we need to provide an avenue. I think we need to be thinking, what is the appropriate avenue and long term? And if, as Mr. Brandon, sorry, I forget your last name, is stating that there's other avenues, I think it's council's and staff's responsibility to look at those versus going for a quick fix that's going to create a problem, and we're going to be right back here in 5 years and 10 years. So that was all my comments. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for those. Do appreciate it. Okay. All right, Mr. Fletcher, you've been asking to speak. Let me let you speak, and then we'll have Mr. Brandon Milan speak.
I have a PowerPoint. It seems as though you all want to limit
Yes,
time.
please do.
So let
Please
me
do, if you
pass
don't
that
mind.
out for you
Yes,
all.
that would be great. If you don't mind. Okay. I think it's fine. We'll remember it. Okay.
I did want to, I don't know if I can bring it up, if you don't mind, so I can flip you.
I don't have it up yet.
Okay.
Well, just reset it. You have 3 minutes, but I've asked her to reset it and not include the passing out of the PowerPoint.
Sure, and I know I'm going to go over. Can I get 3 minutes, some additional time from some other councilors, as we've done for the past
Okay,
5 meetings?
I've done that before, so all right, 6 minutes. There you go. Come on.
Thank you.
So because we'll be here till, I can already feel it. I think it's going to be our longest meeting ever. Okay, go ahead.
Museums
fair.
in B2 are illegal, period. They're not, I believe, and I'm trying to give you an update, so I'm trying to give you the abbreviated version. If you look in your packet, I believe It's on page 150 and 157.
No, I can't.
You can see at 150 and 157 that museums are allowed in residential districts, but they're not allowed in B2 zoning districts. So the current museums in B2 are illegal. They are not non-conforming. The reason we're here is because at one time, churches were allowed in every zoning district. The council changed that and put churches only in one zoning district, B3. Because they did that, you all should have the data to come in and tell us, we changed the zoning, and as a result and as a consequences, this is how our tax base improved. But what we're hearing is speculation. When you have the data, or should be able to go in your files and determine, on this day, we changed our code. We wanted to get rid of churches in B2 zoning districts. They're only allowed in one district until 2 months ago when you allowed them in additional ones. So you should be able to have evidence right now that says, because they weren't in these districts, we had such a retail boom, we had a lot of tax base coming in, and there was a positive impact. But we don't have that evidence before you. The sky is not falling if churches are allowed in B2 zoning districts. We're simply trying to correct what we believe was done in error. People, just like no homeowner, would want to come in and buy a single-family home and then be told they can't expand on their home. They can't rebuild their home because it burns down. Church owners, and you've heard from most of the owners that are affected, they want to expand. They're here for the long term. They want to grow. I know that's part of your C, the economic viability. By being able to reinvest in their property, they're making the land stable and they're being good citizens. What you're asking them to do, and what St. John's has had to do, is spend thousands of dollars, come to a number of hearings, and have to go through a rezoning process that doesn't guarantee anything. They're here now, they bought land, they're building, they're serving their community, improving the quality of life of residents. They should be allowed to be there by right and not have to come and do a zoning change. And then when we're talking, like we're having to do right now, when we come to do a zoning change, we're hearing about some concept of a civic use. I'm not sure what that's being proposed now. We came, similar to the Lutheran Church, 6 months ago, and we're told B3 is your only route. Then you all adopted an ordinance that allowed churches in residential zoning districts. Well, I know there's availability of land is an issue, but yet you're saying churches, you can come take residential land and take that away from people who are building houses, presumably also paying taxes, but for whatever reason you can't do it in the B2 zoning district. We also heard that the city is pretty much built out and that there is this potential of removing the availability of B2 land in the city. When you look at the undeveloped land map that's from 2015, there's not a lot of B2 undeveloped land left in the city. And since it's not, churches aren't allowed in B2 right now, there should be a rush of non-institutional uses going to that land. And by allowing B2, by allowing institutional uses in B2, I don't believe that there will be a rush in that land. The Elijah case was mentioned. Museums don't get federal protection under the Religious Land Use Act. The religious institutions get the protection. And they're to be treated similarly as other assembly and institution type uses. We believe churches are similar to theaters, art galleries, bowling alleys, places of assembly. As a matter of fact, you all have I think I saw on the agenda, the Elijah group, the same people who may have sued you, want to rent the convention center, presumably to have religious services. Now that's going on in the middle of a residential neighborhood. And seems like you're being inconsistent in how you're applying the code. We would recommend that you all go back and look at the definition of B2. They say churches are not compatible with the definition of B2. But a church is nothing more than a service facility, the purpose of which is providing a religious service to the surrounding districts. If it's a museum, they're providing museum-type services. And frankly, you have institutional uses in the B3 zoning district, which have the same definition. So churches and institutions meet the definition of use of B2 as well as in B3. The economic issues, your economic development, you want diverse and versatile business environment. That's what a church is, a nonprofit. I know you've heard some of this before, so I'm going to try to skip. In terms of economic development, we've talked about drawing customers to the city, paying taxes, drawing motorists to the city. You all wanted to do the expanded notification to the residents. I wanted to expand the notification to the persons that are affected by your decision, churches. So I came on Sunday and drove down the street. And frankly, these churches are the ones bringing the traffic on a Sunday. They're the ones who are generating business on a slow day of the week. So there is economic development by allowing churches to operate in B2 zoning districts. And they improve the quality of life of residents. They hire people. They have employees. They pay taxes in terms of, you talked about tenants. You heard from the church off of Eckert. He's a tenant. We talked, I think Brandon talked about the strip malls, and if there's a 25,000 space strip mall, a church would go in there. Well, if a private property owner owns that property, they're going to be paying taxes. If a church owns the property, they won't be paying taxes. So to the extent that the strip centers are being filled with churches, you are getting ad valorem taxes, and you're getting the ancillary benefits in terms of drawing customers to the city on a Sunday. Finally, I wanted to mention the master plan. I know I'm getting close to my time.
It's done.
Okay, let me just, if I could just wrap up briefly. Your master plan makes no mention of institutional uses. So when we look at that for guidance, there's nothing there. I understand you're going through that process, and that's great, but that's not helping the churches now.
Okay. Thank you. I appreciate that. We've got it
Finally, I'll just mention that.
in our packet here.
Mayor and council, Mr. Fletcher, I just wanted to, I'm concerned about what you said about churches not being institutional uses, because that's what Elijah determined. That's what the court decided, that the church was an institutional use. And that's why they said that we cannot discriminate and have a church be in one zoning district and other institutional uses be in another. Also, Elijah in our conference center is in a residential area, yes, but we allow churches in residential district zones. We just changed it. So y'all are allowed. You're allowed to change, rezone to one of the residential zoning districts.
Sure,
So,
and we may not agree, just like many lawyers don't agree on the meaning of a case. We are trying to change it to B3 zoning, and that's before you all today. We would just ask that you make a decision and not table this. These folks are coming down. Not only is St. John's coming down every week, every other week it seems like for the last 3 months, but I know a lot of the citizens are, and we would just ask your support in allowing churches and other institutional uses to be permitted by right in B2 zoning.
Okay, thank you. I think Mr. Milan was ready to answer the question, which was?
Yes, ma'am. I can read directly from the code. It says a legal nonconforming use, when discontinued or abandoned, cannot be resumed. Prima facie, Mrs. Frederick, you probably help me out with that word there. Prima facie evidence of continuance, discontinuance, or abandonment is as follows. It says when land associated with a legal nonconforming use ceases to be used in such a manner for a period of 120 days. So it's 4 months, 120 days. So if at any time in between that 120 days, if one institutional use leaves and a new institutional use signs a lease within 30 days, they're able to continue operating. And it says, when a structure associated with a nonconforming use ceases to be used in such a manner for a period of 120 days. So say you have an institutional use with 5 structures and they quit using that one structure for more than 120 days, they can't decide to reuse that structure, say, for administrative uses or something like that. So that's specifically what the code says. I had previously mentioned 6 months. That wasn't correct. It's 120 days. And regarding the gentleman's comment about meeting with staff and having staff say if there was, some sort of destruction of the property, The code specifically states restoration of damaged property. It says nothing in this article shall prevent the restoration of a building that is destroyed by fire, explosion, or other casualty or act of God or a public enemy by less than 50% of the appraised value of the building, nor the continued occupancy or use of such a building or part of which existed at the time of such destruction. So what that says is if something happens, if there was, God forbid, a small tornado or something, and 30% of the property was damaged, 30% of a building was damaged, then they could rebuild that building. But if the entire use was destroyed, no, you could not rebuild that use. And so to build on that, again, I just want to emphasize, as with any type of situation with a code, I would highly recommend not changing that aspect of the code, not changing those non-conforming requirements just to address a particular situation such as churches. I would always recommend creating new zoning tools such as a new zoning district to address this situation. As Mr. Fletcher pointed out, we've had about a 3 to 4 month journey on this process to try to come up with some more flexibility in the code for institutions. We were successful at providing more flexibility in the residential zoning districts, and that is still a tool that's available for the St. John's Baptist Church to request. Had staff known that there was such a concern within the community with other institutional uses, we've heard from several of the churches, if staff had this information and talked with these individuals and these other churches maybe 4 or 5 months ago, we maybe would have identified creating a civic district as a better alternative at that point in time. That's definitely, it's been something that's been on our mind moving forward. There's many opportunities, like I said, in the coming months to look at our zoning code, and this would definitely be one of them, to provide opportunities for our existing institutions, including churches, to address these concerns and, again, possibly create a civic district. And so had staff known that, maybe we would have taken that avenue. But that's definitely still an avenue that can be started today. Based on what I've heard as your planner, I'd recommend we jump on that civic district immediately, because that has a potential to address all the concerns that we've heard from our other civic or other churches here, and that would definitely be a tool and a wonderful fit for the St. John's Baptist Church. They could request a civic district, and we could potentially look at having that district be specifically focused on institutions. So no other uses, just institutional uses. It could take up to 60 days. We could, there's, fortunately, in many cases with many cities, there's a lot that could be stolen from other cities in their zoning requirements. So I don't anticipate this being something we need to reinvent the wheel on. Most cities have a civic district, so we could grab something, put that together, have that probably ready for the February 12th zoning commission meeting. We could get notice out so we could have it ready February 12th. We could get that to the council for a first reading February 19th, and potentially have the process finished early March. So that would be a new tool for the St. John's Baptist Church, and that could be something that all of our other institutions throughout the city, including the Onion House and post office, the school.
Mr. Fletcher says museums are in B2 but not allowed now?
Well, that's actually part of this item. This particular item we're discussing was kind of it was intended to accomplish two goals. One, to address what we're talking about right now, potentially allowing institutional uses in the B2, but to also make some minor corrections in our zoning code, just inconsistencies that have happened over the last 40 years. And so one of them was to change, I believe, to address post offices and museums, and also address the inconsistency in our code regarding private clubs and lodges being allowed in the B1 with an SUP. So I think once we do that, I think our code is going to be pretty consistent all across the board. No institutional uses in the B2 or B1, and all institutional uses in the B3. So,
excuse me, could you? Yes, and let's.
Yes, I have a question. Being a family that is looking for property in Leon Valley, is residential. You mentioned something along the lines that there is a code that if something is burned down and it's completely out, that you're not eligible to rebuild. What category does that fall in? Is it a business or is it residential? I mean, because whatever category that falls in, it seems like that would be unfair.
Yeah. I thought he said you could, 50%.
That, the provision that I mentioned earlier applies to all land uses in all zoning districts. So if you have a land use that's not permitted in a zoning district and it is destroyed by less than 50%, you can rebuild. But if it's more than 50%, you can't.
You can't.
What would be an example?
Again, I gave the, example, not nice to think about, but say a tornado or a flood. Flood is actually a little bit more typical of a natural disaster in this area. So say floodwaters came through and, ripped the side of a building off, and it was less than 30% of the appraised value of that building.
Okay.
You can rebuild. And that's pretty standard. That applies to signage too, and there's kind of differences. But if it's 100% destroyed, then yeah, it's not allowed to be rebuilt without a zone change.
Okay, without a zone change. Okay, we're going to limit it to one more comment, and then we're going to ask the council to decide which way they want to go. Yes, ma'am.
I'm on Gumtree.
Okay.
And to address Mr. Fletcher, I can't even put up a shed in my yard without getting permission from the city. So for us, for St. John's, we actually just got this letter and found out about it and then spoke with Mr. Millard. We haven't even had a chance to, go through it, and I apologize if you guys have been going through it for 3 months, but we just found out. 9 months. We're not against churches. We're not against, religion, my husband and I. But there's a lot of property available on Bandera commercial already that's available. It's visible and everything like that. For our little section across the street, we're like, okay, what's going on and what is the clarity of what they're trying to expand and where it's going? And we do not have answers to that. We're already on the congested intersection as it is. Huebner and Evers, it backs up. I could sit there and watch it for 2 hours with traffic. So I'm not, understanding when they expand
I understand. All right.
what their intentions are.
Yes, and her name is Terry. Yes. And your last name?
Allen Hall.
Allen. Allen.
Dash Hall, yes.
Dash Hall. Okay. Very good. Okay, yes.
I'd just like to respectfully add that, city staff has been working with the church for some time now. Mr. Fletcher pointed out about 9 months since we received the application. I just want to reiterate that during this process, the zoning commission and city staff has been working diligently to try to develop more zoning options for the church. And I just want to close that there is a zoning option available for the church to recommend. It's the R4 zoning district. Well, there's R3, but that's multifamily, but R4 zoning district would be a good fit for that area. So they absolutely right now have a zoning option for the rezoning of that property. And if the city moved forward with creating a civic district, that would yet be another viable option. So I just want to emphasize that city staff and the zoning commission has been working on this for some time now to try to provide options for the church to expand, options which are available to them right now.
Okay, very good.
Thank you.
All right. Okay, Mr. Price, Reverend Price, we're going to have to say
right.
You're the last one. I said
Thank you
Terry
so
was the
much.
last
Thank
one, and
you.
so we're never going to finish this agenda
Yes,
at this point.
I know. I was
So-
here to midnight, December the 11th. I'm Pastor Price, St. John Baptist Church. I think it was in December, I stood here and I said to the zoning commission and probably to city council the impact of this zoning change that it would have on faith-based institutions, on churches. What's not being said is when a church like us, we own retail property and residential property. We want to put our church up front to make it visible. Now, this council and the zoning commission have already allowed a church to be visible on Huebner Road, across from Pravono's place. Church is already there. But when we want to build, we have to hear about our noise level, our lighting pollution. How is it so different for St. John Baptist Church? 9 months just to move our church forward. The same thing the church, the Latter-day Saints did. Their church is on Hebner Road. It's to the front of their property. We've been told we have to be on the back of our property. And that's not being brought out. We're being denied the right to utilize all 9 acres of our property. In any of these churches that's on B2 property tonight, if you vote to put them in some R1 or 4, if they expand, they're going to have to rezone their property to that code.
Mm-hmm.
And they're going to lose value in their commercial property.
Okay, thank you. Oh, gosh.
You let them all speak, but you haven't let us speak.
Okay, Tommy. You know me, I'm just a person that likes to get on this side for a while. Okay. All righty. And again, we're going to try to keep to this topic about the B2. Yeah. Okay. So because not the specific agenda, zoning change.
The problem that I find with the Reverend is the churches that he talks about.
Mm-hmm.
There's no residential around it. Where that church is located, I live in Fontana Point. My backyard runs right into the back of that church. There's all kinds of people right along that easement there that are right in the back of that church. If it's changed to a B2 or whatever you guys end up doing, if something happens to that church, they can build anything they want on there as long as it comes within 107 different items that they can build on there, including car washes, shopping mall, all sorts of stuff, which is right up against my house. And that's my problem with it. The other church that he described, there is none of that around there. The DMV sits right next to it. There's a place where the park is going to be extended right next to it and in back of it. So that is the big discrepancy.
Right. I understood that. Thank you. Ms. Malloy, did you have something to give you fair? Yes. Okay. All right. Good evening.
We should have all brought our sleeping bags.
I know.
Tonight,
That's what I
believe.
say.
Yes. We very much in Pavona would like to commend Brandon that he came, he saw a solution to everybody's problem and has worked for the last 6 months to come up with a solution that would work. It's the church that's decided that they don't want what's being offered.
And that's the R3,
the
R4A.
R4
Okay.
would be, we
So we
would
know.
be fantastic. That's great. You have uses that to meet the resident and the business uses of land, you have to have this meeting. It's kind of like the rushing of waters coming downhill and this way that they have to at some point mix together. You mix them together in a light way, not taking heavy things. For instance, a B2 would allow, I'm sure you've seen the big storage. There's 2 of them on Hebner Road that are right up. They put one of the shopping centers out of business because they are, if you go Hebner before you get to I-10 on the right-hand side, there's that huge storage area. Instead of putting parking like generally gets done in the front of the building, they put it to the back, which blinded anybody coming down there. It doesn't see the cleaners that got put out of business that they shielded. That particular type of structure would be allowed by right, one on Hebner Road and one on Evers Road, going to either B2 or to B3. You have an elementary school. As you look at the property to the left, you have the high school to the right. Your B3 and B2 allow by right a gun and ammunition store. Now, really, in these times, I don't think that would be, I'd hate to see the notoriety once the news got a hold of what Leon Valley was allowing to go in. So you have to look at the almost 300 uses between B2 and B3 that would be allowed if B2 or B3 is the land used for the church. They have their zone. It would be R4. That protects everybody. So why, the only reason I can figure that they're not taking advantage of that is what uses they have for part of that land. I don't know if it's wanting to do the retail. Some of these uses are close to 300 uses for the rest of the land. Oh, thank you.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Hello, my name is Peggy Koskins, and I live in the Forest Oaks area.
Oh, okay.
I also have been a member of the St. John Baptist Church for approximately 3 years. All of the scare tactics and all the awful, what if they brought the gun shop, what if whatever, that is all assuming that St. John is going to sell the property. We're not going to.
There's no guarantee.
If we,
Okay,
if
excuse
we
me,
put
excuse
up-
me. No
if we-
outbursts, please. Thank
If we
you.
put up the building that we are wanting to put up, a $3 million building up front, where people can actually find where we are instead of thinking that little house on Huebner is our church, okay? We do so much for the community. We want to be up front so that we can do even more. If we invest $3 million into the building that we have told you all about and shown you, there is no chance we are going to sell the property to any other use. And I think that the people that are fighting this are I'm sorry, but I have to wonder if there isn't just a little bit of prejudice because we happen to be a black church.
Okay, excuse me. No, Mr. Branson, sit down. No, sit down. We're not going to get into this. I can't.
I'm just saying.
Okay.
I'm just saying.
Okay.
We've gotten so much blowback.
All right. Thank you. And you've already had your say, so I'm not gonna let you. Please.
I asked a question. I was not allowed as a pastor to tell you what our church wanted. I asked a question.
Well, you wanted expansion.
No. I wanted to ask a question. If we were destroyed, we could never rebuild.
And he confirmed that.
I know,
That's true. You
but
can't.
now I come as a pastor of the church and asking you and the council for relief, for help. That's our prayer, is that you would come to our aid and help us
Okay.
to survive.
All right. Thank you. Okay. Can this be the last comment so we can move on? Let's do that. Let's all agree that this is the last comment. Okay? And just because it's 5 minutes till 9 and we're on agenda 7.2.
Hello, I'm Rochelle Jones, attorney Rochelle Jones, which is a potential buyer of the land. I understand the concerns of the citizens. They don't want to have the land be sold for a gun shop.
Sure.
But if I'm correct in standing, the land is currently B2, and so if it is not...
No, just the top, just the 3 acres in the front. That's it.
So if St. John does not get the, I guess, the redistricting that they need, technically they could sell that front 3 acres today to a gun shop today, and because by right it's property, they don't have to go and ask for.
That's right. A
So
zoning change.
today, if the decision is made to not redistrict or rezone, St. John tomorrow can do a gun shop, which is the fear of the citizens. They can sell it for $2 million, $3 million, however much we need for the real property, the new property. Sell those 3 acres, keep the remaining 6, use the money for the sale to go buy in another community and redirect all those people that's going to the church to that community, because I actually live right off of Bandera as well. They can redirect all those citizens, and the fear that the citizens have today will actually be a reality. I just want to make sure I'm clear on that. Go ahead, thank you. That's because before I go buy land or sell it, I just want to make sure.
Thank you for your question. The development tract that is being requested for rezoning is 9 acres. And so the front 3 acres of that tract are currently zoned B2, and that's the portion that fronts Everett or Huebner Road. And the rear 6 acres of the property, which is the portion of the property that the actual sanctuary is located on, that's currently zoned R1. And so she's correct on the B2 portion, and St. John's Church is, to my knowledge, is conducting the more administrative functions of their church in the house on the B2 portion. So if they decided to no longer continue doing that, yes, any use that's permitted in the B2 zoning district could be conducted on the B2 portion of the property, provided they went through the certificate of occupancy process. Well, we always,
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's not direct the questions to him, please. Go ahead. So that's it?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right, very good. Councilor Martinez had a question.
Sir.
Correct me if I'm wrong. Couldn't an SUP be placed on the property where it is so restrictive that the church cannot, if they were to sell the property, we could restrict what uses go in there? Or that's basically the fear of the citizens, is the church deciding to 5 years from now decide, or 10 years from now decide to, hey, we need more land, or we're going to move to Helotes, and we're going to sell this property, and hey, we got a buyer that's going to put in a strip center in there. Can we make it so restrictive that only a church can go in there in the future?
No, sir. SUP cannot accomplish that task. An SUP is supplemental to the base zoning of a district. So if you have a B2 or if you have a B3 base zoning and say a church requested an SUP, then you're able to conduct all of the uses that you would ordinarily be able to conduct in that B3 zoning district, that base zoning district, in addition to being able to conduct whatever use it is that specific use permit allows. So you can't make the zoning on a property more restrictive in terms of use. You can't take uses away through an SUP. You can only add uses.
And would that go the same for a separate contract or agreement between the city and the church to accomplish the same thing?
I'll let the city attorney comment on development agreements. I think what you're alluding to.
I'm not quite sure what kind of contract you're talking about.
Are you referring to development agreement, Councilor Martinez?
Some kind of a development agreement where the church could not develop the land for any other use, or
That could be considered a taking. It would have to, if we did have a development agreement with the church, it would have to be for a public purpose.
And you have the development agreement experience already with the DPS building, if you remember that one.
Okay. Yeah, I think I said that was the last one. So, Walter, I better keep to it because we're never going to get out of here. So I appreciate it. Thank you. And we've got other issues that you can talk on as well. Okay, so what is the pleasure of the council on agenda item 7.2? We've heard an awful lot of input, and this is our second reading.
Madam Mayor, can I table this, request to table this item? Due to the fact I'm concerned about the other institutions, and seems like we've been given yet more options at the 11th hour. I would like to know when the city was prohibited churches from going into B2. This is for the staff, I guess. Questions.
1972, is that the answer? I believe it's.
I have a series of questions I'd like for the staff.
It's a series of questions. Let him go ahead and answer it. Ask him, please, and if we'll just write them down.
Okay.
And then I believe his motion is going to be to table it until we get these answers to the questions, is what I'm hearing. Go ahead.
Right. When the city prohibited churches from the B2 zone, what effect that had as far as increase or decrease on the ad valorem tax base. What are the new zoning possibilities that you just mentioned? Because tonight is the first time I've heard any of those. And you might have answered already about the museums being in B2 is not authorized. So I'd like to know what's in, furthermore about that, what's in the code. So to me, this is not a clear presentation. We've been given some additional information, and I'm not prepared to make a decision at this time due to that.
Could I add another question?
Yes, ma'am,
Besides
absolutely.
ad valorem tax is sales tax. I believe we can, if there's any way to account for that. So. Anything else?
Mayor, I've got one.
Yes, you sure do.
Changing this zoning to this new zoning district, civic, whatever you call it. How would that impact the property values?
Okay. I'm sorry? Okay, do I have a second first, and then we'll add to the questions?
Second.
Okay, we have a second by Councilor Edwards. There was something else. Oh, and also address the non-conforming. I mean, in other words, how can these churches expand in a civic district? Do you see what I'm saying? That's the concern I'm hearing big time.
Well, if the civic
tonight.
district allowed for
Okay,
all
then
institutions,
you'll-
it's allowed and they
okay.
could expand.
All right.
I just want to add too, just to clarify before
Sure.
we leave tonight,
Uh-huh.
museums are not a permitted use in the B2.
Okay, so how does that impact across the street?
But again, if we created a civic district,
Okay.
that would allow
Gotcha.
for that.
All right,
So,
thank you.
yes, ma'am.
All right, so we have a motion by Councilor Jordan and a second by Councilor Edwards to table agenda item 7.2 with additional information. Will you have that information by the next meeting?
Absolutely.
A
We
date,
can have
a
that.
date certain, 2/5/19 to the
Absolutely.
February 5th meeting. All right.
Ma'am.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion does carry. Okay, thank you. So tabled until 2/5/19. Okay. Then moving on to agenda item number 7.3, Ms. Postlev, if you'll please read that ordinance, please.
An ordinance amending the City of Leon Valley Code of Ordinances, Article 4.01, General Provisions, to Article 4.00, General Provisions, creating Article 4.01, Credit Access Businesses, setting forth registration requirements and credit extension guidelines, providing a penalty, providing a repealer, severability and savings clauses, and providing an effective date.
Thank you. Good evening, Ms. Frederick,
Good
and
evening,
welcome.
Mayor and Council. I do have some further information.
Yes, ma'am.
That you guys had asked me to
Yes, ma'am.
find out. How do you go back?
Thank y'all for coming.
Okay.
Y'all have a good evening.
First of all, Mayor and Council, before, when I gave my presentation,
Mhm.
I told you that there were, I believe, 8 credit access businesses in Leon Valley, but
Mhm.
with further research, we found, with the help of Community Development Department, we found that there were 10 in
Mhm.
Leon Valley. If you'd like to know the names, I have the names of
Okay.
them.
All right, so there's 10 instead of 8.
There's
Okay,
10 instead
thank
of
you.
8, and all of them have been registered with the OCCC, which is the Office of Consumer Credit Commissioner. Also, I did a little research on the other cities and their application and registration fees, and found that Balcones Heights charges $50, Universal City $250. I don't know why. That's so high. That's the highest one. And San Antonio $50, Austin $50, Dallas $76. Houston charges a $51.42 registration fee and a $27.52 administrative fee. So Councilman Martinez had asked about loans to third-party lenders. And I probably could have answered that off the top of my head, but I was a little nervous at the time, so I wasn't thinking straight. But anyway, it is possible to sell the loan to another lender, but under the state statute, those loan documents and the contracts are particular in form and content. So those forms cannot change. Even though they sell it to a third-party lender, the contract remains the same, and the CAB will be responsible for the contract that they entered into with the borrower.
Okay.
So, like I said, the state statute, the Texas Finance Code governs credit access businesses, and the code provides for the form and the terms of the contract, like I said. And any breach of a contract is a violation of the code, and it has criminal penalties associated with that. It's a Class B misdemeanor. So what happens if the credit access business does not register with the state? Before operating its business, it has to, while operating its business, it has to display the license at each place of business from the Consumer Credit Commission. The license shall be renewed annually. Any violation of the code or failure to pay the annual fee, the license may be suspended or revoked. The suspension, revocation, or surrender of a license does not affect the credit access business obligation under any loan contract. So even if their license is taken away from them in any form, they're still obligated to honor that contract with the borrower. Let's see. So I believe Councilwoman Alcazar had asked me about this ordinance being retroactive. I did do a little bit more further research. I called some other cities. I called San Antonio, and I also called TML to get it straight on whether or not they were actually retroactive, because I had read that someplace, and they are retroactive to the businesses that we have here. So the 10 that we have here will be required to comply with this ordinance. The only thing that is not retroactive if we restrict the zoning with regard to credit access businesses. Now, that's not retroactive.
Okay. All right. Very good. All right. So
that's about it. I think that's the only follow-up questions I had. The city manager and I recommend approving the ordinance, and I stand for questions.
Okay. Very good. Any follow-up questions from the council? Yes, Councilor Martinez.
How is it that these institutions sell the paper to a third party and then end up charging the 500% interest? If you just said that's not legal, if the paperwork from the original company has a 6% or a 10%, even a 20% interest rate, selling it to a third party, that's where it gets the increased.
Well, the third party would have to comply with the contract that's already in place, because the state does not, it restricts the terms and conditions of these types of contracts. So even if they sell it to a third party, the third party lender would have to abide by the same terms and conditions. And I'm sure that there's language in that contract. I haven't seen one, but there's language in that contract that says that any heirs or assigns or any assignment of this contract will have to comply with the terms and conditions of this agreement.
Well, I happen to know that if you borrow, let's say, $1,000 from one of these companies, you have to pay back, I think it's $60 every 2 weeks for 6 months. And at the end of the 6 months, you have to pay the $1,000 back plus one more interest payment.
Well, that's why we're
I know, that's why we're trying to do this.
Yes.
But you're telling me one thing, that it's against the law for these companies to do it. Then how? I'm asking, how are they able to get away with that then?
It's not against the law to sell. I didn't find anything in the law that said that they could not sell it to a third party. The only thing in the law that it says is that that agreement must stay in place. that they have to comply with that agreement. So the initial agreement is probably, like I said, it probably states in that agreement and in one of the provisions that any assignment of this contract or any selling of this loan to a third-party lender, that third-party lender or assignee must abide by the terms and conditions of this contract under this type of loan, because the state regulates that. I don't know what you've seen, and I can't comment on what you've seen because I don't have that in front of me. I don't know what you've heard or seen personally, so it would be hard for me to comment on that.
In the past, my business, we have had calls from, I do a lot of work for nationwide companies, and we have had calls to go service this type of a business, not here in Leon Valley, but in San Antonio. And I was talking with the manager. In fact, they even have a fee schedule, and that's where they told me that you have to pay every 2 weeks on the note, and at the end you have to pay the full value plus one more payment. So, you know, if you borrow $1,000 at even 20% interest, that's a heck of a lot less money you have to pay back than paying $60 every 2 weeks, or say I think it's $66 every 2 weeks for 6 months, then paying the original note back.
Okay. Is there a question?
From your
Yeah,
experience.
just wondering,
yeah.
if you're saying that, how are they getting away with it?
I don't know what it is they're getting away with, though. I mean, I don't know. I think I'm missing something. I'm not sure what you mean. Is that a third-party lender you're talking about, or?
Yeah, they sell their note, their paper has a normal interest rate, even if it's 18 or 20%.
Are you sure he's talking about he bought a contract from Speedy Cash or Check into Cash or one of those? Are you sure that's
They
what
told
he's
me that
talking
they
about?
sell the contract to a third party, and that third party is the one that charges the big interest.
Okay.
But they are still within the normal interest rate. It's the third party that charges the high interest rate.
I don't know the details to that, and I cannot comment on that.
Speculate, yeah. Okay, very good. Okay, any other questions for Ms. Frederick on this particular agenda item? And we are able to vote. This is the second read. So what's the pleasure of the council?
I'd like to make a motion, we approve this as read.
Okay.
I'll second.
We have a motion by Councilor Martinez and a second by Councilor Rodriguez to approve agenda item 7.3 as presented with the additional information that Ms. Frederick has given us. All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? The motion does carry. We're going to take a 5-minute break. We've been at it pretty long. I'm sorry. We're just 5 minutes. 5 minutes. I'm serious. So at about 14 after 9, 5-minute break so that we can all just, and we'll be right back. Thank you. I appreciate y'all's patience. Six, seven, eight agenda items. So these are all first reads. We won't have a vote, but we will have a presentation and a discussion. And we'll begin with 8.1. And Ms. Posley, if you'll please read that, yes, that regular agenda item, please.
An ordinance of the City of Leon Valley, Texas, City Council amending general fund of the City of Leon Valley, Texas municipal budget for fiscal year 2018-2019 in the amount of $9,691.00 to provide funding for signage reimbursement to office furniture liquidations located at 6838 Bandera Road, Leon Valley, Texas, providing for repealer, severability, and savings clauses, and providing for an effective date.
Thank you very much. We have William Cox, our business specialist. What is your title?
Yes.
Business Relations
Yes, ma'am.
Specialist. It's a brand new position, Director, so excuse me for that. But just before you begin, the council does require the applicant to be here, and he was here, but he had a sick child and did not want to postpone this, and I gave permission for him to leave to go home to his sick child, and I hope that council will agree with me there to go ahead and present it. So, Mr. Cox, if you'll begin, please.
Very well. Thank you, Mayor and Council.
You bet.
Our purpose of this presentation this evening is for the council to consider a partial signage reimbursement for the property located at 6838 Bandera Road or office furniture liquidations. Office furniture liquidations originally was opened September 4, 2018 by Derek Darmsetter, and the property was purchased and owned by Peter Marquardt in 2016. Improvements to the property include landscape, HVAC, and extensive remodeling to the interior. The new signage reimbursement request is the office furniture liquidations is attempting to reduce the pole height from 65 feet to be cut down to 48 feet for a reduction of 17 feet. The picture you have here in front of you is that the way the sign looks as of a picture from last week. They're also looking to add vinyl address numbers on the pole cover. They're going to add a 40-foot by 5-foot aluminum pole wrap. It's going to make it appear to have a monument sign style. It's also going to have a painted stucco finish to match the exterior of the building. They're going to have vinyl graphics to read office furniture liquidations on the faceplate. The signage reimbursement request is a total cost for the signage is $19,382, requesting half of the amount for a total of $9,691. In our remarks, it's worth adding that the property sat vacant for over 8 years before the property was recently purchased. This applicant has not requested signage reimbursement in the past. The owner of Office Furniture Liquidations has written permission of the property owner to redo the sign, and a request was made to the EDCD committee on January 10, 2019, and the request was approved. The committee provided a positive recommendation based on Resolution 17-016. Therefore, the staff recommends council follow the recommendation of the EDCD committee.
Great. Mr. Cox, is this our first expenditure for FY 2019 in the EDCD projects?
Yes, ma'am, it will be.
Okay, and we have how much money allocated?
Oh, we went over the fiscal budget in that.
200 and something thousand.
So we have plenty of extra money that we can, okay, but this is the first one, so yeah. And I guess the other question, but you don't have to answer it tonight, but I just wanted to know how much money did we have left over in last year's fiscal budget that we didn't spend? I think that's important to
Certainly, I'll include
to
that
know
in
that.
any
So if
future
you'll
report.
make that note, because I'm a fiscal
Absolutely.
person. Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Yes, Councilor Martinez?
I read, I think in some, I don't know if it's on our presentation or whatever, that this business used to be on South Presa, or because there was a furniture place, a used furniture place.
It was lax before this. If I'm
No,
not
I know
mistaken.
there was lax. No, but on South Presa, I think from Alamo, I forget the name of the street. You turn right for the what is it, Home for the Habitat or the Habitat store. Across the street from that, there's a used furniture store, and I just wondered if the people that own this have the same store.
I don't know the answer to that.
Mayor, Councilor Martinez, I know he owns more than one, but I don't know the location of the other one.
Because I thought I read someplace that he owned a store in South Presa.
Oh, okay, I didn't see that. Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Anything else from the council? Questions? Any questions from our participants in our chambers this evening on this? Okay, well, thank you so much. We will see you on February 5th for the second read. And thank you for getting that additional information. Moving then to a regular agenda item 8.2. Ms. Postley, if you'll please read that agenda item.
An ordinance of the City of Leon Valley, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Leon Valley, Texas, amending Ordinance 2018-08, revising previously established land use designations of the future land use plan of the City of Leon Valley Comprehensive Master Plan on approximately 9 acres at the southwest corner of Huebner and Evers Road from single-family dwelling and retail to commercial, providing for repealer, severability, and savings clauses, and providing for an effective date.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to make a note that we do have a public hearing on this agenda item, so people that want to be heard will get a chance to, and it'll probably, hopefully will be a little bit more orderly. So if you want to, after the presentation, after the discussion, if you'll start lining up, and we'll just take you one by one, that'd be
Hey,
great.
Mayor,
Yes,
if I might,
yes,
please.
you may.
I'm just wondering if this item and the next item should be postponed until we hear at the next meeting about this new civic district. If the civic district comes in, then there's no reason for this this item.
Well, I think there's some concerns in the
Oh,
neighborhood.
excuse me, Mr. Brand. Oh, you want to still hear your concerns? Well, we can always table it to the. I don't want to say.
Okay,
Okay.
that was just my thought.
Okay, all right. That sounds good.
If I could just point out or
Okay.
maybe ask a question.
Mhm.
How would that work when there isn't a zoning district in existence and the notice is, I guess, out on B3 or B2?
That's right. Okay, thank you. Yeah, we'd have to go through zoning, we'd have to go through more notices, so it would delay it. So, all right. So, Mr. Milan, we'll just go forth with the presentation, and we'll hear from the residents. It's not a vote tonight, it's just the first read. So, thank you, though, but that was a thought. Yes, sir.
Thank you again, Mayor and Council.
Oh.
I just want to clarify real fast. There is a zoning district in existence in addition to the B3, which is the R4.
Oh, that's right.
And as we talked about this evening, Council is directing staff to go look at bring back some options for a civic district. And so, of course, that would be another district that would potentially be in existence. So right now there's one option available in addition to the B3. And we'll be looking at creating an additional option as well. So just wanted to address that real fast.
Okay.
And regarding this item, we've talked generally about the St. John's Baptist Church as it relates to the potential code amendment. That's what we were talking about. So this item is specifically related to the property currently owned by St. John's Baptist Church. And the title of this item is Future Land Use Plan Amendment. And so, there's a real clear reason why this item has to come first before their actual zone change. As the St. John's Baptist Church, I think, pointed out, they've been at this for about 9 months since they submitted their zoning application to us back in April. That was the time they stated that they had plans to expand. And, of course, at that time, the only zoning district that allowed for churches and institutional uses was the B3 zoning district. So they took the only avenue that was available to them. So in order to expand, they need a zone change to a B3 zoning district, and they would need an SUP. And so, of course, in order for the City Council, for the Zoning Commission and the City Council to consider and grant zone changes, changes of zoning classifications, those zone changes have to be consistent with the city's future land use plan, which is a component of the city's comprehensive master plan. And that purpose being is that development of a comprehensive master plan is a community vision. It's developed with feedback of the community, and the understanding on the process there is that the community should be able to be a part of that process and should be a part of the development and approval of the future land use plan, and should be confident that its zoning commission and its governing body will be implementing that through future zone changes. So members of the community shouldn't have to keep tabs on every single zone change. They should assume that this council is implementing the vision that they were a part of building for the community. So in this particular case, the St. John's Baptist Church originally requested a B3 zoning, and then as a result, originally requested a B3 zoning for the entire piece of property, which is currently zoned R1 and B2. And then as a result of additional discussion to potentially amend the code to begin allowing institutional uses in the B2, they amended their request to basically be a B3 or a B2. And so that's why the previous item that we considered is so closely related to the St. John's Baptist case, because if the council were to approve a code amendment to B2, they would most certainly request to move forward with a B2 zoning of their property. So currently, and I'll go straight to the map here, this is currently what the future land use plan of your comprehensive plan allocates classifies the property. And so the future land use classification on the future land use classifications on the property are completely consistent with the current zoning. And so our future land use plan is a more literal interpretation of our zoning code. There are different approaches to future land use plans. Some are more general, some are more specific. Ours is more on the specific side. So you can see the front of the property is classified in the future land use plan as retail, and the rear of the property is classified in the future land use plan as single family. And right now the zoning on the property is R1 and B2. So the zoning on the property is currently consistent with the future land use plan. In order for the council to approve a zone change to B3 or B2, the future land use plan would have to be amended. In the case of a B3, would have to be amended to be commercial. And in order to amend the future land use plan, or in order to approve a zone change to B2 for the entire property, excuse me. Oh. Top button, bottom, there we go. So in order to approve a zone change to B2, this portion here would have to be made red and be amended to retail, just like the front of the property. And so obviously this evening, the zoning code amendment to B2 was tabled. So that the B2 is currently would not achieve the St. John's Baptist Church's objectives at this current point in time. But regardless, we're discussing this item this evening, and the point I want to make clear is that in order to consider that, or in order to approve a potential zone change, which is the next item, the actual zone change, this future land use plan would need to be amended to be either commercial or retail on the entire tract. And so that is required. Again, state law says that future zoning actions be consistent with the city's comprehensive plan and the city's future land use plan. So that is the necessity of this particular request. And so, as in any request, staff does a careful analysis of the comprehensive master plan, the goals of the master plan, and also looks at existing conditions as well to look and see whether or not that zone change would be consistent with surrounding properties, surrounding zoning, and surrounding land uses, and surrounding use classifications on the future land use plan. And for that reason, based on that analysis, staff recommends that a future land use plan to commercial not be approved for the reason that commercial is intended, as stated on page 15 of the city's comprehensive master plan, a commercial future land use classification is intended to facilitate intense commercial uses, wholesale services, and some light assembly of goods. Such uses are not compatible with the existing development in zoning districts that immediately surround the site, which is primarily R1, which is our single family, and R6, which is our smaller lot single family, which primarily surrounds the site. And also want to make sure to point out, similar to the discussion that we've had about all the other uses that could potentially come along with a B2 or a B3, it's important to note that amending your future land use plan to allow for commercial basically creates a vision for that piece of property for a B3 zoning. And all the uses. So you're kind of amending the vision, and you're stating in your comprehensive plan, this is the vision that we have for this property in this area: heavy commercial, intense commercial. So that's definitely an important point to note. And so, as I mentioned, the St. John's Church's original request was for a B3 commercial zoning, and they amended that to also include possibly a B2. And so, staff recommends that a future land use plan classification change on the balance of the property retail also not be approved, for the reason that retail uses such as those permitted in the B2 district, including automobile lubrication services, automatic car washes, contractor facilities, such uses would not be compatible with the immediately surrounding uses. Right now, the front is zoned R2, or is zoned B2, which is it's in conformance with the future land use plan. That's also consistent with typical zoning that you see on arterial corridors. A lot of cases are more intensive corridors such as Hebner, Evers, Bandera, Grissom. Those are where you zone retail or in some cases commercial uses. But usually there's a transition of zoning, which I think was pointed out earlier. There's a transition of zoning from more intensive to less intensive as you move away from intense streets and into your lower intensity single family neighborhoods. And so as we discussed, that's why, say an R4 zoning would potentially be a good fit for this property, because that's a nice transition from a B2 into an R1. You're going from B2, which is definitely more intensive, to R4, which is less intensive, but still a little bit more density. Not a lot of density, but a little bit more. And then finally into your R1 zoning district, which is currently our least intensive zoning district. So you kind of have that spectrum of lowering of intensity. So staff would not recommend extending the B2 all the way into this property, especially given the existing infrastructure. Evers Road terminates, and you have the back of the property completely surrounded by single-family uses that are existing and have been existing for some time. So that's the logic behind not recommending approval of extending the retail classification on the balance of the property. And for that reason, for those reasons, staff recommends that the request for commercial and retail not be approved. I'm happy to take any questions.
When did the future land use map come into existence?
This future land use plan map was adopted January 23rd of 2018, with the new comprehensive master plan.
January 23rd, 2018.
Roughly a year ago.
Right, and I think this is the first time this is the first time I've seen this presented in a zoning case. That's why I was asking, January 23rd.
It's the first time you've seen it presented in a zoning case. I would imagine because it's the first time you've been presented with a zoning request that does not comply with your future land use plan.
Okay.
So, a lot of times.
So you're saying 8.2 is contingent upon 8.3?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Again, the future land use plan is a guide for future zoning action. So, say the future land use plan says, we envision this area being industrial, but maybe there's a property in that area that's zoned B3. Well, then the city has set a vision for that property to be industrial, and so that gives a property owner a certain degree of confidence that, okay, well then the community says they want I-1, so I-1 has a little bit more intensive uses. That gives them confidence that they'll be able to come to this zoning commission and say, I'm requesting I. I gives me this much in heavier intense uses, and that's what y'all look at. Well, this is what the community established. So most zoning cases are consistent, I would say. This one's just not, and that's why you're seeing it.
I was going to say I had not seen this before, so that's why I was asking. Okay, let me ask my colleagues if you had any questions. Yes, Councilor Jordan, please begin.
Yes, well, maybe you answered it. Who created this future land use map?
To my knowledge, it came out of numerous city meetings. There was a stakeholder process for the comprehensive master plan update, and it was also developed in coordination with the city's zoning commission.
Is there so was it modified in January 2018 or created in January 2018?
I couldn't tell you what the evolution of the future land use plan was, but I can say for certain this future land use plan was approved by this council on January 23rd, 2018. It wasn't approved individually. The comprehensive master plan was approved as a package. That's because a comprehensive master plan is, in many respects, a set of documents. And depending on the vision that the community says, the community may say, hey, we want a lean comprehensive master plan. We just want to address land use, in which case you have a future land use plan. We want to address transportation, then you have a master thoroughfare plan. We want to address parks, and so you have a parks plan. Some communities don't really have a comp plan, and they just have a series of smaller plans. Or some communities go in and they just have a huge master plan that costs hundreds of thousands of dollars, and they look at everything from housing all the way down to future locations for fire stations and things. So, but our comprehensive master plan included, provisions for land use, has a future land use map. It addresses economic development, our neighborhoods. There's generally a plan for a small just description of what the intent is for each neighborhood from Monte Robles all the way down to, just every neighborhood within the city. So this was presented to the council in January of last year and was approved by ordinance.
So they're created by the Planning and Zoning Committee, or?
They typically, a planning and zoning commission is the steering. They do they're the guiding. They guide the development of a comprehensive master plan. Every comprehensive master plan has neighborhood meetings. Some cities approach it through neighborhood meetings, or they have a series of larger meetings that address each topic. Like you have one meeting about housing, or you have one meeting about neighborhoods, or about land use. And so, I wasn't here for it, but I know that we had a neighborhood, we had a series of meetings where stakeholders were invited to come in and give feedback.
So this land use map is created, and then the respective land in an area has to be in conformance with what's in the land use map, which is a vision of the future of the city. Correct?
I wouldn't say that the land in the area has to be in conformance with the future land use plan, because that's, a future land use plan, that's the intent of it, is to look at an area and say, okay, the area is developed this way, we want to keep it this way. So yeah, we're going to apply a land use classification that's consistent with what's there. Perfect case, all the neighborhoods that we have in this city. We have a lot, most of this city is zoned R1 and most of it's single family neighborhoods. So that's what we want to keep, those areas. And so then you would apply a single family classification, and that's saying this is the way it's developed right now, we want to keep it this way. In many cases, in lots of cities, you'd say, okay, maybe you have an industrial area that's an underperforming area, and you say, we plan for this to be a mixed use area. And so then the city would apply a mixed use classification in that area. That's not consistent with what's there, but that's what the city is saying. This is what we envision this area being. And you may go through a process like we were talking earlier where there's a city-initiated zone change on that area, which makes those properties non-conforming, in which case you have a process to deal with that over time. And that's why it's important that you address those, keep those non-conforming requirements there that gives the city the ability to implement its vision over time and allow those uses to slowly transition, if the city has that kind of vision for that area. So I'm sorry, and not in all on a future land use plan, you're not always going to have a future land use classification that's consistent with what's there.
All right, thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. I just had a question. Is this where the zoning commission updates its plan every 5 years? Right? I'm trying to think when, but as far as community outreach, I don't know what they did this last time. Usually they would ask each neighborhood to come, I think, to the zoning commission. Is that right? Sometimes they did that. I'm just trying to, but I was just trying to put my head around here, but I never remembered.
No.
I know. When did we oh, Ms. Malloy, if you'll come to, because we are recording, because Ms. Malloy was our former zoning chair many years ago. So, yeah, but yeah, so this was where we have to update it every 5 years.
Every 5 years,
Yeah.
from the time that we
That's what
became.
I was thinking.
Actually, it was.
And we were late this year, this time, too. I think it was like 7 years.
Of course, I was more involved when I was the chair of Planning and Zoning Commission, and then when I was on the council. And I haven't heard who's been, the way it should work and had been working is all I can speak for. And the way it had worked is that each of the zoning commission members took an area, a residential area, and took a commercial area. And they went out and did whatever kind of meeting they wanted to get input coming from that area. What do you like about your house? This area, what do you want to see is changing, what direction? All of these things it's a full page, it's on for each section. And then there's public hearings held by the Planning and Zoning Commission. Whether they did that would have been last year and the year before, because it takes about 2 years to put this together. I don't know if they did. I wasn't involved with it at that time.
Right.
That's what should have happened.
Well, thanks for clarifying that, because that's what I wanted to.
In this includes, though, your current maps. your water maps, your land maps, all of these. There's about 6 or 8 maps of the city that you all need. I mean, you need, it's a working tool.
But did we have a future land use map in there before? Did you see, I think that, we've
have
always
all
had
maps.
one? We've always had a future use land map? That's the first time we have.
There's been a future
Okay,
land use,
all right.
and it does it by categories.
Okay.
Okay?
All right, thank you for that. Okay, appreciate it. Okay, I'm gonna open up the public hearing in just a few minutes. I just drew on Liz Malloy because she had that zoning experience, so thank you for that. Any other questions from the counselors, though, before we open up the public hearing? Okay, so at approximately 9:47, we'll open up the public hearing, and if anyone would like to address the counselor, please come forward to the podium, state your name and where you reside, not an address, just where, and then you have 3 minutes to speak. Thank you.
I'll make it brief. I'm James Brandenburg. Thank you, Mayor Riley and council. I live on Gumtree, and we did get a notice of public hearing, everybody in the community. And so I took the initiative to talk to everybody, every single resident in our community. That's Barneywood, Fruitwood, and Gumtree. And I'm a former pastor, so you didn't know that, Chris.
I didn't. Sorry, I've known him for years. Oh gosh.
So this motivation is not anti-church or racial. I have a Puerto Rican wife and a black child and a black grandchild, so by no means is this racially motivated. I'm a citizen of Leon Valley, and we are all in that community opposed to the rezoning, and I'm glad I came tonight because I understand the process a whole lot better. Thank you. But we do not want any commercial enterprise or any expansion close to Evers Road. Changing the zoning would possibly increase the traffic on Huebner and Evers roads, and we're already inundated with traffic. And as you know, Huebner and Evers have become the escape routes from Bandera Road, which is highly trafficked. And at times, this is the truth, my neighbors are here, we can hardly get in and out of our cul-de-sac, right? Adding a new big church or other business on that 9 acres will only exacerbate the traffic problem, and it will make an already existing impossible situation even worse for the residents. And then there's the noise problem from the car wash and the ice house, and then the traffic during the weekdays from the licensing bureau, flashing lights, and so with adding commercial and buildings on Huebner and Evers Road, there will be more traffic, more noise, and more flashing lights, and we as residents are opposed to this. And really, these issues go way outside where we live. I mean, these issues of traffic and lights, et cetera, affect a larger community. And so we already have plenty of issues. And so let's preserve what little tranquility we have left in our residential neighborhood. And let's say no to the rezoning project. It makes no sense for the residents, from our point of view. But thank you.
Thank you for your time. I do appreciate it. Lynn Joseph, you're next. Good evening again and welcome.
Hello. Hi. Don't need to give my name?
Yes.
Address again. Lynn Joseph, 6423 Trotter. I had a question. Was there a traffic analysis done in this corner? Was there ever? Who would I ask?
That's Brandon, and I believe he's saying no. Is that even required?
Traffic impact analysis is required with any zone change or SUP request. It's required, but the applicants requested a variance to not have to provide that at the time of application, and the variance was granted. So to date, the city has not seen a traffic impact has not had the opportunity to review a traffic impact analysis for the zone change that you are about to consider.
Okay, thank you.
I do have another question.
Yes, yes,
Could you
ma'am.
bring up that map again, please, Brandon? The green property is the church, and then, oops, did I turn? Oh, you have to do it while you're, okay. What is this property right next to the, I know there's Mrs. Poss and her, I believe, sister-in-law, and then there's property in between. Does that belong to the sister-in-law, or is that residential?
This property owner here, name was in my head a little while ago. Fryer.
Tommy Fryer.
Fryer.
Mhm.
Yeah, that's who owns that.
So isn't that abutting up against residential there?
This property
Asked for a long time
is this
and
property
everything.
abutting residential?
Yeah, if it belongs to a Mr. Fryer, is he he lives on that property, or?
Yeah, it's primarily undeveloped. And so I don't know if anybody's actually residing on the property right now.
He's living there.
Could look into that.
Yeah.
But it's
So I'm
zoned
correct,
residential.
it's Mrs. Poss, the school, Mrs. Poss, and her sister. Mr. Fryer?
Yes, ma'am.
I know I've seen horses there, but I didn't know what other property use that was for. Okay, thank you.
Okay,
I
you're
believe
welcome.
there's a daycare right there. It's that red
Is it existing?
barn.
It's existing still? Okay, thanks.
Okay. Mr. Fletcher, good evening and welcome back.
Paul Fletcher, 745 East Mulberry, here on behalf of the applicant. Again, I have a PowerPoint. If you all don't want the paper, I'll save a tree. If you do, I'll pass it to you. 3, 4.
Yeah, might as well. See if Dr. Edwards, oh no, it's just one.
So this is the first part of the zoning case that we've got before you, where we're asking to change the zoning from R1 and B2 as it exists today to B3. Here's the property. This is the existing church. There's an existing office for the church there, and this is the proposed church, what we're trying to do. This is Huebner Road. We're trying to bring the church forward to have visibility from the road instead of being non-visible the way it is right now in the back of the property. And we're trying to add additional parking. It should be noted this is owned by the city of Leon Valley, and the street extension from here to the residential neighborhood is also owned by the city of Leon Valley. So if you all chose to put a street there, you all have that option. This is a depiction of the proposed church as it could be viewed from Huebner. We're here to talk about the amendment of the land use plan. Now, the local government code certainly talks about a land use plan, but it also says the city may establish procedures for amending the comprehensive land use plan. But there are none. And Mayor Riley, you spoke to this, that you've never seen this before. You all have had a master plan and a land use plan for years. But the church, once again, is having to deal with a new procedure that it doesn't provide for any specifications on what needs to be demonstrated in order to amend the master plan or the city's land use plan. You've been told in your package, and state law provides, that the comprehensive plan doesn't constitute zoning. It doesn't establish zoning districts, and it's basically here to serve as a guide. You've also been told that your future land use plan is pretty much identical to your current zoning map. So what that tells us, if you look at your current zoning map, you have churches with an SUP. Now, a specific use permit is an amendment to the zoning. That's why we have to go to zoning commission. That's why we have to come here. So your existing future land use plan shows churches with SUPs on B2 property and B3. So this is your guiding document. The community came and gave its input. Here's your future land use plan and the zoning map. I do want to make a correction from my zoning map before in the identification of churches. I could not find this church but I found 2 more in B3 zoning. Okay, so I just wanted to make that correction. The future land use plan at page 10 talks about future planning decisions, such as the 3 before you today, must recognize existing conditions. Churches with SUPs on B2 property, and trends which help shape the development of the city. Staff opposes the land use amendment primarily because B3 and B2 is not compatible with single family. But yet, we have B2. As the applicant, we'd request additional time, and if I need to borrow some of that from the members, I would. And I will try to move it along. I know you've heard some of this. But I do want to point out, we've heard that B2 uses are not compatible with R1. We didn't come here and ask for B2 next to R1. This is your land use plan. It's inconsistent to say we have a future land use plan that currently zones B2 next to R1 and then say it's incompatible. The master plan was the community's vision. The church wasn't part of that vision. The master plan doesn't even mention churches. It doesn't mention institutions. It doesn't mention museums. But yet, you all elected to have B2 next to R1. So to say that that's incompatible is inconsistent with your zoning. I should also point out, you have B1 right here. And that's the Little Red Barn school that we've been talking about. But then you go across the street, and we've talked about DPS. We have a vacant lot here, the car washes, the convenience store that sells alcohol, and the church. And I understand this is now a city park. This is still zoned retail. But here, single family, R6, single family, single family. All residential zoning districts surrounded by B2. But the complaint here is we don't want B2 next to us. You have it existing across the street. We just want to be treated the same way as these folks. This is Huebner and Evers.
Leon Valley.
And let's talk about, I think it's called Linkwood, off of Eckards. All retail next to, behind, single-family homes. Going to the maps, now these are at the back of the comprehensive plan. These are your maps. You've got green, which is commercial. Next to red, which is B2, next to residential. Same here, off of Bandera, Seneca. You've got retail up front, next to residential. Here's Bandera with red, retail, B2, what we're asking, next to residential. Going across, and I didn't go through every map, I'm just trying to hit the highlights. Again, B2 next to residential. Now let's look at the B3, which we're asking for. Since churches aren't allowed in B2, we're asking for them in B3. Bandera Road, Loop 410 corridor. We have residential. The green is commercial. Here, I believe this is the aquarium. Behind the aquarium, residential. And just an overview of the picture. Look at all the development right next to commercial. Grissom Road. We talked about the Leon Valley storage. What's behind it? Residential. And in front, on the other side, you have commercial, B3, next to single family residential. Commercial, and I think the orange is townhomes. Then you have a commercial surrounded by a townhome here. So B3 exists next to residential zoning districts. Again, green is commercial, near R6 zones, right here. Seneca, I think we may have seen this, but I think I want to point this one out, not because the B3 is next to B2 next to single family, but because B3, commercial, is next to R6. So the precedent is there. This is in your future land use plan, and this is what we're asking for. We're asking for commercial next to residential. Commercial surrounded by R6 townhomes. Near townhomes surrounded by R6 zoning, and this is the townhomes. And just an overview. Storage, single family areas. I've gone through the zoning, the definitions. I'm not going to repeat
Yeah,
except
please
to
don't.
point out that B3 uses, most of the uses found in, are also found in B2. So we're asking for B3, which allows churches. And again, a church is a service facility providing services to the surrounding districts. And it may occur in certain instances that B3 abuts R2, R1, R4, and R6 districts, and I've given you a number of them. B2 is not an issue. Your zoning code talks about commercial uses and the minimum requirements. It recognizes that retail, commercial, industrial lots adjoining residential zoning districts should have different setbacks. So here it has a 20-foot side yard setback and a 25-foot rear yard setback. So your code envisions that. I've talked to you about the protections of the SUP, and that's what we're here for. It's not on the agenda today, but we are asking for an SUP should we get the B3 zoning. And it's new construction abutting a residential district, and it'll give you an opportunity to protect the residential district. You heard Ms. Malloy talk about the descriptions of different residential neighborhoods. Here's a description of Pavona Place. Encourage that any proposed commercial development exceed open and green space. Now, Pavona Place mentions commercial development. Doesn't say no, only residential goes here. Doesn't say only R4 goes next to us. It says proposed commercial. Your future land use plan talks about proposed commercial. Why? Because you have it already surrounding the neighborhood. Then we talk about the Huebner Road corridor. We have vacant areas zoned B2, should be rezoned R1, R3, R6, R7, and MX1, not R4, it should be noted, but MX1. Well, what is MX1? MX1 is mixed uses, include multiple or single-family retail and services, combination of residential and commercial districts, meaning you can put all residential and commercial districts, including light industrial or commercial. Now, it's a mixed use, and it talks about that being permitted with residential areas. So the whole concept of mixed use tells you we can have commercial districts next to residential districts, which is exactly what we're asking for, B3 next to residential. You have a sustainability overlay. Now, if you notice, it's not over your residential areas. It's not over all your residential areas. It's along kind of the major corridors, and we're within that overlay. And I know you all don't like what I'm having to say, but
Okay, can you wrap it up, please? How about one more minute, and then we'll get to other people as well. So thank you. You
I mentioned the sustainability overlay because the minimum lot size is 1 acre, not R4, R6, which is going to have a 15,000. So in summary, there's no standards for your land use amendment that are before you. The city and the land use master plan says you should recognize existing patterns. I've showed you existing patterns where it's B3 next to residential. The code talks about B3 and commercial next to residential, and it provides for an SUP process to give it additional protection. And even the description of Pavona Place envisions commercial uses next to residential. So with that, we'd ask that you approve the land use amendment to allow commercial on our property.
Thank you, Mr. Fletcher. All right. Yes, Mr. Tommy Branson, if you'd like to come next. Again, everyone who wants to speak will have an opportunity to speak. We are in a public hearing. Good evening and welcome back.
Thank you very much. And
yes, sir.
Thank you, Council, for putting up with me.
Oh.
I appreciate that greatly. He just put up a slide just a minute ago. A B3 is not supposed to be next to an R1, R2, or R3. It's in the ordinances of the city of Leon Valley. It's there. He just put it up. So, it's not supposed to be. If he gets a B3, which allows for 161 uses by right or with SUP, if they end up selling the property, going bankrupt, wanting to move somewhere else, they can put the following things on it: a flea market, a self-storage facility, warehouse storage, automobile sales, service and storage, bar, animal shelter, dog pound, automobile repair services. I can go on. The list is 117 different things they can put there. Like I said, he put the slide up that says that a B3 should not be next to an R1, an R2, or an R3.
Okay, thank you. Let me hear from this gentleman, and then Terry, you're next, okay? Good evening, sir. How are you this evening? And your name, please?
Good evening, Mayor.
Hi.
Council. My name is Percy Edwards. I'm a resident
Percy Edwards.
of Leon Valley as well.
Okay,
I live in Castle Estates.
okay, very good. Percy, and your last name?
Edwards, Edwards.
Thank you, sir.
I got 4-slide presentation here about what we do in the community. Real quick, won't take long.
Okay.
But prior to starting, Mayor, honestly, it just turns my stomach to hear people, person after person, get up here and assume that, and it hurts me too. The cities had to suffer when churches closed. We had someone a couple months ago get up and refer to something that happened 22 years ago. 2 churches closed. Bad for any community.
Mm-hmm.
Then last month, same thing about 1 church closed. I'm sorry. We're St. John Baptist Church. That wasn't St. John. And I'm sure their concerns are genuine, but how they're going about justifying it is what turns my stomach. Shouldn't be that way. I mean, and the gentleman earlier got upset. He was a pastor. I thought once a pastor, always a pastor. But at the same time, if he mentioned about increased traffic at St. John, should we expand? Stop and think about that for a minute. Think about church expand. Souls are being saved. Lives are being turned around. So I think growth is good at a church. Business too. But I think, in defense of trying to protect what's in place right now, the nastiness and it's coming out, and it's just so unnecessary. But if I could quickly, ma'am, thank you.
Sure.
What we do in the community, earlier, Mr. Fletcher had mentioned during our previous before we took a break, he said that we serve in the community, and the gentleman, he was insisting, no, you don't. We do. In many areas. And I'm just going to touch 3 real quick, Mayor. Ma'am, could you please escape? No, ma'am, hit escape. Hit the one right there, very first, the second slide there, please. Thank you. Principal Flores would love to have been here tonight, as well as Vice Principal Luna, but they have other commitments, Mayor. Mm-hmm. So that being said, one of the things we do every year, back to school, backpack drive, what we have in excess, we take to Leon Valley Elementary School. We've been doing that since 2015. And last year, you can see the picture there, Pastor Price and myself went, and where he met the principal and the vice principal. And look what they put up here on Twitter. What a generous, compassionate gesture. Thanks to St. John Baptist Church for your donation of backpacks and supplies for our students. I mean Leon Valley. We are blessed with a beautiful community. St. John's part of that community. And Pastor ensures every year we have a function. First words out of his mouth is, make sure we get the excess to Leon Valley. We took 31 last year, and then during the month of October, we cleaned the house at church, found 18 extras. Pastor Price, get them over to Leon Valley Elementary School. So we're doing things in the community. You may not see it, but we're doing things. Ma'am, can you hit the next slide, please? Thank you. A monthly food bank drive. How people live in Leon Valley can't see that and sit there and be insistent. Shame on them. Every month. Every month, ma'am. Next slide, please. And lastly, we didn't show the kids pictures, because they're minors, so we just took the pictures of the equipment. But this is every year, October 31st, regardless what day of the week it is. And it's more than just St. John members coming to this function here. We call it the 4 F's. It's free, food, fun, and fellowship. Every year, we get local residents in Leon Valley tell us, we're so thankful you all put this on every year. And last year, it rained cats and dogs, but finally passed. They came out. The community did. So we are visible in the community, and we're looking at other areas as well. Back to Leon Valley Elementary School, that they have their community school adoption program. We're looking at trying to do that. Watchdogs, where dads and men, go and provide security for the schools. So, again, in defense of trying to keep things where they are right now, don't just blow hot air. I mean, if you haven't seen it, St. John's doing something.
Thank you for that.
Thank you, ma'am.
I appreciate that. Yeah, I knew about y'all's monthly food drive, and that there are people in our city that are hungry that can't make it to the end of the month. And so we appreciate you doing that. That's very gracious. Okay, Terry.
Yes, ma'am. I do think that is wonderful, and we all come together to serve our community. But as residents, we do have a right to peaceful enjoyment of our property. And the noise, I don't know too many storage facilities that play music, and several other buildings that could be there. But as you saw, that when the majority of the people that were supportive of St. John's left here, they disrespected the entire forum. We were supposed to be respectful to the next agenda that was supposed to be presented. And that type of noise level, I have a right to sleep in my home. That property faces my bedroom. The light, we don't say anything about, but their light actually shines through our windows, so we went and got dark curtains to block it out. So now you're asking the building with the music to come forward when the one day I get to spend with my husband, we can relax. All the new music and noise and congestion and up and down the street, it's just, doesn't give us a right to our peaceful enjoyment of our property that we purchased just like everyone else in here. So that was my point about, not to approve it.
Okay. Thank you for those comments. Anyone else before I close the public? Yes, Reverend, please come forward. Yes, if you'll state your name again for the record.
Bob Escamilla.
Yes, sir.
Here in Leon Valley, also 6701 Hebner, Trinity Grace Fellowship. I live in a beautiful community here off of Red Jacket and Seneca. And right next to us, Leon Valley allowed QT to build right behind all my neighbors. And nobody came to say, hey, wait a minute, the light, you know how many cars are in that in that neighborhood right now? From my backyard, we can hear the traffic, the lights, the music, the people walking through. But you know what? We're okay. We went through that. All we're asking is what you allow QT to do, that you allow our churches to do. Right behind QT are nothing but residential families. And all we're asking is for you afford us the same kindness for us. If our church, if we don't, we're going to have to be rezoned. I'm not sure that can happen to us. I'm just asking you.
Thank you, Mr. Escamilla. Yes. Paul, how are you this evening? And welcome. Glad you're here. And if you'll state your name, please. And
my name is Paul Ottavio. I live
yes.
in Pomona Place.
Yes, sir.
I have walked our neighborhood at least 3 times now, and I have yet to speak to anyone who is against the church expanding. Okay, what they are against is the rezoning, mainly because, and I know they want B2 or B3, and they have all good arguments for it, and they say we're going to be there forever, and I hope they are. Okay, but I know, and the pastor knows, that the road to hell is paved with good intentions. And if for any reason he closes the doors of that church, he takes whatever money he gets and walks away, and we're left with the mess he leaves behind. And that's right in our backyard. That's all I have to say.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right. Anyone else? Yes, sir. And your first name, Mr. Hall?
It's Larry.
Larry, that's right, Larry Hall.
I'd like to petition the court to take away the variance for the traffic study and to actually perform the traffic study, having lived basically at Huebner and Evers, seeing the rebuild of Huebner Road, the construction of the Evers Street Bridge, and all that other. And every day, I see traffic backed up from Bandera beyond Evers. Every single day. And even on Sundays, I see it backed up to the daycare that's right across the street from my house. Every day I see parents picking up kids at the daycare, having to play potluck trying to cross the road and not get themselves killed across Huebner as it is now. Children trying to walk the streets to go to school and whatnot, and the issues with the sidewalks we already have right now in that area. I don't know if the area can actually, without major reconstruction of the road, which is just more noise, more turmoil, more mess, I don't know if that area can actually sustain much more of it after having done Huebner, Evers Street Bridge, and all those things.
Thank you, Mr. Hall. I just had a follow-up question. He's requesting a rescind the variance on traffic impact study. Is that allowable? Just so the council would know.
No, ma'am.
Okay,
You can't
thank you.
rescind a final
I just
decision on a
wanted to be
variance.
sure.
However, I just do want to clarify that variance, as we talked about it earlier. The zoning code says that no zoning request shall be forwarded to the zoning commission of the city council until it is, all required documents have been submitted and it's deemed sufficient and complete. And so that was an initial issue that was preventing their zoning request from moving forward to the zoning commission, because technically the application was considered administratively incomplete. And so they requested a variance to not have to submit a traffic impact analysis, and that variance was granted. So, the city attorney could comment on this further, but, in my interpretation of the zoning code, what that action did is that variance allowed the application to move forward and go to the zoning commission, which it has, and to move forward to this, this governing body for consideration this evening. And my understanding, and the city attorney could clarify, that variance in no way prevents you from still asking for traffic impact analysis, from still asking for that analysis. That just simply provided a variance from the code requirements. They have to submit it in order to get before the governing body. But in no way does that prevent this governing body from still requesting a traffic impact analysis prior to consideration. And again, providing the citizens of Pravona Place and the surrounding area an understanding of what the traffic impact is going to be of this development. Traffic impact analysis is performed for a number of reasons, including determining driveways, site configuration, and again, the impact that a development will have on existing infrastructure and existing areas. So if y'all wish to have that analysis performed and submitted for consideration in your review, y'all can absolutely request that.
Okay. Excuse me, I just wanted the city attorney to confirm what you were saying, since she's the attorney. The request from Mr. Hall was to rescind the variance that they received on the traffic analysis or impact analysis. And Mr. Milan said, no, you can't do that, but you can still require it as part of a complete packet. Is that what I heard you say?
Mrs. Frederick, I was restating, we've discussed this, and we discussed this actually at length at the zoning commission meeting as well. The fact that they received a variance to have to submit a traffic impact analysis, and that variance, what that did was allow them allow staff the ability to consider their application administratively complete. But that variance does not prevent this commission from asking for any additional information you need, including a traffic impact analysis, upon further consideration, in order to provide your citizens with an understanding of what the impact's going to have.
I agree with that, Mayor and Council. The only thing the variance did was allow the applicant to say that their application was complete. It didn't say that a traffic impact study is not required, because it is required as a procedure under the code.
Okay, and this was in front of the BOA? Is that who gave them the variance? Okay, all right, thank you.
If you need information to make, I'm sorry, sir.
All right, yes, Counselor Jordan, go ahead.
Yes, ma'am, if that's the case, I'm wondering why that's even a process allowed if we don't have the information that we need presented before us for a full, complete packet. Why is that a process even allowed? To me, you ask for a variance, they say, okay, you don't need one, you go ahead and proceed. To me, that gives whoever a false sense of security, like, okay, we're good to go. And now you're then taking the next step. You get all the way to the finish line, only to be turned around and told that you have to go back and get your paperwork from step one. To me, that's not good business.
Well, the applicant was informed by me. And second of all, it confuses the process. You know, we were here until 11:30 at the Zoning Commission trying to figure out what to do because we didn't have the information that we need. I still don't have the information I need to review the site plan. And, you know, that's a part of the process. You submit a traffic impact analysis, you know, that's submitted to our engineers, and that gives our engineers the information we need. And second of all, keep that, how much this has confused the process, keep that in mind for the next item that we have, because this is, you know, we'll be talking about this when we talk about the BOA criteria and the extent to which to vary our rules and the extent to which those variances potentially interrupt our process and potentially prohibit staff from being able to do their job and from being able to provide the citizens of Leon Valley the information they need to come give you feedback and ultimately information you need to be able to make responsible decisions.
Did you have some other?
I'm sorry. Yeah,
I just want to make sure that you had finished what you wanted to say, and then Councilor Edwards, you'll be next. Yes, go ahead.
Just to follow up, that's maybe something that we as a council need to look at, but is that the law? Is it required that they have to go to the BOA, or they can automatically go to the BOA and request this variance, and then it can be granted and continue through the process, or is it something that the council has the purview or to kind of tighten up the process?
Exact council absolutely has the purview to tighten up that process, and that's what we'll be talking about shortly with the next item I think that we have, or two items from now, where we're revisiting potential amendments to our zoning code regarding establishing more concrete criteria for the consideration of variances.
Okay. Anything else?
And I'm sorry.
Mayor,
Yeah,
Council, I'm sorry. I don't know if Councilor Jordan's question was answered. By that answered, are you saying, does the city council have purview to override what the BOA does, or to see the applicant before they go through the variance process?
Right. Well, I know the BOA is a quasi-judiciary separate board from the city council. I understand that part, but I'm just trying to figure out how I can submit paperwork, right? And then there's a piece of the puzzle that I don't have, and I go around.
That is absolutely correct. With an applicant can file a variance with the BOA to not have to do something that's required under the code, and if the variance is granted.
But when they get to the final governing body, and that's a requirement for the final governing body to make a decision, then here we are.
Exactly. That's why we're here.
Okay. Councilor Edwards. Councilor Edwards had a. Are we okay? Oh, I thought somebody fell. Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
Oh, it was just a book. Okay, thank you.
Well, can we request the traffic study to help us complete the process?
Okay. Mr. Fletcher, do you want to go? And then we're still in the public hearing. Go ahead. Finish. I know you want to address that specific issue, which I would allow.
First of all, we were not told that if we go through the Board of Adjustment and get a variance, it would be for nothing. We wouldn't have spent the time and money. We wouldn't have been coming. I've been down here every Wednesday for the last 3 months. And businesses in the community, are paying for professionals, architects and engineers, to come down and present a case for either zoning or code amendment. We are an example of stakeholders in the community, a nonprofit. Imagine what a business has to go through to get something in the community. Now, the Board of Adjustment is a quasi-judicial body. They made a decision. If the council, the building official, the planning department, or any citizen didn't like that decision, the code says you can appeal it. No one appealed it. The reason the Board of Adjustment, and in my opinion, and you can look to the record, why they gave us the variance is because we explained to them that this is the first step in the process. The architects and engineers were hired by the church. They said, they changed the zoning on you. You used to be able to be a church here by right. Now you can't. You have to go get the zoning done. We came in, Paul, you need to have B3 zoning. You need to potentially do a code amendment. And you have to have an SUP. And part of that SUP requires a traffic impact analysis. Well, we also have to plat. And I know part of the platting process requires a traffic impact analysis. So instead of going through, so we asked the Board of Adjustment saying, in order to even do what we're asking to do, we have to replat the property because where we want to put the church is on the unplatted B2 portion of the property. So instead of doing a engineering study today, and we know and we're telling you in our application that this is a long-term plan, just like the city plans in ahead, they gather the money and then they go spend it. The church is planning ahead and they're going to raise some money, but we'll do a traffic study today. It doesn't make sense when we know we're not going to build for 3 years. And then we'll have to do another traffic study. And at the end of the day, you know what we're going to do. We've told you the number of trips we're going to make. And as I indicated to the Zoning Commission, and as I indicated to the Board of Adjustment, as a part of the SUP process, you all can impose conditions. And it seems reasonable to impose the condition that you go through a traffic impact analysis and comply with the city's engineer's request as part of the SUP process. And if you don't, we don't have an SUP, we can't do our church. If we do that, you know what results are from the traffic impact analysis. And unfortunately, our engineer's not here today, but I think you heard from him last time, or maybe the Zoning Commission, you can look on that record.
The Zoning Commission.
And they indicated that basically, if anything has to be adjusted, it might be a driveway. The building's not going to change. The parking lot's probably not going to change. And frankly, the way we have our driveways proposed now, and I don't know if you can get back there, is that the driveway on Huebner is close to the Little Red school. So the furthest point away from the intersection as possible. And then, of course, we have the existing driveway. So if we'd known what's being argued today, we would have not have gone through the process, and we did not know. So we'd ask that you not impose that condition.
Okay, thank
and
you.
I'd like just finally mention this master plan amendment that you're considering today. We talked about these non-conforming uses having to come and rezone their property. The same arguments that are being made today that, oh, your use is not consistent with our master plan, is the same argument those 6 churches are going to hear when they come to rezone. R4 is not on that master plan for our property. B2, those 6 churches, your future land use plan has B2 on their property.
Okay,
So
thank you.
keep that in mind. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. You're next. And your name again, please?
Hi, Rochelle Jones. I just
Rochelle
had a
Jones,
question.
thank you.
Are we thinking about the traffic analysis only because of the rezoning, or if I was a B2 commercial property, as I mentioned earlier, thinking about building on that land, would I not need a traffic analysis if the church sold me the first 2 acres and I was able to put a QT on it? That is my question.
Okay. Mr. Milan.
Again, Mayor and Council, traffic impact analyses are required and necessary at basically all stages of the land development process. Traffic impact analysis is necessary during platting to determine the adequacy of existing infrastructure and the potential need to install additional infrastructure to serve a development. Traffic impact analysis is necessary at the time of rezoning because in a case such as this would be a substantial upzoning in terms of the amount of intensity of the use that could be allowed on the property, going from R1 single family, which has not a traffic engineer, but a minimal amount of trips, like decibel point something trips, to higher intensity uses, that is a huge leap and has a monumental effect on the traffic impact on an area. Traffic impact analysis is also necessary at the time of an SUP, because all SUPs, all specific use permits, require the approval of a site plan. You cannot review and approve a site plan without a traffic impact analysis. It is unheard of, and frankly, it would be irresponsible.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Anyone else? All right, then we will close the public hearing at 10:33. And ask Ms. Pasolay to move then to, there's no vote tonight. That's the first read. So Ms. Pasolay, would you please read it, regular agenda item number 8.3, please?
An ordinance granting a zoning change from R1 Single Family Dwelling District and B2 Retail District to B3 Commercial District on approximately 9 acres, generally located at the southwest corner of Huebner and Evers Road, as requested by Langley and Bannock, Inc., providing a repealer, severability, and savings clauses, and providing an effective date.
Thank you. Mr. Milan, are you going to present something in 8.3?
Ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you again, Mayor and Council. This is the zone change request associated with the future land use plan amendment that we just considered. I'll speak briefly because I think we've talked pretty extensively about this, especially in the last item. And so the applicants, fine, here we go, that's the right one. The applicants are requesting a rezoning on the development tract, which is totaling 9 acres. They're originally requested a rezoning on the entire tract to B3 commercial zoning, because at the time of their original request, the only zoning district in the city that allowed for churches or allowed for the expansion of churches was the B3 zoning district. The property, the entire tract is owned by the St. John Baptist Church. Currently the tract, it's not platted. They will have to plat as well, as we've discussed. The tract consists of about 4 tracts. The totals, like I said, 9 acres. The front 2 tracts are about 2.66 acres, and they're zoned B2. The back tracts are 6.2 acres, and they're zoned R1. An SUP was approved for this property in 2006. At that point in time, churches were allowed in the R1 zoning district, and so they had to get an SUP in order to have their church there. And of course, with any SUP, there are conditions on that SUP, and it's very much limited to a certain amount of development. And so the current SUP does not allow for their expansion either. And of course, in the meantime, the base zoning was changed to no longer allow for churches, so they cannot expand with the current SUP and the current zoning. And the SUP was just on the back portion, not for the entire piece. So again, they need full rezoning in order to expand. The property is completely surrounded by single-family development, and as we discussed, the future land use plan classifies the site as R1 and B2. Here's how the property is currently zoned. It's pretty similar to the future land use plan. Again, as I mentioned, R1 and B2. Here's an aerial view of the property. You can see it's minimally developed in terms of its full build out. There's, here's generally about where the line is, where the B2 is. So there's, a lot of room to expand on the R1 portion. Just a small little segment is currently being used. And again, staff is recommending that the council not approve this zone change request for B3 for the general reason that, as we've talked about all night, the B3 district allows for a number of uses that are simply not compatible with R1 single family. Those uses include automobile lubrication, auto rental, auto sales, car washes, hotels, machine sales and service, motels, wholesale facilities. And again, it should also be pointed out that a rezoning to B3 on this property would also meet the prerequisites for spot zoning. And you can see, as we showed on the future land use plan, that was a big spot of green and a sea of yellow. And so the courts have upheld that spot zoning and taking one piece of land And there's a number of different prerequisites that make a rezoning request, to be considered spot zoning, and this does meet those prerequisites in terms of not being in conformance with the city's comprehensive master plan, allowing for uses that are not able to be enjoyed by surrounding properties, and not being consistent with the surrounding zoning. This would meet all of the prerequisites for spot zoning, which courts have upheld is not a legal application of zoning. So that's very important to point out here. And I also want to build on something from earlier that was mentioned about our zoning map currently having a number of conditions similar to those which the applicants are asking for. Yes, our zoning map absolutely does have many instances where B3 backs up to R1 or where B2 backs up to R1. That doesn't mean that those conditions are ideal, and it certainly doesn't mean that those conditions should be repeated. That is the purpose of a future land use plan, is to spell out a vision and say, here's how we want to apply zoning in the future. And consistent with most future land use plans and comprehensive plans, that spells out a vision for city-initiated zoning in the future to implement that plan. So it's very important to point out that, yes, those conditions are present, but that in no means binds the council to have to continue to create new instances of those conditions. The comprehensive plan says those conditions exist, but in no place does it recommend continuing to do that. So that's also very important to point out. Again, regarding B2 uses, I think I discussed the B2 and retail at length when we talked about the future land use plan. And again, just want to point out the fact that what was said earlier. The last item and this item is not about institutional uses. It is not about a church. It is simply about B3 or B2 on that property. The SUP request, which has been submitted and was tabled by the Zoning Commission, now that's the item that is about a church. This item is about zoning. It is about a zone change to allow for numerous additional uses on this property. And I also want to point out that the Zoning Commission considered the last item and also considered this item, and they voted unanimously to recommend to the council that the item be denied. Happy to take any questions.
Any other questions for Mr. Milan on this particular agenda item? Okay. It's now 10:40, and I will open up this public hearing. Is there anyone in our chambers that would like to address the council on this particular agenda item? Yes, Mr. Fletcher.
Paul Fletcher, 745 East Mulberry. If you don't mind switching it over. I have a PowerPoint again.
Is this another one?
It's on this issue.
Oh, okay.
I'll just hit the highlights.
Yes,
I know you've
please.
heard a lot of it
Thank
the
you.
same, so I'll just go through it. I did want to mention that there's only one out of 4 lots that's not platted, and that's the portion of the property where we want to portion next to the red schoolhouse is the portion that's not platted, and that's where we want to have the front of the church. So these other parcels are platted.
Okay.
With regard to the zoning, the same arguments that we've made for the land use amendment apply to the zoning. Quite frankly, I'm not sure what difference the land use amendment versus the zoning is, since they're both talking about commercial, which is defined as B3, or retail, defined as B2. As you know, the definition of B3 allows for facilities that provide for religious uses. Again, here's the, I want to go to the site plan if I can right quick. I would incorporate my arguments from the land use amendment into this matter, if that's acceptable for the council. You did hear about the church. The subdivision was platted in 2000, and notably when you plat a portion of the property, that's when I believe the city acquired portions of Evers Road that are not developed yet, but they're owned by the city, and the backside of the property next to the Linkwood subdivision. We go through the process. We started in April of last year, and here we are in January. Here's that road that I mentioned. There's also, I know there's talk about traffic. As part of the platting of this property, a portion of Huebner Road, again, was dedicated to the city as part of the platting process. And we suspect there may be a little piece that might have to be devoted to the city when this unplatted portion becomes platted. So that may address any traffic issues. With regard to the proposed use, it is a church. That's what we're here for. That's what the existing use. It's not like we're a buyer buying raw land and telling you we're going to put this there and try to put something else there. That's what we have, and that's what we're trying to expand. And as you see, here's a picture of the proposed interior of the church. There's a concern that anyone can come in and take over and have an automobile shop. Well, this is where the automobile shop would have to be. And if they build anything new, you have the SUP, again, to protect the citizens. So if an automobile shop wants to come in here, put some, I don't know what you call those racks to jack up a car, they'd have to do it inside a facility that looks like this. Churches meet the definition of retail. You talk about retail, but you have to remember B3 and B2 provide services, not just retail. We talked about the minimum requirements in the SUP. We talk about spot zoning. You all zone this red. All you're doing is extending it to a more intense commercial use. It's one commercial use to another commercial use. And when I say commercial, a business type use, as opposed to residential. Then where's this B1 come from? What is this? You have red surrounded by a single family.
Right.
Again, just an example of how this is in your future land use plan. So that's how it's.
Yeah, and I think we've seen these pictures, so if we could move on just for time's sake, thank you. Yeah, we've seen all these, so
Right.
we get the point, definitely.
Wanted to mention the R4 zoning. R4, you have 35% street yard area must be landscaped. We're on a corner. I'm not quite sure how that's going to work, but in the B2 zoning, you only have a 20% street yard setback. The R4, you have a masonry requirement. Townhomes show 75% masonry. And you have a whole bunch of townhome restrictions and provisions. It doesn't really talk about a church. And frankly, if we can't trust what the Board of Adjustment does, I'm not sure how you're going to apply the provisions in the R4 zoning on the property when we go to start building. We talk about parking. You have a parking category for theaters, health clubs, physical fitness, and so forth. One space for each 4 seats. Our site plan and our parking lot provides for that. I would just point out, these are the types of uses that we need to be compared with. These assembly type uses, not necessarily a post office or a museum, but these are additional, let me rephrase that. These are additional type uses that I think a church should be compared with. The city should recognize existing uses. The future land use plan shows those uses. An SUP is a zoning change, and if they're on the property, that means the property is zoned to do that. They may not be able to expand, and if they burn down over 50%, they may not be able to rebuild, but they can continue. And unfortunately, we're in a situation where we have R1 abutting to B2. Staff is telling you that's incompatible, but that's what we have. And we're trying to become compatible and get B3. And there's many instances of B3. And someone once asked me, Paul, how come there's not an uproar of churches complaining about this? Well, you heard that. But we've heard a little bit about churches complaining, property owners complaining about some B2 uses. There's people complaining about animals. I mean, people complain about their neighbors. They're too loud. There's too much light. You know, this should be a decision on whether or not the B3 is compatible in this area. You have intents. You've got DPS, you've got a store that sells alcohol, you've got a car wash, all in these residential areas. And the prior slides, I'm not going to go over them, many instances in which you have B3 next to residential. We believe it's compatible and would request that you approve the zoning amendment from R1 and B2 to rezone it to B3.
Okay, thank you very much. Oh, you did?
Yeah, I'll make it fast. At the last council meeting, the council directed staff to send out an expanded notice. We did that. We've received additional protests, and of course, as we discussed at the last meeting, one of the most important things that staff does is calculate how many of the individuals that have protested the zone change, how many of those individuals are within the 200-foot area surrounding the
You have a slide summarizing that?
Yeah, so we have today the feedback that we've gotten. Thank you. The feedback that we've gotten from individuals within their property owners within the 200-foot area is in calculating that area. It's currently at about 17.3% protest, and so this was the section of the code that we talked about last time, where it says, in the event a protest to an application is filed with the zoning officer by the owners of either 20% or more of the area of the lots or land covered by the proposed change, or 20% or more of the area of the lots or land immediately adjoining the area covered by the proposed change and extending 200 feet from such area. So that's kind of part of my role, is looking at and working with the city secretary to calculate those property owners and calculate the land area. So you take this area in blue, all the area around the yellow tract, which is the subject property, and you calculate the properties opposing. So far, the properties in red are opposing. That calculates 17.3, and I got one more right before the meeting on this property right here, so that's probably going to kick that up to 18.
So is that 1 square per home? So that's 14 homes? Is that what that means?
Roughly.
And so how many postcards did you send out?
Oh, I think the total for the expanded notice area,
right.
I think we were around 170.
So we
I'll
got
check.
14 back out of 170.
No, ma'am. No.
Okay, just want to be sure.
This is just among the protests that we received back. This is just the properties in that protest that were within 200
The 200 feet. Okay, good.
Yeah, I think we have a number.
Okay. All right.
And so again, I just wanted to give the council an update. This is a first reading.
How many people or how many houses are within the 200 feet to get 18?
I think about 39.
Okay.
I think we
I
sent
just
out
wanted
30.
to do a comparison. So 39, and so you had 14 or no?
If you look at the voter plate, we have 115 houses in the voter plate.
Yeah, but this was just the 200.
Just within
This
the
is just
200
the
feet.
200.
Yeah.
I was confused. So just the 200. So Mr. Milan said 39 fall approximately, and we got 14 back, or maybe 15, because you said you got another one. Okay, I just wanted that comparison.
And again, as of tonight, this first read, we're at 17.3%. We'll continue calculating this all the way up to y'all taking a final
Okay.
vote the next meeting.
That sounds good.
So
All
that's
right.
it. Thank you,
So
ma'am.
you
Oh,
bet.
and I also wanted to point out the zoning commission recommended also the zoning commission discussion this recommended an R4 zoning when they discussed it.
Okay.
That's
Very
it.
good.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Anyone else? Yes.
Just tell us if there's anyone in support. I don't know, the property owner.
I'm sorry. There was somebody
I know
in
we only
support.
heard about who's opposed.
Yes, sir.
The property owner is in support of the application.
the property owner.
I'm not
I got
sure,
you.
and I
Okay.
don't recall getting we don't recall getting a postcard. So I don't know if they're sending it to us or not.
Did y'all send St. John's a postcard?
Postcard?
I checked our
Oh,
notifications,
really?
Excel spreadsheet we used, and y'all were mailed a notice. Y'all were on our original.
Oh, okay.
Mayor? Mayor?
Yes, ma'am.
This afternoon, I did update the packet with
Okay.
letters of opposition,
Mhm.
and there was one letter submitted in support.
In support. Okay. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. That's the answer. Okay. Anyone else while we're on the public hearing? If not, we'll close it and we'll move to the next agenda item. Yes, sir.
Just for the record, that was not the church's letter, correct? So there's two letters in support.
Okay. All right. Very good. All right. Okay. Then we'll close the public hearing at 10:51. And then move on to agenda item number 8.4. And Ms. Postley, if you'll please read the ordinance.
Mayor, the next two items are just staff reports.
Well, I have a public hearing on both of them.
Yes, ma'am, but that was a director, they're not, they're actually staff reports.
Is that an error?
I'm sorry. 8.4 is storage.
Yes, ma'am, I'll let the director explain.
Yeah, they're, so these items require action, but they're not required to be approved by ordinance.
Oh, I'm
So-
sorry. I had
yeah.
no vote, but that's
Yeah.
not right.
They do have to receive a vote, so these.
They have to receive a vote. So then I'll read it then. Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
I apologize.
Oh,
For some reason,
no.
I thought I saw first read on there. Okay, so agenda item number 8.4, presentation and discussion, followed by a public hearing to consider a request by KFW Engineers for approval of a replat establishing Leon Valley Storage Subdivision establishing Leon Valley Storage Subdivision for 8.79 acres, generally located on the south side of Grissom Road, approximately 1/3 mile west of Bandera Road. Thank you for the clarification, Ms. Posley. And Mr. Milano, if you'll continue, please.
Yes, ma'am. Mayor and Council, thank you. Sorry for the confusion there. I actually have my first slide on this presentation wrong. The next item is a replat for the Timber Hill subdivision. This is a replat for the Leon Valley Storage. And so we don't bring a lot of plats before the council that often, however, in our subdivision code requires that the governing body review and approve plats. In a lot of cities, a planning and zoning commission does that, but in this city, we are only a zoning commission. We are not a planning and a zoning commission. Maybe that's something we can look at down the road. But so in terms of the local government code, because we're not a planning and zoning commission and just zoning, then plats come to the governing body. So that's why they're here today. These two particular plats are replats. So that means that the property was previously platted and is now being replatted to facilitate other uses. That's usually the purpose of a replat. Replats require a public hearing. In some cases, they can require notice to properties if the property was, zoned for single family, or in certain cases that wasn't required that notice be sent out, but a public hearing is still required. I'll speak briefly on this request, this particular request is by KFW Engineers on behalf of Mr. Hank Daughtry, who's here with us this evening, Mr. Henry Daughtry. It's a replat for approximately 9 acres of land. And I'll go ahead and jump forward to the location. You're all familiar with the Leon Valley Storage. It's located on the east side of Grissom Road, south of Bandera Road. This is one of the city's oldest businesses, been in place for some time. And because it's been in place for some time, it's currently not platted in a way that's consistent with the existing development. As we talked about, the purpose of platting is to prepare land for development or to prepare land for the expansion of existing development. And if a property is not properly platted, you can't issue building permits on it. And so right now, you can see this is the existing platting configuration of the property. You've got about 6 different lots on it. Some of those lots are from one subdivision, another lot's from another subdivision, so that's why they had to do a replat, and it has to come before y'all. And the property has to be platted into one contiguous property until before the city can issue building permits. So we've been working with Mr. Daughtry as he has plans for his property to do some expansion there, and so obviously. Before that can happen, before we can issue building permits, the property has to be replatted. As I mentioned, the proposed replat proposes to eliminate all the interior lot lines associated with the 6 lots and just create one lot. As with any plat, platting is different than zoning. Zoning is, we're looking at future land use plans. We're talking about existing uses, and y'all are making a judgment based on that. Platting, it's very technical. State law says if you meet all the requirements of the subdivision code, you technically are required to approve the plat. So with any plat, you look at the dimensional aspects of it, easements, you look at traffic impact, drainage, all of those types of things. And so, anytime we get a plat, forward that onto the city engineer, because platting is primarily an engineering activity. So we forwarded all the necessary documents submitted over to our engineer. They reviewed everything and issued us a letter saying that they don't have any concerns with the plat and that they recommend approval. So because the city engineer recommends approval. Staff does not have any other concerns with this request and recommends approval by the city council. I'm happy to take any questions.
All right. Any questions for Mr. Milan? Yes, Mr. Councilor Jordan.
You said it consists of two separate subdivisions, is that what you said?
Yes, sir.
Okay, does Mr. Daughtry own those subdivisions?
Yes, sir. He owns, when I say subdivision, that means that at a certain point in time, somebody came in and said, okay, we're going to plat Leon Valley Ranchettes. That's going to consist of 20 different lots.
Right.
And then, and at another point in time, somebody came in and replatted some of those lots and created Leon Valley Ranchettes 2. And so technically, those are two subdivisions of land, two different plats. And so if somebody, say if you're wanting to take several lots from that all were located in one plat, and you're just wanting to remove some lot lines, then you can just do a simple amending plat, and that's administrative, that's easy. You're just amending one single plat. But in a case like this, some of his property consists of lots from one plat, and another part of his property, the eastern part of his property, consists of a lot from another plat. And we determined this in working with Mr. Daughtry. Originally, we were thinking amending plat would work, and then further his engineers got into it and working with our engineers, we're like, whoa, this is actually a replat. This is the proper form. So when we say two different subdivisions, that's what we mean, and that's why you have to replat.
Okay, that's that's kind of what I meant, because I want to make sure that he owned all the property, and that you didn't have to like clear the titles on each property and all that kind of stuff.
No,
so he owns all the property. He just wants to replat the property.
He owns everything that he's replatting, and everything that he's replatting is exclusively just his the Leon Valley storage.
Okay.
No other lots in those plats are being affected.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
You bet. Thank you. Councilor Martinez.
You mentioned that in order for him to do any building, that he had to replat.
Yes, sir.
A year ago, or maybe 2 years ago, he built that storage facility, the outdoor storage facility with the covered parking and stuff. Then how come this issue didn't come up when that was approved?
Is that the facility that's north of this? So I think to my knowledge, there's a little bit of space between this facility and another facility. Yeah, absolutely.
Yes, Mr. Daughtry, please. I was going to give you an opportunity to speak as well. Good evening and welcome.
Yes, the lot that you're asking about is a different lot.
It's not
part of what we're talking about here.
Do you own that though?
Yes. But it's not part of this, is what I'm getting at. What we did 2 years ago or so was a different entity altogether. Mm-hmm. And just to clarify, we're not really even proposing to do any real expansion where we are. Mm-hmm. We purchased a couple of little portable buildings that were moved in there, and we're told, okay, we need to get a permit for the portable buildings. Well, then it came up, okay, well, to get a permit for the buildings, we got to review and so that's when we discovered that what we had was an aggregation, and I really never paid that much attention to it. But when you look at the legal description, we had about 6 lots instead of having 1. Mm-hmm. And so going back to the days when all of this was happening, Mr. Ewell, who owned the property at the time, had begun to build buildings, and he built them on top of lot lines. Well, you can't build a building on top of an existing lot line. Nobody in Leon Valley seemed to worry about that, and he got permits and all of that, so we have an aggregation of buildings that are built on lot lines. What we're proposing to do here eliminates those lot lines, and that's all that happens. That's simply those lot lines go away. Instead of having 6 lots, we now have 1 lot if you approve this. So it brings it into conformity. And so it means that we're in conformity as to being opposed to that. So we've worked pretty hard at trying to do this and spent a lot of money with the engineers to try to make sure we get it right.
And do you have future plans to build something on the property?
Not really.
You just want to kind of clean it up and get it in conformity.
And unrelated to that, by the way, we're also applying for a permit for a fence across one end of the property with the company. We've contracted to do a major privacy fence on one end of the property, but we got to get a permit from Leon Valley to do that too. So we're working on that.
Okay, very good. Any other questions?
Any other questions?
Okay. All right.
Thank you for consideration.
Good, thank
And
you.
did I answer your question? Okay.
Yes, sir.
All right. Okay, so we are able to vote on this tonight, so what's the pleasure of the council?
You can vote on it, Mayor.
Yes.
It's not an ordinance.
Yes, so I said
Oh,
you
okay.
can vote on it. Yeah, I just said that. So what's the pleasure of the council?
Recommend we approve as presented.
Second.
We have a motion by Councilor Jordan and a second by Councilor Edwards to approve 8.4 as presented. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion does carry. Thank you, Mr. Daughter. Appreciate your patience tonight as well. All right. If I had and again, I did not notice that these were not first reads. I would have put those at the beginning. I apologize. I'll do better next time. I'm always learning. Okay, moving then to agenda item 8.5, presentation and discussion followed by excuse me, I didn't do a public hearing on the last one. Is there anybody that wants to speak on 8.4 that we just passed?
I just want to ask a question.
Sure.
The lot that you said the other lot that you put on?
Sorry. Yes, you want to come, Rochelle?
Oh, it's a place in the middle. Got it. Sorry.
Okay. All right, so let me just say 11:02 and 11:02. Okay, I'm sorry. It was my fault for not doing that public hearing. It's getting late. All right, thank you for your patience. Moving then to 8.5, presentation and discussion followed by a public hearing to consider a request by MBC Engineers to approve of a replat and subdivision plat establishing Timber Hill Apartments subdivision for approximately 22 acres, generally located on the south side of Grissom Road, east of Timber Hill Drive. And Mr. Milan, if you want to continue.
Thank you again, Mayor and Council. As I mentioned, the purpose of the plating process is to prepare land for development. And so that's exactly the purpose of this plat this evening.
No problem.
It's a request
No
by
problem at all.
NBC Engineers on behalf of White Conley Builders. Representatives from White Conley Builders are here this evening. I'm sure to speak on behalf of their replat and subdivision plat for the land. The replat and subdivision plat is for approximately 22 acres of land on the south side of Grissom Road. And the city's kind of at a 45-degree angle, so you could say the east side, but it's generally the south side of Grissom Road, and the land also has access to Timber Hill Drive as well. So this is an undeveloped tract of land. Tree variance was approved for the development of this property to allow for certain relief from the tree preservation requirements last year, so y'all may remember that. And so, as I mentioned, plating is one of the first steps in the process for new development. During the plating process, we look at existing infrastructure, we look at drainage and traffic impact, and as well as the plat document itself. And the property currently consists of 3 previously platted lots, as well as 2 unplatted tracts. And the requested attached replat proposes to create three new lots. The 2 commercial lots on the street, those currently exist, and they're looking to replat those lots for purposes of establishing new easements on those particular lots. As I mentioned, there are 2 1-acre commercial lots are abutting Grissom Road. Those are intended to be developed for commercial uses. And the balance of the tract, which is about 21.5 acres, is intended to be developed with the Timber Hill Apartments. This particular plat took a lot of coordination with our city engineer and the developers. As we've talked about, with any plat, some of the key documents that you review in that process are a traffic impact analysis and a stormwater management plan. You also call that a drainage analysis. And so they've submitted those documents. The drainage analysis was approved by the city engineer. In this case, for on-site detention. This property is located at a few different watersheds, so drainage is key, and that has been reviewed and approved by the city engineer. Traffic impact analysis was reviewed and approved by the city engineer. And the traffic impact analysis, I just want to point out, was also provided to the city of San Antonio, because the city limits line is about right here, and so the city limits line is right on the property boundary for Timber Hill. So in a case like this, where we have neighbors, it's important to work together with our neighbors. And the purpose of a traffic impact analysis is to determine if improvements are necessary to the city's infrastructure, such as lights and things like that. Well, in this case, one of the primary exits for the property is onto Timber Hill Road, which is City of San Antonio infrastructure. Traffic will potentially be leaving and going up to Timber Hill and Grissom. So that was a contingency for the approval of this plat, was that the City of San Antonio Development Services Department review that TIA, and they have a chance to weigh in on whether or not they think that this development may cause any kind of traffic impact mitigation needs for the City of San Antonio. So City of San Antonio reviewed the TIA. They provided us with documentation saying they don't have any concerns. So with that was a key element for our consideration. And of course, city engineers determined nothing is, determined that the traffic impact analysis submitted by the applicants was sufficient. So with that, of course, looking at the fiscal impact, the development of this property in terms of C statement and strategic goals, the development of this property will definitely initiate an increase in ad valorem taxes on the property. Meets the C statement for the city of Leon Valley, and also city strategic goals. And based on that, the staff recommend approval based on the fact that our city engineer has reviewed everything and has issued us a letter stating that they recommend approval of the plat. I'm happy to take any questions, and the applicants are here for questions as well.
Hi, Mr. White. Would you like to come up and add anything to what Mr. Milan has said before the public hearing? But is there two entrances to your property? One on Timber Hill? Is there going to be one on Grissom too? When I saw that square with the plat, I just wanted to.
Kevin White, San Antonio.
Right.
Yes, there's two.
There's two.
The main entry is facing Timber Hill, so that's the main,
right. That's a main
drive entry point for the residents, for the
Right.
community. And there's also a secondary entrance exit that does go out to Grissom Road.
But that's where your retail's going to be, right?
Correct.
Okay.
It runs adjacent to those two, and when you saw that plat, it runs down the side of of one of those. Between the commercial lot and where the AT&T Southwestern Bell building is now, it'll run right. That drive will be a shared drive for not only the apartment community but the commercial tracks as well. And that two entrance exits is required by fire department.
Right. That's what I thought.
As far as, and it also divides up the traffic flow as well.
Okay, very good. All right, any questions from my colleagues on the dais? I know everybody's looking really tired. Okay, and we're going to open up the public hearing then at 10 minutes after 11. And is there anyone in the chambers that would like to address the council on this issue? Please come forward and state your name, Rochelle.
Hi, Rochelle Jones. I actually live sort of in the area, so I know you said that the traffic analysis was done. Was it also done on the Grissom entrance? Because even though that might be not the main entrance, because Grissom is a main road to get to Bandera, most people will take that entrance. Do you know if the traffic is done and how that looks?
Well, maybe Mr. White, if you can address it as well.
Yeah. Yes, ma'am. Traffic impact analysis. A traffic impact analysis are required to address all the traffic impacts of a development, all access egress points, and there's a lot of methodology that goes into calculating, okay, what percentage of the trips do we think are going to go this way versus that way. And also I didn't mention the fact that Grissom Road is TxDOT right away. So anytime you have a development that's going to be pouring traffic onto TxDOT right away, TxDOT approval has to be obtained as well. And so TxDOT reviewed and approved the traffic impact analysis. We have that letter on hand.
Good.
So we our engineer approved the TIA, TxDOT approved the TIA, and City of San Antonio approved the TIA.
Very good. Yes.
Okay, and I have another question. This is
ma'am.
Rochelle Jones. You said that it was three different usage. It was going to be two retails and one residential. What is the current I guess zone for this property? And if you're plotting it all at once, is it one type of zone or is it three different ones?
Yes, ma'am. Let me go to the plat here. So it's chopped up into two because it's two. There you go. You can see. So here are the two commercial lots on Grissom. Those lots are zoned B2 right now, I believe. And the balance of the tract was previously zoned R3A, which is our retirement, multifamily retirement. And the applicants, I think one of their initial steps was requesting that the property be rezoned to R3 in order to facilitate the multifamily development. So you have a plat proposing 3 lots, and the 2 smaller lots are zoned commercial to facilitate commercial, or zoned retail to facilitate retail development, and the primary tract is zoned appropriately for the use that's being proposed in the plat.
Okay. And then 2 more questions. I think they kind of go together. Rochelle Jones. I don't want to say 2 more because I might think of another one. Surrounding those lots, are there more residential? Because we talked about earlier with I know this is a different subject, but you said about B2 going against residential and everything, and this looks like we're actually B2 and the residential are going to be owned. So I want to know what's around there, because I know I live by there, so I'm thinking mine is residential. Because they won't let me have my law firm in my house. And then in addition to that, what did your future planning map, I think it's called? I'm sorry. I'm sorry, it's late. I've been
Yeah, we're all tired. We can understand
I've been
that.
up training agents this morning. What did all those 3 sections look like, as well as the surrounding areas, to see, what is the future of that area? Thank you.
My knowledge, the future land use plan is consistent with the zoning on the property, and I would imagine that it was, consistent with the rezoning of the property last year. So, yeah, we can look at it if the council would like. It's in a
In order to
previous
answer her
presentation.
question, I think that would be fair. There you go.
So right now, the future land use plan says multifamily.
Oh, okay.
Now,
So. No.
oh yeah, let's see. Where is the Grissom line?
Not what's labeled subject property, where his dot was.
Yes, please do, because
This is the subject property here. He's just using another slide for reference.
okay, so it's that light green,
Yeah, that's R3A multifamily. So this
R3A
this would be
multifamily.
a case of what I was talking about earlier, when you have situations where zoning exists does not match your future land use plan. So that's something that we can look at when we revisit the comprehensive plan down the road.
Okay. Yes. Rochelle, she had another question.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
I'm sorry. So you're telling me that this area right here, I like the green one better because, you guys said the green one's better. Oh, it's there.
There you go.
Oh, thank you. That area is light green, which was the same as if we change the church property to light green. And then where is the B2 that they want the commercial? Was there, we did not plan to have any commercial property there, but now we just approved to have commercial property there now and to replat? I know I probably missed the B2 meeting, and I do apologize. I moved from Florida, and so,
Yeah.
but I'm so happy to be in
Okay, good. I just wanted to ask Mr. Milan, is that little darker green the 2 lots that he purchased right there?
No, the darker green, that darker green is a piece of property that the applicants don't own.
That they don't own?
Is that the AT&T central office?
Okay, so.
And that's.
So in your property, so this is why I'm confused, because.
I think I can offer some clarity.
Yeah, okay, go ahead.
Okay.
Mr. Milan was not here during the rezone process.
Got it.
This property was all zoned R3A,
3A, that's
which
right.
is senior multifamily retirement community. And in August of, let me get my years straight here, 2017.
Right.
After working with the city and we came before council, the property was rezoned to R3. The bulk of the property was zoned to R3, and the commercial lots, the 2 1-acre commercial lots, which this map doesn't show accurately, I will say, is the B2, I believe. And that's the portion fronting Grissom, which did reflect what the
Future.
land use plan was at that time, because this was updated in September. I'm sorry, January of 18. So that was done 6 months prior to that update. And it reflected that at the time. And it reflected the land use plan at the time as well.
Okay.
Can you tell me that case name? Because it sounds like it might be precedent in other future rezoning.
Not off the top of my, I can't tell you off
But
the
you
top
said
of
it
my
was
head.
August 2017?
Or late August or early September 17. It's a matter of public reference.
But long as it's plotted, I'm sorry. But because it's already been rezoned, which is not an issue for you, because it's already rezoned, you can technically plot all those in one plot. You don't have to, it does, each zoning use doesn't have to have its own separate plot, because that's what we're talking about, making this one plot, right? But it's under 3 plots. Oh, so that's, okay. I think your thing says one.
One multi-family residential.
Got it. I thought it was making it one plot. Oh.
That's what we did prior, but this one we have 3. That's what we did to the prior.
Had one, but this one has 3.
Right. Okay, yes, did you have a question, Councilor Martinez?
I just
We're
have a
still in the
comment.
public hearing.
This is a perfect example where I have requested that these be made bigger so they can be seen easily. It would have been nice if in your presentation you'd have just had this area here expanded and blown up, 200 or even 100%. And that's all that, you could show this whole map like you did here, but on the next slide, just have this so we could see it a lot easier.
Okay, thank you for that. Yes, Mr. Escamilla, we're still on the public hearing, so I'd love to hear from you.
Yes,
Yes,
Mayor
sir.
Riley, and again, it's late, and councilmen and ladies, this is a prime example of something being approved without your knowledge, he says citizens knew about all this. This is not right. He's picking and choosing what's good for the city, but not to the citizens as a whole.
Oh, yeah, this went through the formal process, and it was just approved, yeah.
That right there is also residential plus commercial. And you're telling us that we can't do that in our locations because of the people behind us, the families. But QT, he just told you a few minutes ago to the council, city council, don't make that mistake again. We can change it to, okay, what you want or what they agree, but not what's okay for us. Again,
yes.
This is...
Yeah, we just need to keep to
Okay.
this
But
replat. Yeah, we
you know
need to
where
stay
I'm-
on
you know where
topic.
I'm going to.
I understand what you're trying to say.
I'm talking to the
Okay.
city council people, the persons that are here.
Okay.
That this, if you approve this, I mean, how can you not approve the rest? I just don't understand that.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? All right, then we will close the public hearing at 11:20 and stand in line for a motion. And stand in line for a motion.
If nobody else will do it, I'll go ahead and make a motion. We approve this as read.
We have a motion by Councilor Martinez and a second by Councilor Edwards to approve. Excuse me, I've just got to continue, Mr. Escamilla, to agenda item number 8.5 as presented. Any further discussion? I believe Councilor Jordan, do you have a comment?
Yeah, the land use map, they said it was different before or after this was approved, correct? So what, it's getting late.
Mhm.
It was different from when they approved it versus what it is now. So what we see, what he showed up there tonight is not what was seen when the land was designated in the different zoning areas, correct? Okay, thank you.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Did I get an aye from all four of y'all? I know it's kind of, okay, okay. So, Councilor Rodriguez, you were an aye as well? All right, so it's unanimous, 4 ayes and no nays. Okay, so it passes. Okay, going to agenda item number 8.6, I'd like to request that we move this to the next agenda item because Councilor Alcacer, who asked for this to be placed on with Councilor Jordan, is not here, and I have a memo that I wanted to give to the other 3 councilors that I had prepared before Christmas, if that would be all right, due to the lateness in the hour.
I'll agree to that.
Okay. Mayor, you said move to the next agenda item or next
I'm sorry,
agenda?
next agenda, February 5th, 2016, just because of the lateness, and I couldn't complete a sentence if I wanted to, and I want to, you know, and I'm just too tired. So if that's okay, huh? I have to wait till I give them to him then? I can't do it now? Okay, well then y'all are going to get to see my memo on the 5th. Okay. So may I have a motion to move 8.6 to the next meeting?
Second.
A motion by Councilor Edwards and a second by Councilor Jordan to move agenda item 8.6 to the February 5th meeting. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion does carry. Thank you. Then moving to agenda item number,
Mayor,
oh, yes.
Would it be possible, is there anything else on our agenda that's pressing that has to be done tonight?
I don't.
Or except for the election?
Yeah, the election.
The election.
The election for sure, but not 7 or 8 maybe.
Can we postpone those till the next meeting? Look at the time, it's 11:30. We're going to be here till 1 o'clock.
The budget adjustment, you have to.
The budget adjustment.
Where's Chief? Chief, can you wait till the February 5th meeting for the budget adjustment, or do you need it right now?
Didn't we move this
Do it in
one
2
last
minutes?
time?
No, this is a new one. It's a first read.
Mayor and Council, I mean, I could wait. The only major issue in here is getting the process done for the chief to have a vehicle. Right now, he's operating with a non-adequate vehicle, and it's one of the things I'm asking for because he falls under me now for the fire marshal aspect, and he can't carry any gear or do any investigations with that vehicle. That's the only one I'm really concerned about. It's been going on a while, so I mean, but because we're pushing it down 2 more weeks, then we're really pushing it down a month for solving that problem. That's my only major concern, ma'am.
Okay. All right. What do you want to do?
Excuse me, Chief, didn't we approve funds for a vehicle in the last month? Couldn't that be used for him temporarily till we get this result? We just approved money, $35,000 for one vehicle and like $50,000 for another vehicle about a month ago.
I haven't had a budget adjustment through this fiscal year, so it wasn't me.
Yeah, it was a
couple months ago. Yeah.
Can we just take that one and consider that only, or no?
Totally up to y'all.
Can you do this in 5 minutes?
I can do it quick. It's stuff we've already talked about in the past.
Okay.
I can do it fast.
Hit it. Go.
Go.
I read the caption.
All right. So, Ms. Pasley, if you'll please read agenda number 8.7.
An ordinance authorizing an amendment to the fiscal year 2018-19 general fund municipal budget to adjust the budget in the amount of $232,302 from the photographic traffic control system program and $79,897 from the federal forfeiture fund, providing for repeal or severability, savings clause, and providing for an effective date.
Thank you. Okay, Chief.
She said.
Yes.
And we're looking at taking part of it out of the Tier 1 and Tier 2 budget money. And y'all approved cameras in the past, if you remember correctly. we said we'd come back once we got a better date of when it was going to start so we could give you numbers. That's mainly what we're doing here today. And for some expenditures, that's all the stuff. Y'all have all that, all the different time periods, all this you've got. This is just a reminder of what Tier 1 and Tier 2 monies can be spent on. These are the 3 new locations that we are looking at as far as, if you remember, citations at maturity means 18 months from now. As you'll see in the town hall meeting, our numbers are way above that per day at these places. But we go with what they say at maturity is, because that's really the only number that they give us through the formula. And so we can figure 16.4 citations per day on those 3 locations that y'all have already approved. If you go by that, multiply that 16.4, go on down the road there, we're saying 159,000 is the bare minimum that would come in. We know that we're seeing quite a bit, but it's projecting like we did with all of our budget adjustments. We won't know until that actually starts coming in. We are asking to expend additional monies, asking for the cost of the cameras. That's right off the top. That's a Tier 1 expense. And then for getting a part-time prosecutor and paying for the officer for all the walk-ins, a part-time part of the payment for having a police officer there now at the front desk. And then the biggest one is the hiring of the new traffic investigator that we would like to do. And we can talk more about that if you want. I'll just go through it real quick. And then the vehicle for that person. And then the FirstNet system is a new system that was put in place for law enforcement. And the FirstNet system is for our computers in the cars and our cell phones. It's a federally mandated system that puts us in front of all other incoming telephone traffic in case of an emergency. And we would, when the peak times would come, we would lose cell phone usage, because that's really what the computers are, cell phones. We would lose, not be able to get through. That doesn't happen anymore with FirstNet. And so all law enforcement agencies are being pushed towards that. It's still AT&T, but the system is more expensive, and so there's additional costs that we're looking at. So our federal funds are in very good shape. We expect some really, really big numbers to come in. So far right now, we've got $938,000 sitting in there. We did authorize expenditures of $580,000, y'all did, but over $200,000 of that was if the HALT grant didn't come through, that we would pay for that out of forfeiture monies. We're not going to have to spend that. So that number goes down. The grant that we have been told we've gotten, but we haven't seen it yet, of about $68,000 to $70,000 for the in-car cameras. We also had that in our budget, but the grant's going to take that down. So the reality is we've only got about $200,000, maybe even less than that, of really what we believe is going to be spent. But I'll leave it up there just in case those things don't come through and y'all have already authorized it. But even with those things, we still have $357,000. We're looking at an arson investigator vehicle. It is going to have to be a 4-wheel drive to be able to withstand all the equipment that Chief Naughton needs inside the vehicle, and the the radios and the different things that need to go in the vehicle. So it's probably the most expensive vehicle that we'll have, because it's a truck and with a cover on the back and the whole 9 yards. And so that cost is turnkey with everything that we need for it, plus the FirstNet system. The rest of the money, we're not taking all the FirstNet stuff out. What you saw over there was the stuff that we can charge to the red light camera. This is the rest of it. We'll take it out of forfeiture, so it doesn't come out of our budget for next fiscal year. Also, we didn't have a good idea of what we're spending on our impound lot in registered letters, and what we're seeing right now. We really need to put some money aside, and we'll do it out of forfeiture, for sending out the required 2 notices or registered letters, which are about $6.75, I think, a piece.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah.
And so it's
mail.
Yeah, and we have a lot. And then we had an unexpected expense where all 4 of our air conditioners went down in the police station at one time. And
You mean the news station?
yes, ma'am.
No.
All 4 of them failed at the same time.
Where's our warranty?
And the warranty covered some of it, but not all of it.
There's a 1-year warranty on these air conditioners.
Oh, my
There's a
gosh.
20-year warranty on my home air
Oh,
conditioner.
I know. That's not good.
So we went out of pocket for that, 16 grand, and we're looking for that out of the forfeiture fund as
Gosh.
well.
Can I just ask you, before you go on, we are anticipating more money in the forfeiture fund this year, possibly, right?
A
Okay.
lot.
Okay, I know, but I just want
A
to say,
lot.
you're saying 357, but it could be exponentially a lot more.
By the end of
So,
this year, it will be 3 times that.
I know. And then also, what happened to the, at the end of FY '18, because I wrote about it in the Lion's Roar, you had in Tier 2, we had a surplus of 211.
Yes, ma'am.
So did that roll over to
It did.
2019, and where is that shown?
Vicky set up a separate fund for that so
Oh,
that it
okay.
stays rolling over.
You
and
mean she separated it out? She
correct.
didn't incorporate it into FY '19 monies?
Well, it's FY19 monies now, but it's in a separate fund that
But
has
it's-
to be utilized for the specific purposes. But you've already spent most of that. You spent $100,000
That was
on the
lights,
crosswalk.
on the
And then
lights. Yeah,
Balky
that's
and
right.
Hebner.
That's right,
and
we already
then
did that. Okay.
You've spent some on
Appreciate that,
Evers
yeah.
and Bandera, and then some at,
I'm recalling that
Evers
now.
and Hebner,
Okay.
and then up at Worsbach.
Okay. So is she also putting the late fees into that special fund?
Anything that special fund is anything at the end of the
Just at
year
the end of the
that we
fiscal year,
have. So
okay.
we will be coming back to y'all
Okay.
as the year goes on and we see how we're trending to actually start some of the other projects that have been recommended and coming to y'all and saying, okay, this
But,
is the next things that's
Chief,
recommended.
this is the first year that we're going to have a full year of red light cameras, right? But the impound lot, I think Ashley said we only had a half of it or 3, but we had a full year of the impound lot.
We had a full year of impound
Yeah,
lot.
so that, I just wanted that clarified.
But that number is just
Yeah.
going up and up and up.
Right, I understand, but I thought Ashley said we didn't have a full year of impound lot, and I thought we did.
We do
Of
have a
last
full year of impound lot.
Right,
yes, ma'am.
that we can compare and contrast, and
Right.
then we can
At the
do that.
budget time, we didn't. When we were going into the budget process, we didn't
Oh.
have a full year yet.
Oh, yeah, because we had to go all the way to September.
And we
Okay.
started the budget process in January, like we're doing now for 2020. So when we started it, no, but now we do. Yes, ma'am.
All right. So, any other questions? But basically, you want to spend that money for those items, and this is our first read, and
Yes,
we'll
ma'am.
approve it next time,
Yes, ma'am.
if that's okay. Is that all right with everybody? Okay,
Mhm.
fantastic. Thank you. All right, how about agenda number 8.8? Can we move that one to the next meeting? Would that be possible? All right, may I have a motion? May I have
Mayor.
a motion?
That's absolutely your choice as to whether or not to move it, but just don't forget, this was one of the reasons the citizens wanted the, it's like the home rule charter,
Mhm.
and so we were going to report out
Well, I
at the
think-
town meeting, so we'll just
I
report
think
out
we
that
can
we're
say that it
doing
was
it in
on, but
February.
we had a late meeting,
Exactly,
and I think
yeah,
they'll
so just wanted to
understand.
remind you
Yeah,
of that, since we
okay,
talked
thank
about it
you.
at lunch the other day.
Mhm. Okay. So may I have a motion to move it to 2519?
I'll make a motion, we
Okay.
move it.
All right, we have a motion by Counselor Martinez and a second by Counselor Edwards to move agenda item number 8.8 to the February 5th, 2019 meeting. All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? The motion does carry. Okay, so agenda item number 9, discussion and possible action on a resolution of the City Council of the City of Leon Valley ordering and establishing procedures for a general election in the City of Leon Valley, Texas, to elect 3 council members, place 1, 3, and 5, by the qualified voters of the City of Leon Valley, authorizing the city manager to sign a joint election agreement with the Bexar County Elections Administrator for the conduct of said election, and providing details relating to the conduct of holding the election, authorizing the use of the Leon Valley City Council chambers on the 4th day of May 2019 for Election Day voting, and the use of the Leon Valley Conference Center located at 6421 Evers Road, Leon Valley, Texas, 78238 for early voting April 22nd through April 30th, 2019. Ms. Bachelet, if you'd like to present,
En
please.
español. Now en español.
Oh,
No.
somebody want to do that? I couldn't do. Does somebody speak Spanish?
No, I was kidding.
Oh,
Good morning.
Oh,
I'm too tired.
Oh,
Morning.
it's not morning yet. We're still 11 something. Okay.
Okay, I'll do this
I
really
remember last
quickly.
year Miss Alcacer read it.
She did.
Yeah, she did, and I.
Okay, so this
I'd
resolution
watch
is
it.
ordering the general election for May 4th, 2019, for places 1, 3, and 5. And this would be for the joint election with Bear County, with Jackie Callanan being the elections administrator. I'm going to go through this really quick. Everything is the same as it is always. The county handles all the election judges, all the training, all the supplies. There was one slide I noticed, this one right here. This is an error. I'm not sure how this one got in there, but early voting is still at the conference center and all the other poll sites. So this little section right here, this first paragraph is incorrect. But early voting does run April 22nd through the 30th. And election day is May 4th, with poll site being here in this big room. The filing period begins tomorrow and goes through February 16th. One thing I want to stress is that my office has new hours, so I'm open Monday through Friday from 7 a.m. to 3:30. So if you want to come get your packet, you can get it through my office through those times, or you can get it on the website. It has been posted on the website on the election tab as of last week. The county is responsible for publishing the election notices on these newspapers: the San Antonio Express, La Prensa. Is that?
Yeah,
Prensa.
sure.
Yeah.
That.
Close enough.
We do e-news, Lions Roar, the website, and of course we'll do the Facebook, Instagram, and all that other stuff. Voting opportunities: you can vote by mail, curbside, early voting, and election day. We have our qualifications for running for mayor and council on our website, and the filing period have gone over. Candidate packets are available, and there's no fiscal impact until it's done. We don't know what that is. Of course, any entities that cancel their election drops or raises, we don't know until we know.
But we have something budgeted already in the.
Yes, ma'am. We have
budget, so,
$8,000
yeah.
budgeted.
Mhm.
If we do end up canceling ours, of course, we don't have to pay anything. And that is it.
Okay, so we need a motion to approve
This
the resolution.
Yes,
Yes.
ma'am.
I'll make a motion, we approve resolution.
Okay.
I'll second.
All right, we have a motion by Counselor Jordan and a second by Counselor Rodriguez to approve the resolution calling for the election on May the 4th, 2019. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion does carry. Agenda item number 9 is citizens to be heard. Anyone? Oh, come on,
Please,
David. You want to speak for about another 15 minutes, right? Oh, you just got wound up, right? No. Okay, I'm just teasing. If there's no citizens, then we move to adjourn. If there's not objection, at 11:40 on Tuesday, January 15th. Good evening, and I'm not saying good morning. I'm